Testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? We're testing here. 1, 2, 3. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing sound. Wake up, America. Wake up.
change the rep. When you wake up and wonder if you're next, change the rep. Change the rep, change the rep. When your life ain't worth more than a check, change the rep, change the rep. If you're living with this pain in your chest, change the rep, change the rep. When you wake up and wonder if you're next, change the rep.
Good morning, everyone. Happy birthday to the beautiful one and only Guac. This is amazing. We're going to be here for 21 consecutive hours, and we have been here for like 100 hours already. So it's way more than 21 hours. There's an amazing team with us here. There's a team. Let's hear the team. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. The whole Change the Ref team is here. And we're hoping that all followers and viewers that we consider also part of the Change the Ref team will start joining the party while they'll start waking up. So we're going to have a lot of things going on today. My favorite is the fact that we are choosing the Bravest Activist this year. I don't know if you remember our Bravest Activist from last year, Megan Hobson. She's here too. Let's hear from Megan. Yes, she's somewhere there where the coffee station is. And right behind the food little market. So this is a huge studio, guys. So you have to visualize that there's a lot going on all the way back. Yes. And today we're going to have a new Bravest Activist. And honestly, I don't want to know the results. I want to wait and enjoy the surprise along with everyone else. But it could be anyone. It could be anyone. So you can vote today This is going to be working all the way to at least 8 p.m. So we will receive votes all day long. And during the day, you will know more about these people and how amazing they are and how they are really, really working on saving lives. So we're going to have a lot of fun speaking to them and letting know a little more about what they do and their organizations. Another amazing thing that will happen, I think I'm talking too fast. Okay. Yeah, I feel better. It's too early for all. I'm doing like the Latino morning show, and it's not. Let's turn this into a more serious show. Okay. All right. So we also have the bravest or most wonderful and amazing Change the Ref campaign. And you guys have been able to vote for these campaigns for the last month. So today we will know which of these campaigns that we did with so much love and passion and legit reasons to make it happen. Today is your call to decide which creative firm and which idea is that idea that you think is the best one. So I'm excited about that because I know these creative guys and they have a whole diva spiritual way of reacting in life. And I'm pretty sure that they just want to see what's going on. So we'll get there. We'll see what happens with that. But it's not only about giving awards to people. You also have to understand that we have the remarkable race. And it's happening now. There's people running all around the world, all around the planet. And they are racing steps. And we need to reach 21,000 kilometers. You can translate that into yards or miles if you want. It's too early, so I can't give you that answer. But it's a lot of miles and kilometers. So it's very cool knowing that we're not alone in this. We were able to convince people from other countries that they could be part of what we do and they could represent a huge help in the international point of view and a little pressure to change things in America. We came out with this idea after knowing that other nations have already been through this, and guess what? They fix it. So sometimes, doesn't matter how wonderful this country is, which I agree, but sometimes things just are fucked up. And this one requires us to see what others did. So that's exactly what the remarkable race is about. People from all around the world running and trying to find a solution for gun violence in America. It sounds pretty boring so far, right? It's not going to be like that the whole time. We have the battle of the bands. Yes, yes. The battle of the bands. So these are, some of them are really cool. Someone is calling me. Is that my ringtone? I can't believe that someone is calling me now, right? I won't answer calls. That's it. So if you're calling me, you should be watching me and stop calling me, all right? So the battle of the bands. We have 12 bands in total. And they're all good. I like ones more than others, but you know what? I'm not judging this. You will judge it. So, and we have different styles of music. We have from hip hop, classic rock, a little more funk. It's really going to be an amazing experience.
Vote on Twitter.
What was that?
Vote on Twitter.
You have to vote on Twitter. Is that right? Okay, cool. So And again, we're going to be repeating part of his information during the whole show, because it's a show. This is a show for us to make sure that gun violence and victims and families of loved ones don't need to always bring our sad side, because it's not working. Because I'm tired of making you think that you should feel sad about me. No. You should feel concerned about yourself, that you are feeling sad about me. Because that means that you understand exactly what could happen to you. So let's reverse all that information, and let's not be sad, and let's be productive. Right? And then we work together. And the ones that have been already going through this will make a big effort to enjoy life as much as we can. Today is my beautiful son's Joaquin's birthday. And I celebrate Joaquin's birthday. I don't have any reason not to do that. Actually, I have thousands of reasons for me to celebrate that day that the beautiful Joaquin was able to see my face, and I could see his face for the first time. That was 20 years ago. So what makes you think that I don't want to celebrate that? What makes you think that I should just forget about that and move on with my life, or whatever is left from my life? That's not the way that a parent should do things. Patricia and myself, we celebrate Joaquin's life. We actually extend Joaquin's life, because we're not okay with the fact that he was only here for 17 years. So our son, he turned into a legend. And that legend, believe it or not, is changing things. And we're only helping him. We're not the brains behind this movement. We all know where the brain, ideas, motivation, passion, power, bravery is coming from. And it's coming directly from the person that we are celebrating today, our beautiful son, Joaquin. And because Joaquin, he was totally into music, we're going to have a lot of music today. Besides the Battle of the Bands, we have great bands that were very kind, and they shared their music and their messages, and we're happy that we're going to have, again, Pearl Jam. Yeah, Pearl Jam is coming back. We're having Cyndi Lauper. You're having Cyndi Lauper with her True Colors. Who else we have? We have Will Ferrell. Yeah. Yes. We have Mark Ruffalo. He's going to be here with us sometime. Susan Sarandon. Yeah. Love Susan Sarandon, right? Who else is here today? Help me. Cher. No, I know she's here. I'm just leaving that as the last name that I'm going to say. Okay? I know Cher is here, but they don't know it yet. Well, now they know it. Michael. Yes? Michael. Who? Frankie. Yeah. Michael Frandy. Yes. Yes. Well, as you can see, I don't remember everyone that is going to be here, but I do appreciate every one of these artists that decided to stand for something. This is not only a moment thing that you do because it's trend because it's convenient for your career. And I see that happening a lot. I see that happening from corporations, and I see that happening from influencers, and I see that happening from politicians all day long. I got an answer from a band. And they said, well, we don't know, we don't do this for corporations or nonprofits. Well, I think you should see what we do for your band. That's exactly how we need to start to see things. I'm not expecting any band to jump and be crazy to be part of Guacathon just because it's a good platform or because you're going to look kind and everybody will love you. It doesn't matter sometimes if people like or not what you stand for. What really matters if you like what you stand for. And if you're out there saying that gun violence is a problem and we need to fix this, and then you go back home and lay down in your bed and watch the news and wait for me to fix it, shame on you. Woo! 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 So that's why we are here. We are giving you the chance to get on board, be part of what we do. Or you can always move apart because this train is not stopping. And the youth, and we're going to have a lot of youth here today explaining what they want, what they think, how they want to achieve their goals. And we better trust that because I know that whatever they want will happen. It will make us think, wow, they made a decision. That's not a plan, that's a decision. So everything is about the process. We are trying to help as much as we can on that process. So, ladies and gentlemen, everyone that is watching us, family members that love us and being with us the whole time. Hopefully we have people that hate us watching this. And I'm pretty sure there's more than one out there. And you know what, dude? I'm fine. You should not hate me because I'm trying to keep your kids also safe. But we can talk about that later, and you know where to find me. I'm open to have a conversation as long as it's decent and there is no guns involved. That said, we should be ready to continue with the party. You will be meeting every member of our Change the Ref team. We tried to have one theme for each of us. Mine is talking for a while so we can save some time and trying to explain what we're doing. But then you will see specific reasons, and after you know these people and their ethical point of view in life, you will understand what Change the Ref is about. Let's enjoy the party. Let's have fun. Please keep in mind that we are a 501c3. For those of you who think that's a car model, it's not. It's a number that they give to your company so you can receive donations. So we are a 501c3, and things like this one and things like what you have seen already from us on the campaigns, we can only cover with donations. So feel free to drop something during the day because it helps a lot. This is about saving lives, and guess what? We have no other plan. I don't think that I will be doing anything else than this for the rest of my life. Happy birthday, Joaquin. We love you, and more people will be part of the party, and they will all show love to you today, because you will be singing, dancing, and having a hell of a party in heaven, which is ironic, a hell of a party in heaven. I don't know how it is, but I don't want to know yet. So let's go with block number 1. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. All right.
We lost our son 2 weeks ago. Nothing that we can do is going to bring him back home. We are the parents and the sister of Joaquin Oliver, known as Guac. This is my first experience as a basketball coach. And I'm going to share a little story with you guys. We were here playing a game, and we had a few calls from the ref that we didn't like. Me and Joaquin went back to our car. I was driving, he went back to me. So what are you going to do about this? That wasn't a fair game. If you're willing to have a fair game, and you have the idea that one team is somehow buying the ref calls, in other words, one team has connection, has power enough to convince the ref to stop making the right calls, then it's not fair game anymore. That is exactly what this nation is going through. So we decided that one way to keep strong is to create a foundation under the name Change the Ref. You always think it will never happen to me. And that is not a risk that we are willing to keep on taking. Joaquin gave us a torch and said, hey, Mommy, Papi, can you somehow fix this? When I watch TV these days, who I really believe in is in this young generation that is outside. Because you demand answers right now. Because you will also grow, become leaders with that same urge of answers. I'm wearing Joaquin's shoes since day one. You want to know why? Because I want to know what it feels. I want to know what it feels to be on your side of the story. And now I know it. And we will increase your power so you can match power. We're going to be with you in Washington, yes. But guess what? We're going to be with you after Washington. We're going to be with you during the next election. We're going to make people vote so we can have a fair game. So we have a ref with common sense that will make the right calls for you guys. Starts right now. ChangeTheRef.org. It's out there. And it's ready to empower all of you.
That's the way every day goes. Every time we've no control. If the sky is pink and white, if the ground is black and yellow, it's the same way you showed me.
Please let everybody know who you are and what you do and why we're having this conversation.
My name is Doris Madsen. I live in Western Massachusetts, about 90 miles west of Boston. So I'm an artist. I call myself a lapsed artist that studied art and then put it away. I did some painting, and then I found a community right near here. I just drive to it, a non-toxic printmaking studio. The name of the studio is Zia Maze Printmaking. And really, artists come from all over the world. It's a remarkable place.
When did you start working on this gun violence prevention
Well,
direction of art or different?
I would say during the pandemic.
Okay.
And then by the fall, I decided I wanted to organize an exhibit around gun violence in East Hampton. I've been an arts organizer here in East Hampton. I've been on different committees. And so I decided I wanted to do a virtual exhibit because I couldn't do any live exhibits at the time. And so I put in an application to our Arts Council for some money to do that. I put in an application to Springfield Arts Council for money, and Springfield's the Springfield, Massachusetts is one of the urban centers where Moms works now with community organizations. We have community partners that are survivors, and we're working with different stakeholders and survivors. So I started thinking of an exhibit in the fall. Applications were a little delayed because, the state didn't really have a budget yet. Massachusetts I think is pretty unique in that within the state budget is money for cities and towns, and based on their population. And then each municipality has a committee that's publicly appointed by like a mayor or city council, or mayor or board of selectmen or town manager. And the citizens decide on the committee decides how they want to, what grants they want to award. The application goes to them. Like now it's all digital, so it goes to the state, goes back to the locale. So they decide what programs they want to fund. It's not, we're not a big town. We don't. I don't know what it was this year. Maybe.
So you were expecting this help, or were you just like, I'm just gonna do the paperwork and see what happens, or were you really?
Well, I was vested because you have to do the background work. You have to
do your homework.
You do, and you have to create a budget. You have to create your partners. You have to have letters of support and a venue. So at a certain point, I contacted Moms, and they were really, the state, Moms is by state chapters. So I contacted the state leaders, and they were very interested in doing it for Wear Orange. And of course, it would be for Wear Orange.
today. Ho, hey, NRA. How many deaths?
So I started in January with the committee, and you know, we all started working together, and then we got some Everytown money eventually, and yeah, so we worked as a committee for Wear Orange 2021. There were other things going on that were all part of the website, the Massachusetts Moms website. It's called wearorangesummerjam.com, and it's still up with all the parts to it. So, and that included testimony from elected officials about gun violence, gun legislation, groups in eastern part of the state and western part of the state.
We're tough, not bulletproof.
This is a great story, and I love the fact that you were able to put all these together and sharing the whole timing process with COVID going on, which I understand that it makes everything a little more difficult than it usually is supposed to be. So who are these people that submitted their work?
Well, I had local artists. Those were like the easiest ones to get, people I knew. And then the word got out. I had some volunteers. I had some people outside my local area. You know, the state did some outreach. The state chapter did some outreach. So, you know, I got some artists elsewhere in Massachusetts that I wouldn't have reached the normal way.
Right.
It was an incredible way to learn through learn how Moms works and how Everytown works, because I really didn't know a whole lot. I wrote some. There was communications from the state to its members, and then like people like yourself, I just contacted, and I didn't hear from you. I heard from Anna, and I guess I just said, I'm gonna say, this is what I want from Manuel, and you said fine. And so the exhibit started out as a virtual gallery on the website of easthamptoncityarts.org.
And how many more? How many more? How many babies in the ground? How many friends? How many more? How many more? How many more till we say never again? And E is for everyone. Everyone lost, every single one. And F is for freedom. And are they all free now? Are we free? And how many more? How many more? How many babies in the ground? How many friends? How many more? How many more? How many more till we say never again? There's a teacher showing how build a weapon made for battlefields. There's a trigger and anyone can pull it. There's a look inside a child's eyes when they don't trust the world outside, and their innocence flies from them like a bullet. There is a country where some people say that that is just the price you pay for freedom, but I am calling bullshit. How many more?
I think we made the movie in like 2 weeks or something.
And what's the your goal here? Where do you want this movie to? What is it that Doris wants to reach?
Well, I'd like for people to see it in different ways. I find it a very hard movie to watch by myself, so I want people to watch it in groups. Yes, you can sit in front of your computer and watch the movie, but it's hard. And, I got to know so many people, that I communicated with, or if I didn't, looked at their art, had some questions, thought about it. So I feel like I know these people, and I know, I'm not a survivor. So, I can't equate any of my experience, your experience with my experience. I don't have that. But, you look at the art and it speaks by itself. And so I'd like the movie to get shown in different places. And, I'm trying to work on that. And it'll happen. I'd like to see it watched by faith-based organizations, and if nothing else, to spur people to change the ref.
Well, I think you're already the fact that we're having this call, that means that you already reached a certain group of people that has suffered this directly, like my family, like my son. So I'm glad, and I always tell anyone that is not in this because they lost someone they love, that I'm glad that you are doing this, because you don't have an actual direct reason to do it, but because you understand that it could hurt anyone, and it's out there and it's randomly gonna hit you, maybe. I appreciate that a lot. I think it has a more value, even in some cases, than what we do, because we don't have another option. We do what we need to do as parents.
Steal away to Jesus. Steal away home. And God long to stay.
Circling together. We are singing our heart song. This is family, this is unity, it's a celebration, this is sacred. We are spiraling together, onward, inward, creature to creation, holy mystery, Mother Earth, childbirth, sacred. We are circling, circling together. We are singing, singing our hearts on. This is family, this is unity, this is celebration, this is sacred. We are spinning, spinning all together. We are singing over the rainbow. This is harmony, this is community, this is celebration, this is sacred. We are circling, circling together. We are singing, singing our hearts on. This is family, this is unity, this is celebration, this is sacred. We are ripening, ripening together. Babies, elders, bozos and angels. This is how we grow, this is how we get to know. This is celebration, this is sacred. We are circling, circling together. We are singing, singing our hearts on. This is family, this is unity, this is celebration, this is sacred. We are circling, circling together. We are singing, singing our hearts on. This is family, this is unity, this is celebration, this is sacred.
There's too many of you crying. We could be the healing when you're feeling all alone. We can be the reason to find the strength to carry on. In a world that's so divided, we shall overcome. We can be the healing. We can be the flower in the gun. We can be the healing. We could be the flower in the gun. What could I say to my son or to my daughter if they came and asked me about these days? What kind of reason could I give for all the hate that's standing in the way? Wish I could tell them that nobody's gonna judge them, and every stranger on the block is gonna love them. No bully in the world could ever hurt them, but I can't say that today. No, no one could ever take your pride from you. Speak your truth and let your spirit fly, 'cause we could be the healer when you're feeling all alone. We could be the reason to find the strength to carry on. In the world so divided, we shall overcome. We could be the healer. We can be the flower in the gun. We can be the healing. We can be the flower in the gun.
What could I say to every woman who was ever told by a man, don't try to reach too high? What could I say to every girl who was betrayed and told to keep the pain locked inside? Wish I could say nobody's ever gonna judge me. Every stranger on the block is gonna love me. No bully in the world is gonna hurt me, but I can't say that today. No, no, no one could ever take my pride from me. I speak my truth and let my spirit fly, 'cause we could be the healer when you're feeling all alone. We could be the reason to find the strength to carry on. In the world so divided, we shall overcome. We could be the healing. We can be the flower in the gun. We can be the healing. We can be the flower in the gun.
It's like dropping pebbles into the ocean and seeing them spread ripples around the world. Let me hear you say, whoa, whoa,
Whoa,
yeah,
yeah,
whoa, whoa,
whoa,
yeah. Everybody say, whoa, whoa, yeah,
yeah.
whoa, yeah. 'Cause we could be the healing when you're feeling all alone. We could be the reason to find the strength to carry on. In the world so divided, we shall overcome. We could be the healing. We could be the flower in the gun. We could be the healing. We can be the flower in the gun. We can be the healing. We can be the flower in the gun. We could be the healing. We could be the flower in the gun.
What do the folks who work in this building do? Absolutely nothing. That's why we put this memorial right on Congress's front lawn, to make the tragedy of gun violence unmistakable.
Listen to the American people. They want gun violence prevention. They want it now.
She survived an assassination attempt at a congressional event when she was a member of Congress in Tucson, Arizona. She was shot through the left side of her brain and has worked tirelessly in the 10 years since that shooting to walk again, to talk again. She is exemplary of this nation's absolute need to take action. She is not only a survivor of gun violence, she is a gun owner herself. And that's why we see millions of Americans across the country who stand up and say no matter what state they come from, no matter what party they come from, no matter if they're young or old, all they want is for Congress to come together and enact common sense gun safety laws that are simply going to keep our kids and communities safe from gun violence.
Never give up. We're going to get it done.
Yes, get her done.
Congress has been complicit. Listen to Gabby Gifford.
This memorial won't be here forever, but the people that we lose from gun violence leave permanent holes in our families, in our communities, in our country. We cannot separate the tragedy of gun violence from the larger American experience. We hope that this memorial simply gives the Americans, the members of Congress who stopped by, the courage to act. We need to create urgency in this country. And in order to create urgency, you must recognize the problem.
I, Tenley Sky,
Sam Parker,
Ariel Emma,
Taryn Naomi,
being of sound mind,
but acting under the duress
and the possibility of my death due to gun violence.
direct that a music book and how I feel about music.
My lifelong friend Puppy, and all the dreams he would have inspired.
My camera that my father passed down to me will be passed to my mother so she could guard with her life.
My aunt's necklace, and the inspiration to be kind.
my pink bunny, and all the times my dad would have made me feel special.
My love for the ocean and my connection to my mom be mourned in the event of my death.
I nominate my best friend to be the keeper of all my unrealized potential and lost promise.
As beneficiaries, they must demand stiffer background checks.
Funding for community intervention program.
We fight for meaningful action against gun violence.
I declare this to be my last will and testament. Create your last will and make your voice more powerful than a gun.
Good morning, it's Megan Hobson here, the 2020 Bravest Activist, and I wanted to say happy 21st birthday, Joaquin. Woo! Yeah. so happy to be here today celebrating your birthday here in the studio, looking really cool. And what we're getting ready to do is see who's going to be the 2021 Bravest Activist winner. So I'm going to be here with you doing that today. Clap, y'all.
That's awesome. Awesome.
So before I get into that, let me share a little bit about who I am. I am, besides being the first 2020 Bravest Activist Award for Joaquin Oliver, I am also the founder of Mending Hearts with Megan, where I'm having important conversations with survivors like myself, as I was shot when I was 16 years old in a drive-by shooting here in Miami. It has been 9 years since my shooting, and I have now decided to create this platform to be a safe space for survivors, to share their stories, to get help with healing through the aftermath of surviving gun violence. A lot of people don't know that you don't just survive that one night or that initial moment, but it's surviving every day from this trauma that is your life now. It's an unfortunate reality. And so I help survivors navigate through that experience. I help them with training for storytelling, how to tell their stories better, because besides us elevating our stories as survivors, the most important thing we could do is tell our own story of who we are and not who people tell us to be. So outside of that, I've worked previously with a bunch of gun violence organizations who have been working in this fight along my journey, and I've helped them to pass legislation, and these legislations help with trauma recovery services and advocating for trauma recovery centers to be a thing in our community to help us as well as we heal from trauma. So I'm again so honored to be here, to be a part of this, to be fighting alongside so many of these brave activists. Everyone that I'll mention today is an activist that is brave, because we're fighting a fight that gun violence is so bold, so we have to be bold at how we fight against gun violence. So all of these people are bold, they're champions, we are activists. And so I really, really hope if you haven't already voted that you wake up and get your vote in. We have 18 people who are going to be who could be the bravest activist today. I'm gonna go through some of their names. We have Destiny Philpott, Linda Beagle.
Yes.
We have Javania McDowell. We have I hope I don't butcher anyone's name, so forgive me. We have Igor Volsky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Volsky,
Yeah. We have Greg Jackson. We have Shannon Watts from Moms Man Action. We have Fred Guttenberg.
Yeah.
Brandon Wolf.
Yes.
Rachel Joseph. Zoe Wiseman. Kristen Song.
Yeah.
Chris Brown. Gabby Salazar. Jay Walker. And last but definitely not least, we have Havana Chapman. So be sure that you go ahead and vote for them. And if you don't know how to vote, you can go to the Change the Ref Instagram account, which is @ChangeTheRef. Go to the link in their bio. The first thing you're going to see is the Bravest Activist Award. Click the link, fill in your information, and pick your nominee.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We are Patricia and Manuel, and we are the parents of Joaquin Guac Oliver. We lost our son during the apartment shooting on February 14th in 2018. Although we know that there's nothing we can do to bring Joaquin back, there's a lot that we can do together to prevent a tragedy like this one to hit any other family in America.
That's why Change the Ref has teamed up with Brady and Teaming Up to launch our latest campaign, The Last Will.
The Last Will empowers young people to create testaments of emotional possessions they want to leave behind if they're killed by gun violence. They will be able to tag your legislatures on social media to raise awareness and demand extreme risk laws, stronger background checks on gun sales, and funding for community-based violence intervention programs.
However, we need your help and your influence to spread the word.
As a change maker, we're asking you to create, record, and share your own last will to demand stricter gun laws with your followers and ask them to do the same.
Make their voice more powerful than they are.
Stoneman Douglas High School. What is going on? Police be shooting at a police. I'm getting a school shooting at Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland. Okay, sorry.
More people died at our school than died at Columbine. Think about that.
We lost my son Joaquin. One main thing is to keep away from hate, hating anybody. It's very easy to fall into that.
If we don't take action now, these things are going to continue.
We call BS.
People tell me things like they want to kill my son. It's really hard to take as a parent because we're targets.
I love your group. You look very powerful, all of you together. Here they come.
All eyes were on us. People were like, this isn't gonna work, this isn't gonna work. And I was like, oh yeah, it is.
We're here to get shit done.
If you listen real close, you can hear the people in power shaking. We've lost our friends. What else do we have to lose?
Every day we wake up, we pray, and then we start our battle. Every single day.
This is the image we weren't able to see that day on graduation.
Jesus Christ. Is there another school shooting today?
No.
It's all that we are.
Are you listening? We are gonna fix this. Are you listening?
4 million people turn 18 this year. And if every single one of those people votes, we can make real change in this country.
This is what democracy looks like.
The young people will win. The young people will always win.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I have our three very wonderful guests with us tonight. I have Cheryl McDonough, who's the director of the film, and then I have Manuel and Patricia Oliver, who you obviously saw throughout the film. Thank you to the three of you so much for joining us tonight and for all of your incredible work. I did want to give a quick celebration that Manuel and Patricia did get their first dose of the vaccine today. So they are on their way to being hopefully COVID-free. And I also wanted to remind everyone that you can ask questions in the chat and I will feed them to our panelists this evening. But first of all, I wanted to congratulate all of you on your remarkable work and Cheryl specifically on making this film. And I wanted to kick it off with what I found most powerful and beautiful about this film, and this is a testament to your movie making capability, Cheryl, is the the narrative arc that also mirrored Manuel and Patricia's activism, which is so rooted in hope and using pain and channeling it into something that is powerful and courageous and impactful. So Cheryl, can you walk us through the origins of this film and how you chose to, take the audience through this very uplifting journey? By the end, you feel happy about what is to possibly come. And then Manuel and Patricia, to you, how do you maintain hope, in the midst of things like January 6th at the Capitol or another school shooting? Talk to us about how you move forward with remembering the past, but also using that as a catalyst for change.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you very much for featuring the film. We really always appreciate an opportunity to talk about what happened, the story in Parkland, Florida in 2018, and to talk about the issue of gun violence in the U.S. So thank you for featuring the film. What really struck me when the events unfolded in Parkland, it was obviously so horrible, so tragic, and overwhelming. And I think I processed, this mass shooting the way everyone does in the U.S. Here we go again is part of it, and you're angry, and you're, how does this keep happening? And frustrated, but really quickly, the young activists and they were speaking out immediately. David Hogg, Emma Gonzalez, Jacqueline Corin, Cameron Caskey, on and on and on. And specifically, Manuel was immediately out making his art and making a statement. So it was like they spoke up and made me feel hopeful for the first time that we really could have change. I believed it, and I knew that to make change, everyone needed to believe it was possible. And so I wanted to tap into that with this film. I wanted this film not just to tell the story of the tragedy, but to tell the story of people making change, and to leave you in a place where you know that it's possible and you want to be part of it.
That's wonderful. At least I can only speak for my own experience watching it, but I definitely felt that way. Manuel and Patricia, if I could throw it over to you all and take us through your journey since February 14th, 2018 and your activism.
Sure. Let me go back to your concern about hope and how do we keep hope. I think that hope is something that you have to get involved. We're not hoping for things to change or happen by themselves. We get involved in a very active way. This is our new journey in life, and we have to do it the right way. It's so important that we are part of that change that we are demanding. So the word hope, it's actually, we need to turn it into activism, reality, and solutions. I guess that the most important thing that moves our lives right now, it's the legacy of our beautiful son Joaquin, and we are still with his parents.
Yes, we're never going to stop being his parents, and really through all this journey, you can see the way we can learn from other people the pain that they're suffering, and the way we can give them some, support, because it's not easy to go through all this with no feeling sad or feeling, a lack of energy. So we are an example, and I feel really accomplished because of that we can help another parents that they are going through the same situation, sadly but truth, and we can be together and we can join forces. So we've been building this a new force that is not only hope the word that we should use right now. It is to be active and to be expecting from others to do the same that we've been doing since 3 years ago.
Because the documentary is not over for us. It's over for the viewers and for anyone that has seen it. It's a great piece, and it will transport you to a very tragic moment in the life of us and the other families and families all around the nation. For us, the documentary is still going, and it hasn't stopped, and it will continue rolling tomorrow and after tomorrow and forever. So what Cheryl did here was making sure that we were able to share our pain, our suffering, and our actions with the rest of the people, and that's great. We will appreciate that forever.
Yeah, because you know what is easy to forget. So humans are really easy to forget things, situations or tragedies or whatever, and it start vanishing through the time. These kind of documentaries will be giving us a support that we can keep showing what happened and what we are showing every day as an activist, because we haven't stopped since then.
I think Manuel and Patricia, both of your points about just, the differences between hope and hope with a lot of purpose and integrity behind it, and hope with activism, the two need to be paired together. And I do think that's a really helpful lesson. And continuing to be reminded that this did happen, and there's steps we need to take to move forward. One of the things that made the aftermath of Parkland so unique was how youth-led it was, how people really leveraged the tools of social media, but really that, like Cheryl, you said the origins of this was that you were inspired by these young people. And Manuel and Patricia, you're obviously inspired by your son and all of his classmates. What are some lessons that you learned from these young people? Maybe ones that surprised you, or ones that have really stuck with you since learning them? Either one of you can take that question.
Manuel, do you want to?
Go ahead. Or you want me to answer my point of view? Well, I have learned so much, not only from the kids of March for Lives, but also from Joaquin. We have been learning from Joaquin a lot during these last 3 years, and you might find this very like a crazy thought, but it's not. It's not, because we have been able to be open enough as parents to hear through other kids what Joaquin is trying to tell to everyone. It's a very rebel point of view that is coming from a 17-year-old kid. And when you think like a 17-year-old kid, you don't take things just because. You don't understand a gun culture just because you need and you have to understand it. You fight for your rights and your friends' rights. And this generation, these kids, have it very clear. They know what they want. And when you know what you want and you're able to express what you want along with the solution, then you have almost total control of the situation. We've learned that. And every single day we learn something from them. What we do in Change the Ref, and they were asking us yesterday, how can they help us? These were kids during a panel. How can we help Change the Ref? Change the Ref was not funded to receive help from the youth. Change the Ref was funded to help the youth to solve problems, to have also grown-up people with the same level of understanding what is good and bad, and be able to express just like they do. No barriers, no censor, no limitations, because we didn't start this fight. okay? But we're gonna fight it back.
Yeah, we represent Joaquin all the way, and we learn through what he did through his 17 years that it was a lot. And it went beyond that we were expecting, because the kids, they always have their own world, and Joaquin had his. So he was sharing with his friends and his teachers and his coaches, people surrounding him that we never had access, because that was his work. So after this happened, you can tell a lot of memories from many coaches and teachers and some, adults related and kids as him, that those things that he was thinking and he was projecting, the situation with the gun violence, and you can see it on his tweets, and you can see it on Instagram, you can see his posts. So you can get to know more him besides all that you collect through all this time, because every time we had a chance, maybe somebody showed up and say, that I met Joaquin here and there, and this is my impression about him, and this is amazing because what you do is really go really close for what I heard from him. And that is something that it gives you, the energy to keep going. And that is why Joaquin is our inspiration, and we are we are his human presence here on earth to be able to do what he was supposed to be doing. Because I'm sure that he could, if he could survive the tragedy, he will be in front of the line fighting for what has to be done.
Which is in a way again, back to Cheryl and the content and the whole team. Joaquin is in that documentary. And think about this for a minute. Joaquin is in that documentary as an activist more than as a victim. And we find that awesome. Believe it or not, we are so glad that once you finish watching this film, you remember our son's name and you saw him not as a victim, but as someone that is actually in the front of the line, how you just said it.
Mm-hmm.
And with the 3D and with everything, with the 3D activists and everything that we did. So on all the murals and yeah.
Absolutely. No, I could definitely tell from the film that your son was a very powerful figure that influenced so many people. So I have no doubt that he would be leading the movement alongside his fellow classmates. Cheryl, some of the youth that you came across that inspired you, or lessons that you learned that have really stuck with you since making this film and meeting them.
It is similar to what Manuel was saying, in that they reminded me of the power of the people. Quite simply, I think I had forgotten. I think that as a younger person, I was idealistic, and I used to protest and think that it would make a change, and time goes on, and and I'll admit that it's easy to accept things like an American gun violence epidemic as normal. We don't like it, but that's just how it is. It'll never change. And those kids showed that actually, if a whole bunch of people say, "Oh no, we demand a change," it can change. And it was like, oh yeah, I see that, and I really believe it, and that is something that I want to convey to other people. And like Manuel said, hope won't change it, but action will. So we've seen people take action. We need to keep that pedal to the metal. We need to keep driving change. It is happening. It's slow, but it's happening, and we can make bigger changes. So
yeah, I think
from them. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, thank you. You did a fantastic job at really imparting their wisdom and giving them credit, and focusing on that aspect of the movement more than anything. So that was really wonderful, obviously, and will have a ripple effect. So I know one of the wonderful things in the documentary is that you all talk about how this is a human issue. It pervades politics, right? This is about lives, and that gun control doesn't have to be seen as something that something is being taken away from you. It's an additive, right? It means protecting people. Can you, although this is so much more than a political issue, sometimes it does come down to politics, and we see that in the documentary. You all are campaigning and canvassing, and obviously have had a huge effect on many pieces of legislation and elections. What do you hope from this Biden administration? What are some, points of progress that have been made even since he's come into office, or since the film has been made in the past year and a half? And I'll turn that to any one of you.
I'd like to see an assault weapons ban like we used to have. I think, to me, it's a bit of a no-brainer. It's not, I mean, politically speaking, it's very controversial, but we can get that done. So, universal background checks are a great, necessary step. But, I'd like to definitely see an assault weapons ban.
Yeah, we had everything ends up in the political game. That's the sad truth here. Mm-hmm. And the other sad truth here is that since that documentary, there have been many mass shootings in different places in America, and also I believe like 110,000 people have died from gun violence since Parkland. So if you ask me with those numbers in front of me, if we have made any change, the obvious answer will be no, because we still have all those victims. However, we do have a new administration that is willing to support the ideas that we have been placing on the table. We met Mr. Biden three times, I think. And the last time we were together, he told us that he was going to work very hard into defeating in a way that will make accountable the gun manufacturers, and he will fight, of course, for the ban of assault weapons and other initiatives that we have been bringing for the last 3 years, but nobody was paying much attention. So the reality is that we have less than 2 years to make this happen, because everything goes back to the political game. And you will be seeing groups campaigning the whole time. In 2 years, they will be campaigning for the next 2 years. And we understand that the way that works now, we had no idea before. So that's another lesson that we got out of all this movement. So there is a commitment from the administration, but for us, there is no difference in what we do every single day. And I can promise you that Patricia and Manuel Oliver will be the first ones to be demanding for change to whoever is in charge. This is not about being blue, red, black, gray, Latino, American, whatever. If you have the chance to make changes and you don't, and you ignore that people is dying every single day, you will see our faces and you will need to get used to it. Because we don't have, again, a barrier, and we don't have anything else to do for the rest of our lives, by the way.
Well, it's a very good thing to do for the rest of your lives. I'm going to take a pause for a moment because we have some comments from the audience. We have mostly comments, actually, more than questions. Jackie wants to let you all know that she's Jackie Schildkraut. I'm a national expert and researcher on mass shootings and a former resident of Parkland. Please tell Manuel and Patricia the Guac and the other 16 Eagles are never forgotten, and I will continue to fight for them every single day. Lots of what an amazing film. Specifically, Liz has a question for you, Liz Cardenas, for the Olivers, Manuel and Patricia. Do you have any advice for people that may struggle with fatigue or trauma when they're doing this type of work? How do you, I mean, it kind of goes back to the hope question, but any advice to keep people motivated and involved? And then she also asks, how do you balance your passion with self-care?
Well, we had, let's start answering the question backwards. So, Liz, I can tell you that helping kids to be able to deal with the PSD, it is hard because it's something that is happening to all of us. Going through this, you never know when is the day that you're gonna be happier, or you're gonna be okay, or you're gonna be, down, or you're gonna be, you can't sleep, or you're gonna be, the memories are gonna to betray you and gonna take you backwards again for what happened. So it is something that we have to be very careful and very caring. So I just recommend, because I have too many kids surrounding us that they were part of that terrible day, and they are still struggling a lot. And I think love, it will be the answer, and make them feel that we are there, and make them feel that we understand what is going on. Same thing that happens to us, that same thing happens to our daughter Andrea. So we never know what it's going to be like, and when we're going to be going through this and 100% completely mentally healthy. I don't know.
We won't. I don't think we will.
So, but talking about the kids, I think the love and the support, and and keeping the loop and keeping them looking at them all the time, I think that will help. They need to feel that they have support. That's my advice as a parent. And we have been taking self-care the last year. Yes, we made it through COVID. COVID made us be at home. We never stopped traveling since that happened to us, and that was the only way that we found that we can do something. That's why you see that our passion and our way to give our life through this this mission, it takes a lot. But once you're home and you have nothing else to go, it start coming to you, the tiredness and the stress and all that. And we were able to work that out. So we were taking our self-care, taking care of ourselves, since the way we were eating, still the way we were sleeping, because we never knew where we were going to be sleeping prior to that. So today I can tell you that we are a lot better in that way.
And a question for all three of you. So COVID, the always the elephant in the room. How has that affected your work? Cheryl, for you specifically, when we were talking before we went live to all of you all tonight, you spoke about how powerful it was to have this film screened with 400 people, and that there were, so many, the emotion that you get and the energy when you're standing next to someone, it's not quite translated the same way over Zoom. So how has COVID affected the distribution of this film from your end? And then for Manuel and Patricia, how has it affected your work? Mobilizing online and inherently looks a little bit different from mobilizing, in person, which is the way that you were traditionally doing it. Cheryl, yeah.
It's kind of a two-part thing. I would say the first part is that, we were fortunate to have the film premiere at the Woodstock Film Festival. There were hundreds of people, a huge, beautiful, sold-out audience there. We had so many of the subjects of the film all together, which I think was great for everybody. And you get to interact with people, the audience gets to speak with them, and there's really, I mean, Manuel and Patricia, I'm sure remember, like they were just very powerful, emotional interactions. And that's what I always envisioned for the film, was that happening, over and over and over again all across the US. We thankfully did get to do that maybe a dozen times in various beautiful theaters in real life with real people. When COVID struck, all the theaters were shuttered, and for a while I didn't know what we were going to do. Then we shifted to the virtual release, and it's kind of funny to think that only a year ago I don't really think there was such a thing as a virtual release, and now we're seeing it all the time. Right now it's very standard procedure, but we were the group that put out the film, Abramarama, was I think kind of pioneering this this new way of getting a film out. And it's not what anybody would have chosen, but we were able to carry on and get the film out. Again, thousands of people. We just had to be creative and do different things. So that's one very practical way that it changed things, pragmatic situation. But the other side is that COVID is obviously the biggest issue that the world is dealing with right now, and there it has been harder to get attention for the issue of gun violence. And I would just say, gun violence did not go away because COVID came in and sucked up all the oxygen in the room. So really on a fundamental level, you saw fundraising dollars and interest and media interest and everything all went to that issue. Again, incredibly important, obviously, but it has been difficult to say, while this is happening, more and more people went out and purchased guns for the first time. The numbers skyrocketed over the last year. And you take fears, pandemic, civil unrest, and all the fear that this country was living under for the last year or so, the numbers just went up and up and up. So it's just been more challenging to get attention for a problem that has not gone away.
Wow, that was a great answer. That's awesome. You cover everything. I will add. We started this conversation by Olivia letting everybody know that we got the vaccine today for COVID. I wish we reach a point where you can have a vaccine for gun violence and we can all get it. But there is no such a thing as a vaccine for gun violence. We will get over, we will defeat the COVID. We will defeat that, the pandemic. And then we will go back to our regular issues as a nation. And one major issue is gun violence. So, but another thing that happened, and at some point we were working on a crazy idea before COVID, a crazy idea of what if we have a national strike of students and they don't go to school, they will start learning online. Remember when we were talking? Yeah, this was way before, and we were in a meeting. I was actually proposing this to a group of, and they say, "No, you're crazy. How are you going to do that? You can't put the students not going to school." I said, "Yes, you can. We can have a whole system that will teach them online, and they don't go to school back unless they change the law, and then they will be secure in their environment." Guess what? It's exactly what has been happening. And that's the reason number one why we haven't seen a mass shooting in a school for the last year. That is the reason number one. And shame on us if that is the reason why we haven't seen that happening. What really concerns us now is the aftermath of the COVID and staying home, when considering that we were under an administration that decided that guns were essentials. So you could leave your house to buy soap, get a mask, and buy a gun. And then get back. So now you're safe. How is that happen? How is that the meaning of safety? Or it's not. So the aftermath of COVID is that you're going to have people without, and Cheryl said it, without their jobs, struggling financially, and now with a gun at home. That's a lethal combination and a perfect storm. So we have to be ready for probably an increase on our very own American pandemic, which is called gun violence.
Yeah, because that increased. So we saw that last year during COVID. We had that, main issues, and the fact that the people was crazy buying more and more guns. So the gun industry went up in their profits, and also the death due to suicide went up as well, because all the situations we're passing through. So I think that is a lethal combination, but it's also a way that it kept us working hard and harder. So I think the audience wants to know what we did last year once we learn how to work online.
From home, yeah. We did a lot of campaigns online, and they all work great. But what I can't wait to get back on.
No, we can, but we did a lot, really. We found out a way to make this happen, because you need to adapt the situation. You cannot stop your mission. So you have to look at the way. At the beginning, we were just like everybody else. So how are we going to be doing now? So we learned that these kind of options, like we're doing tonight, that was an option for us to keep going and doing, campaigns. And that's what we did. We did like 5 campaigns next year after COVID.
Yeah,
see,
at
least. So we've been always very loud, and we not even stop online.
That's great. No, I'm glad that everything has continued online, and that Cheryl, that we found ways to screen your fantastic film in alternative ways as well. So I think that leads to one of my last questions, and the question that has been asked the most in our chat, which is, how do we support this work? How do we get involved? I've shared some links. Is it social media? Is it just, believing in this mission? Yeah, let us know what some words of wisdom.
First of all, I love that question, and it is the number one question we would get after every screening, and that really does make me happy. There are many different answers. Definitely not just hoping. You have to do something. You have to take some action, and I think what that action is can depend on your age and how much power you have in the world, and so that can mean anything like I always tell people, use your wallet to voice your opinion. If you don't support businesses that give NRA discounts, and let them know that you're not supporting their business because they give an NRA discount. Do support businesses that take a strong stance, and let them know that's why you're doing it. It matters, when these companies like Dick's Sporting Goods, or now Walmart or Tom's, any company, when they take a strong public stance, that they get opposition. The Second Amendment, what I will call extremists, are loud and hostile, and they're threatening. they need people on the other side to say, we support you. We're now buying a basketball from you because of this, or we're buying shoes from you because of your stance on gun reform. Like, those are the kinds of things. You're already going to buy those things, make a political statement with your wallet. That is one way. Go on social media, be vocal about what you believe. I think it's important that we have a cultural shift, and I'll steal this from Manuel. It's not just politics. It's really shifting the way people in this country think about gun violence and not accepting it. And Manuel always talks about how it used to be cool to smoke. Everybody, Humphrey Bogart, everybody's smoking in the movies, and that was what the cool kids did. And now it's not at all. It's gross. We all know it's gross and unhealthy, and you don't want to do that. And we need to get there with guns. Guns are not cool. They're gross and unhealthy. So if you go to the website, Parkland documentary website, there are some very specific, tasks that are listed out and things that you can do. I'll leave it there.
Great, thank you.
I want to add the fact that we are, and I have to address the youth and the parents. The youth, you're doing great. You will have your own issues to solve moving forward in your life. So we're not expecting you to fight forever in enjoying what we're doing. The parents, we are, Patricia and Manuel Oliver, we are in a no return point. There is no way that we can bring Joaquin back. I wish we would have the opportunity to listen to what I'm saying right now before February 14th. So I could really understand and feel that I could be the parent that lost its son or daughter. And you don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be that mother. And there's a chance that you could become that dad and that mother. So how about preventing it from happening? Listening to what we're saying. We're doing the dirty job. We'll take care of that. We carry the pain, and we're so thankful that you have concerns about our health and life. We'll take care of that. Worry about your life, your health, and your kids. And when you think about that, you will say, okay, let me support the guys that are already fighting for us and bringing our kids' voices to a louder level. You can do it in many different ways, and you can learn more about what we do. If you don't like it, then you can help another organization. Just get involved. You can visit changetheref.org. We have a lot of presence in social media. Patricia does a great job with her team. And we're always creating new ways to fight against this pandemic. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen in the next year. It's going to take a while. But it can happen only if you are part of the solution and not part of the problem.
Hi there. My name is Caitlin Clarkson Pereira, and I'm the Executive Director of GVpedia. We are so grateful to be a part of Guacathon this year. In case you're wondering, our name comes from Gun Violence Encyclopedia, and our founder Devin Hughes created GVpedia because he saw a hole in access to gun violence prevention research. We all know academic research can be complicated and hard to find, but we exist to be a bridge between the academic world and the advocacy world, so that public policy is based on facts, research, and best practices. In a moment, you'll see a short video that will give you further insight into who we are and how you can help us further our mission. Also, we'd like to thank the amazing Patricia, co-founder of Change the Ref and Joaquin's mom, for being a member of GVpedia's board. Your dedication to the movement inspires us every day, and we're so lucky to have you be a part of our organization. Happy 21st birthday, Guac. And thanks again to Change the Ref for allowing us to be part of today.
Each year, nearly 40,000 people in the United States die from gun violence. Tens of thousands more are injured by firearms. Gun violence is continuing to spiral out of control, with mass shootings in particular increasing 65% from 2013 to 2019, and 2020 smashing previous mass shooting records. But in today's world of information overload, fake news, and alternative facts, it's hard for policymakers to cut through the noise and find the truth about how to change this trajectory. GVpedia was founded in 2017 because we realized that there was a lack of awareness about gun violence research, which created a void that allows incorrect information to circulate. We know that widely accepted research can change the trajectory of a public health crisis. For example, the public understands and accepts the research that smoking causes cancer and that drinking and driving is dangerous. But we have yet to reach that wide acceptance of firearms research. So the public believes common myths like the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun, and firearms prevent millions of crimes every year. These myths are both still widely accepted despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. This is where GVpedia comes in. Our mission is to serve as a bridge between the academic and advocacy worlds, so policy decisions are based on facts and evidence. We provide legislators, advocates, and the media access to more than 1,000 studies in our database on gun violence, as well as access to our white papers and fact sheets that translate the best research into digestible content for the general public. Additionally, in 2019, GVpedia compiled the Denver Accord, a guidebook for legislators and advocates of policies and programs proven to reduce gun violence based on significant academic research. GVpedia also produces myth-busting articles and is currently developing innovative ways to visualize data and make it more accessible to the advocates and policymakers who need it. These initiatives bring facts, research, and best practices into the policymaking arena. Please help us spread the word by sharing this video, joining our email list, donating to our efforts, and following us on social media. We can't do this alone. Together, we have a fighting chance of stopping this epidemic of gun violence.
Hola, mi nombre es Patricia Padaví y soy la madre de Joaquín Oliver. Perdí a mi hijo el 14 de febrero de 2018 en la tragedia de Parkland. No hay nada que pueda traerlo de nuevo a nuestras vidas, pero hay muchas cosas que podemos hacer juntos para generar un cambio, para asegurarnos que algo así nunca vuelva a pasar. Para eso fundamos una organización sin fines de lucro llamada Change the Ref, que en español significa Cambiemos al Referee. Esta organización ha sido creada para empoderar a nuestros futuros líderes, a las generaciones más jóvenes a través de la educación, la conversación y el activismo. Change the Ref pondrá a su disposición las herramientas para llevar adelante los cambios necesarios en estos asuntos críticos que afectan nuestra nación. Si eres joven y estás viendo esto, queremos que sepas que nos inspira el coraje que tú y tus compañeros han mostrado y que haremos lo que esté en nuestro poder para darle amplitud a tu voz, para estar a tu lado y trabajar contigo hasta lograr el cambio que te mereces. Y si eres padre o madre, te pedimos que te pongas en los zapatos de tus hijos, escucha sus exigencias, sus preocupaciones y únete a su lucha para que el juego sea limpio.
Good morning, Guacathon. It is really early. My name is Ashley, and I help out Change the Ref's social media team. I do a little bit more of the leadership as opposed to the everyday posting, so lots of the big ideas and taking out ads and all that jazz. But I have an amazing team behind me, and it is lovely to work with all of these people. So I would just like to wish a happy birthday to Joaquin. Now, I never actually had the privilege of meeting Joaquin, but everything his parents have told me really makes me think that he was a top-notch kid. And, you know, there we go. Let's give him a little cheer. It's his birthday after all. He's turning 21. 21? Are you kidding? He's an adult now. Look at that. But you know, besides that, I know that our pal Joaquin loved music. You know, always had his headphones on, going to concerts with his dad. And, you know, we decided that we were going to do something a little bit fun for Guacathon this year. We're going to do a battle of the bands. I know, very exciting. We have about 12 bands for you here today. They all sent in wonderful performances, and I cannot wait for all of you to hear them. Now, I'm just going to list them out for you so you can keep an eye out for your favorite one. So we got Boy Blue, Perfect Sequence, the Joe Lawler Band, Xander Marks, Thank you. Outrider Band, Be Mine, Phantom Valentine, Black Hippie, Catmore. I am sorry if I butcher this one. Masmora Flow. We have our good pal Mike Song. We have Flair the Rebel. And we have Roxo. Now, you might be thinking, how is this a battle of the bands when they're all performing, but how do we decide who's the winner? Well, I know, right? Like, you got to be able to vote on this. We got to turn into like a little bit of a friendly competition. So you're going to go to our Twitter, twitter.com/changetheref. And we're going to have some polls up for you with all of the bands. We're going to have them broken out into three different tweets. 4 bands per tweet. The leading band in each tweet will be thrown into a sudden death round where everyone has to vote and decide who the true Battle of the Bands champion is. All right, but you might be wondering, who exactly are the first 2 bands we're going to be hearing from? I know I am. Are you guys ready? All right, well, our first artist is a guy named Xander Marks. Now, I actually went to college with Xander, and he is fantastic. He's a nice guy. We had some classes together.
Jersey represent!
He is from Jersey, that is correct. And here's a little thing that he wrote about himself. Behind a creative and enigmatic veil lies electro-pop crafter Xander Marks. His smooth, crooning tones has sung the gamut through traditional classic vocal training, musical theater, and even belting out his own pop hit at the 10th annual Grammy Camp in New York City. Yeah, I know, that is a big deal. His production has taken dance styles with the likes of Zedd and Lady Gaga, along with trap and R&B like Kalani and Logic 6. Right? So that's the first one coming up for you. We have everything. Right? Let's go. But Battle of the Band number 2, you say? Well, that of course will be our friends Be Mine, Phantom Valentine. All right? I love that name, by the way. I just feel really cool saying it. I don't know why. Thank you. Manny says I'm cool. Yeah, I know. All right, so Be Mine, Phantom Valentine. It is an American alternative indie rock band formed in San Diego, California. So we got them all the way from the West Coast, guys. This band was formed in 2016, and the name was inspired by Phantom Valentines, who perform anonymous acts of kindness. Us at Change the Ref would like you to perform anonymous acts of kindness, if you could. Just do something nice for someone today. All right, their debut album, End State, was just nominated for Best Indie Alternative Album at the San Diego Music Awards 2021. Are you kidding me? That's amazing. All right. And Dean Primicius, one of the founders of the band, is a school psychologist. Yeah! All right, who also pushes... I don't know, seems kind of cool to be excited about. Anyway, who also pushes for... Hey, I mean, yes, it is. Mental health is important. I would like to say I was not Was not doubting that. But he also pushes for positive change through his lyrics and music. The song Don't Let Me Bullet was featured on NPR San Diego when it was performed for the Tiny Desk contest. And they did the lovely thing of releasing it as a single on February 14th, 2019, dedicated to support Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. All right. So we love the extra support there. All right. So those are your first two Battle of the Bands. Of course, we got another 10 coming, but you're going to hear a little bit about them later, so I don't bore you with you having to look at me. So coming up next, we have an interview from Maya Vander of Selling Sunset. I know. It's an amazing show on Netflix, and there is a season 4 coming out soon. You got to check it out. So excited. Now, if you haven't seen Selling Sunset, I believe it's about selling really expensive houses. In Florida? Florida and California. So if you like to look at houses that you know you can't afford, but you would like to anyway, definitely check out Selling Sunset. All right, and now we're going to have some stuff from Now This as well. You know, our lovely friends in Now This who have given us endless support. Now, I know we got a long day of Guacathon ahead of us. I think we have about 19 or 18 hours left. I know, it's pretty crazy. So I really hope you are getting caffeinated because it is early in the morning. Go and get a cup of coffee, have it for Guac, and really kind of start off your day. All right. Listen, you disappeared. I know they can see me mouthing, but listen, I don't know. No one tells me things. All right, so I'm going to get off of your screen and put on our good pal Manuel over there in Studio 1.
Yeah! That's awesome. Oh my God, this is getting better and better. And Nestor. So now I have a problem here. We have sound issues. Ahora. Ahora 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Aló, aló.
Okay. Patricia.
Woo!
Get in there. ¿Te están oyendo?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. First of all, happy birthday to my rey. That's the way I call Joaquin. My king or mipu. It doesn't mean anything, but to me it means a lot. Today is my beautiful Joaquin's 21st birthday. I pray every night, and I speak to him every time I pray. So I said, when I went to bed 2 hours ago, I said to him, well, my love, it's your birthday. I know you're gonna be celebrating there with friends and family, but here you're gonna have a blast because it's gonna come from every one of us, from each place that we are. We have to celebrate Joaquin in the way you feel it from the bottom of your heart. Today is very special. Today is his 21st birthday. Today should be doing a lot of things that I believe that if he wasn't able to do it next to us, he's doing there up in heaven. I believe that so. So let's start saying that it's 2 hours already. Almost no. We are at 7. Yeah,
Show
2
the
hours.
let's
2
show
hours
the clock.
already. The first 2 hours. Let me show you here. But Joaquin, you know, is always.
Let's see the
here.
clock. We can see the clock. There you go.
All right. Already 2 hours. About 2 hours of this wonderful day. We have here a lot of fun. I have here my beautiful husband, that my beautiful husband
Get
is
rid of
always
the clock.
very fun.
Now this, great. Okay, now you can see us. Now they can see your husband. So we want to thank every single corporation and supporter and organization that is showing their logos behind us right now. We could mention each of them, and we will during the event. A special thanks to the guys from Pearl Jam and their foundation, March for Our Lives, Everytown, Giffords, Brady, now this. I mean, there's so many people that were able to make this happen. So without any more holding you, what about if we listen to Maya Vander and what she needs to say about gun violence in America?
lights are on, but you're not home. Your mind is not your own. Your palms sweat, your body shakes. An AR-15 is all it takes. You can't sleep, you can't eat. There's no doubt you're in deep. Your throat is tight, you can't breathe. An AR-15 is all you need. Whoa, you like to think that you're immune to death. Oh yeah. It's closer to the truth to say you can't get enough. You know we're gonna have to face it. We're addicted to guns. You see the signs, but you can't read. Politics runs on greed. Your heart beats in double time. A mass shooting and you'll be fine. Killing record time. You can't be saved. Chaos is all you crave. If there's someone left to kill, you don't mind. It's your will. Whoa, you like to think that you're immune to death. Oh yeah. It's closer to the truth to say you can't get enough. You know we're gonna have to face it. We're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. We're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. We're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. You're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. You're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. You're addicted to guns. Your lights are on, but you're not home. Your will is not your own. Your palms sweat and teeth grind. Another killing and you'll be fine. Whoa, you like to think that you're immune to death. Oh yeah. It's closer to the truth to say you can't get enough. You know you're gonna have to face it. You're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. We're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. We're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. You're addicted to guns. Might as well face it, you're addicted to guns. Might as well face it, you're addicted to guns. Might as well face it, you're addicted to guns. Might as well face it, you're addicted to guns. Might as well face it, you're addicted to guns.
Hello, my name is Manuel Oliver, and I am Joaquin Oliver's dad. I lost my son on February 14th, 2018 at the Portland shooting. There's nothing I can do to bring him back to our lives, but there are many things we can do together to make some changes and to prevent this from happening again. That's why we started Change the Ref, a nonprofit organization formed to empower our future leaders. Change the Ref will give our young generation the tools they need to be empowered to make changes to critical issues that affect our nation through education, conversation, and activism. If you are a young man or woman watching this, please know that we are inspired by the courage you have showed, and we will do everything in our power to magnify your voice, to be side by side and work together towards the change you deserve. And if you are a parent, we ask that you step in your children's shoes, listen to their concerns, and join the fight towards having a fair game.
Gun violence is unique. It's uniquely American. It is an American problem. It wasn't long ago where we had 300 million weapons on the streets already. Now we have 400 million. The number of people in this country who died of gun violence last year was over 40,000. This year it's probably going to go up. My daughter, Jamie, who's actually in the picture behind me, who's one of my two children, she was killed in the Parkland school shooting. And ever since her murder, I have been on a mission to do something about gun violence in this country. If you just like me simply love our democracy, this election is important. If, for like me, you value civility, decency, and honesty, this election is important. But if, like me, you want to save lives and do something about gun violence, this election is critical. Gun safety legislation is passing in cities across the country, in states across the country, and it's passed the House of Representatives. And not only has it passed in a bipartisan way with Republican votes. What's broken now is the Senate. Mitch McConnell won't even bring it up. Heck, he won't even let them talk about it. He embraces the name Grim Reaper because he is famous for allowing the Senate to become a graveyard. Let's start off with the one that we know has, the broad support of America, 90% support. Background checks. The fact that this Senate can't even do that is pathetic, but we'll start there. And I think that should be extended to ammunition because you currently have 400 million weapons on the street already, and prohibited purchasers can walk into the store now and buy the bullets because there's no requirement for a background check on bullets. One area where I was slow to come along, but I'm there now, is the banning of assault weapons. I wanted to just be pragmatic and get other laws passed. But then these groups started to show up at rallies with AR-15s strapped around their shoulder. And all of a sudden, it was no longer about the old Second Amendment arguments. These folks were using these weapons as armed intimidation. And armed intimidation then led to armed shooting in the streets of Kenosha, Wisconsin. They've made the argument themselves for why those weapons should be banned. Gun violence is not partisan. If a bullet hits you, it doesn't know if you're Republican or Democrat, but the response in this current Senate is very partisan. And this current president has chosen to be a megaphone for the NRA. My daughter and the other victims of gun violence, as the NRA is concerned, are nothing more than a cost of doing business. If the current occupant comes back, the Senate doesn't flip, not only does legislation not happen, you'll have more Kavanaughs on the Supreme Court, and the gun safety argument will come to a complete end. When I was asked to deliver the nomination for Biden, I was humbled, but yeah, listen, it was a moment that honestly I wish I never had. I wish I never was asked. I would go back to February 14th, 2018 at 2 p.m. in a New York minute. Just a dad, a sappy dad of 2 kids, worrying about their everyday. But I don't have that option anymore. He is such a decent, compassionate, empathetic person, and I got to know him when he wasn't running for anything. He reached out because that's just who he is. But he wanted to specifically talk to me about grief and what going forward looks like and what it was like for him. He spoke to me about my family and my marriage and how people grieve differently. And when you're around those you love, it's really important to understand that and to have a plan for going through the grieving process differently, but supportive of one another. The majority of people, majority of Americans that I've met just have compassion in their heart. They're decent, they're civil. Some of the insane behavior that we are seeing right now, that is not the majority, it is not the norm. The majority of gun owners believe in gun safety because they also understand they could be walking down a street and become the victim of a random act of violence. I meet people across this country who have suffered the worst kind of loss, but who are doing something about it, who have decided that they're going to be a part of saving somebody else's life because the person they love was killed. That's the position I find myself in. What the gun lobby is struggling with now is you have people like me or the kids or other victims of gun violence who used to back off when they would push back, and we don't anymore. It's like, you know what, if you're going to do that, that's fine, but we can use our voice too, and we're going to. I live with this guilt over never having done anything about this before it was my preventable tragedy. I live with guilt over not using my voice before it was my kid. Sometimes in life, people go through hard moments. It's not always loss. Sometimes other things can create real hard moments. And having empathy is a really critical tool to being helpful to someone else. This country right now is going through a horrible moment with this pandemic. We're going to be 200,000 people dead soon. These people were sick alone, they died alone, and in many cases, they're buried alone. And these families are suffering. Just like us, they're human beings. They go through the same highs and lows. And I can honestly tell you, if you open yourself up to the love and compassion from others, there's a lot of it out there to receive.
Heart too big for my own good. This tweet to me is Joaquin exemplified. He did love hard. He was always looking out for his friends. He never had a bad thing to say about anyone. And as you can see with the number of people only having nice things to say about Joaquin, I think that was reciprocated. This just reminds me of the tweets he would put out or the stuff he would send in the group chat with me and Ross that just always had me laughing, and just really highlights what a bright soul Joaquin was. So happy birthday, brother. We miss you. Change the ref, shoot baskets, not guns.
We lost our son 2 weeks ago. Nothing that we can do is going to bring him back home. We are the parents and the sister of Joaquin Oliver, known as Guac. This is my first experience as a basketball coach. And I'm going to share a little story with you guys. We were here playing a game, and we had a few calls from the ref that we didn't like. Me and Joaquin went back to our car. I was driving, he went back to me. So, what are you going to do about this? That wasn't a fair game. If you're willing to have a fair game, and you have the idea that one team is somehow buying the ref calls, in other words, one team has connection, has power enough to convince the ref to stop making the right calls, then it's not fair game anymore. That is exactly what this nation is going through. So we decided that one way to keep strong is to create a foundation under the name Change the Ref. You always think it will never happen to me. And that is not a risk that we are willing to keep on taking. Joaquin gave us a torch and said, hey, Mommy, Papi, can you somehow fix this? When I watch TV these days, who I really believe in is in this young generation that is outside. Because you demand answers right now. Because you will also grow, become leaders with that same urge of answers. I'm wearing Joaquin's shoes since day one. You want to know why? Because I want to know what it feels. I want to know what it feels to be on your side of the story. And now I know it. And we will increase your power so you can match power. We're going to be with you in Washington, yes. But guess what? We're going to be with you after Washington. We're going to be with you during the next election. We're going to make people vote so we can have a fair game. So we have a ref with common sense that will make the right calls for you guys. Starts right now. ChangeTheRef.org is out there and it's ready to empower all of you.
That's the way every day goes. Every time we've no control. If the sky is pink and white, if the ground is black and yellow, it's the same way you showed me.
I, Tenley Sky,
Sam Parker,
Ariel Emma,
Taryn Naomi,
being of sound mind,
but acting under the duress
and the possibility of my death due to gun violence. Direct that a music book and how I feel about music.
My lifelong friend Puppy, and all the dreams he would have inspired.
My camera that my father passed down to me will be passed to my mother so she could guard with her life.
My aunt's necklace, and the inspiration to be kind.
My pink bunny, and all the times my dad would have made me feel special.
My love for the ocean and my connection to my mom be mourned in the event of my death.
I nominate my best friend to be the keeper of all of my unrealized potential and lost promise.
As beneficiaries, they must demand stiffer background checks.
Funding for community intervention program. We fight for meaningful action against gun violence.
I declare this to be my last will and testament. Create your last will and make your voice more powerful than a gun.
Happy 21st birthday, dearest Joaquin. I think of you often and am grateful to witness your legacy through your loving parents' hearts and their hard work. You truly are a change maker. You are making a difference in this world, and I promise you that I will continue this fight with your inspiring parents, Patricia and Manuel. We will change the ref. Sending you love up above. Happy birthday, Joaquin.
You guys still live in Parkland?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, so I'm like in Miami basically. I'm an hour away. I guess maybe it's probably less than an hour. I would say maybe 50 minutes away.
Okay, but that's awesome. So we know that we can do something together sometime.
Yeah, I would love to. I mean, I have a big issue with gun policies in the United States. You know, I grew up in Israel and you just never hear about stuff like that. Granted, we have our own issues, but the whole mass shooting, it's something that I just don't understand it. It bugs me that people can just get guns with no problem.
Now that you mentioned that you were born and raised in Israel, is that what you said? How do you remember the because we're trying to find out how is it that the United States is not able to solve these problems? But I do understand that in Israel, people train and everybody knows how to handle a gun at some point. Can you talk a little bit about how that works there?
You know, the only people who have access to guns are either police, you know, enforcement or the military, because unfortunately Israel, you know, we always have terror and situations, so the military has to have guns. That being said, they do, when you go to the military, they do have some kind of like psychology background check, and if they suspect that someone is not capable of being in a military or holding a weapon, they're just not gonna, he's not gonna do the military and he's not gonna have access to weapon. So I never heard about someone that actually had a weapon in the military that just went and shoot people. Like, it just doesn't happen. Sometimes it can be by mistake, you know, if the soldiers can play with a gun and then one bullet released by mistake. But there is no such a thing, automatic weapons, and you cannot just go to a store and buy a weapon like you buy milk. Like, to me, that's absurd in the United States. It's ridiculous that the government is not doing anything about it, and everybody can just have a gun. And you always hear those stories, and it pisses me off, to be honest. Again, growing up in Israel, and you know, my dad is Dutch. I'm half Israeli, half Dutch. You just don't hear about those mass shooting, even in Europe. I mean, maybe once in a blue moon, once in every few years, you're going to hear someone in Germany, but it doesn't happen every week. And you know, we hear about the mass shootings here that, you know, 10 people and up are getting killed, but what about the 3 people and 4 people? Nobody even talk about it. So I think it's very sad. I think it's all about money in the United States because it's a big poly business, and it's ridiculous because so many lives are lost, and it's not just the life, it's the families, it's the relative, everybody get destroyed by that. I mean, it's terrible. I think there is just a different point of view in Israel when it comes to stuff like that. You cannot just go and buy a weapon. And here it's just a business. It's about money. They have weapon shows. Everybody with ID can go to a store and buy it. It's absurd. So I'm very passionate about this story because I just don't get it. You know, I didn't grow up in a place that you always have mass shootings, and here it's like in the routine. It's like it's every other week there is something.
Right.
Anyway,
and how old were you? How old were you when you moved to the United States?
So I'm 39. I moved when I was 21. Fairly, you know, yeah, I was, you know, young. I lived in LA. I still do back and forth with LA because of the TV show that we have. So I'm flying back and forth. And, you know, now I have 2 kids. And to be honest, like thinking about the schools and all that stuff, it's frightening. So you know, like my daughter, she's 1 year old, she goes to daycare. There is no really security. I'm like, I always wonder, like, is it going to be some crazy person? You just never know. Which in Israel, you have, you know, different problems, unfortunately, but you don't worry about someone walking with a weapon and just start going crazy. Anyways, so I've been here almost 20 years. Look, I love the United States, but the whole weapon thing, to me, it's ridiculous that there is no more strict rule about who can get a gun and why you even sell automatic weapon. You know, I get it, it's the Constitution, you know, the amendment. I honestly disagree with it, because when they did the amendment, that was like a long time ago. You know, but with that being said, you know, we are such a big country here, and mental health is another issue, and nobody takes care of that, and everybody can just have access. Anyways, I'm sorry, I can just go on and on, but it's like, it's and every government, you know, every time something like that happen, oh, we sent prayers to the family, but what prayers are doing, you know, it doesn't bring back the loved ones. So it's like, what is the solution? How are you going to prevent selling weapons? Why some 18 years old kid have an automatic gun and it just no problem? And it's I mean, gosh, anyways. I'm sorry, like I go on and on about this subject because it's ridiculous to me, the way it's so accessible, and there is no really a proper background check. Everybody can just buy it. I don't know. It's just, I think the government needs to do something, but I just don't have hope with that situation.
Yeah, you know that we moved here almost the same time that you moved here as well.
Where did you move from?
From Venezuela. We're from Venezuela.
Oh, you're from Venezuela.
Yeah, so we came here in 2003. Joaquin was 3 the day after he was 2 the day after he turned 3, and we were just looking for a place to be safe, to be relaxed, you know, not have those issues that you're running away from your own country. And really, life was pretty easy and simple, and we were doing, you know, taking Joaquin to school. Never ever, and Andrea, our daughter as well, never ever pass on our minds that we're gonna be going. Maybe one day could be happening a shooting, and we have to be cautious about it. Never.
Because I know Parkland, it's a safe area. I mean, it's the suburbs. But you know, you never know. It's like you go to a grocery store. I mean, you know, it was like one couple of months ago in Walmart, and then you have California had a couple of times in a place. It's where was it? Gosh, it starts with a V. Anyways, like also like very, you know, suburbia. You just never know, and it's terrible. I mean, you send your kid to school, and anyway, I'm really sorry.
When you go and you do your shows, do you have experiences talking with you know, with your projects in every house that you're working on? And do you have any conversation about the situation, about the country, about the situation of the security, about being safe because of the gun laws?
No, but I can
share these issues with somebody else that you feel.
No, you know, whenever there is a mass shooting, it was one like 2, I think it was like a month ago. Well, I think it was the one in Walmart. Like I think like 9 people got. It was another one since then, but the one in the grocery store. So I post on social media about it. That this needs to be stopped. You know, I can be loud at certain point. I just cannot post every day about it because of, you know, our social media regulation with Netflix and all that stuff. But it is it's a subject that I care about.
There's an aspect that I've been trying to understand, and you're right. Portland is it's a nice neighborhood, privileged white neighborhood, mostly good schools. That's how they used to sell the neighborhood itself before everything. After the shooting, and this is something that it's very common, the community starts to find ways to pass the page because between other things, the property values will decrease. Now that is a total, and I'm glad that I can talk about this with you. That you're the guru, the pro of this real estates, and it's funny how you see, funny and sad at the same time, how you see the community forgetting or pretending to forget what happened. And on the same place where families like our family decided to leave. So it's always an issue for realtors and companies that developers, the fact that a tragedy like this one could happen in their city where they're investing their money. Which brings another reason, because everything is about money, a financial reason to do something about it before. So it's an interesting topic, and you don't hear this very often. But I'm glad that, and I understand that you're between Miami and LA. So
mostly now trying to focus in Miami. I think, when was the shooting happen? How many years ago? Was it 3 or 4 years ago?
It's almost 4 years ago. It was in 2018.
I was already in Florida. I think we just moved here actually. Yeah, I feel like with real estate, obviously people will probably like Parkland was obviously it was a big mass shooting. So there is probably that stain in a way, but then people at the end of the day, they move on, right? They almost like they move on, they live their life until the next mass shooting. It's like, but in the meantime, you're sitting there and you have a big loss in your life and a big void, but people move on, and there is another mass shooting, and then it's just a cycle, and it's been like this for years in this country.
I don't want to involve everyone in the community, but I'm just saying that it's like a tendency. It's like what you see happening, like the shooting in El Paso. You see the mass shooting, a couple of weeks of news covering and media.
That's it, until the next one.
3 weeks of crying, community getting together, fundraising for the families, and then it's over, and nothing changed to prevent from happening again. So that is exactly what we do here, Maya. We try to bring the conversation at any moment. We don't want to be the guys that the news will call after the tragedy. We want to be the group that's out there speaking with influencers, speaking with people that can reach more people, and with very common sense plans and ideas. I mean, you said it, and I love the fact that you express yourself without us trying to get answers from you. You just said what is common sense use of guns and the law, and that's what we fight for.
Have you ever had a conversation with people in the government? Like, what is their solution to this? Like, do they either suggest anything, or they just kind of like, it is what it is? It's the first, second amendment, whatever you want to call it, in this constitution, which is ridiculous. But
some politicians think that. Some politicians will tell you it is what it is, and this is the second amendment, and period. We've heard that. Some others are trying to fight, but they have that moment where they need to debate, and the majority will decide what to do. So it's a game that never ends, right? The dog chasing its tail, like it's never over. So
unfortunately, this country, it's a great country, but it is about money. Everything is about money here. The dollar, the dollar speak. And I guess the gun industry is such a big industry. If you want to have a gun that you can shoot one bullet, if someone break into your house, it's one thing. But why all these crazy weapons? Why the accessibility to every person who turns 16 can have a gun. It's where they even get those things, like where they buy those things. It's why are those
They
stores
can buy
even
anywhere, Maya. That's the problem. That here is legal. You can go anywhere and just show your ID, and that's it. If you want to do that, if you want to be easier, you just go online and purchase it. And if you want to be more curious, you just buy the parts and you build your own gun and
How are
add
you-
some accessories to that.
And how are you guys doing? It's been, like you said, almost 4 years. Like how are you holding on?
We became activists, so I have to say that helps in a way, and in another way it refreshes every single day what happened. I mean, we don't want it past the page.
Yeah.
We can't. We're parents. You have.
Oh my gosh, I cannot
You know what
imagine.
that means, right?
Yeah.
You know what protecting your kids is about. It's a life career. You can't quit that. You can't quit from that job. So we do that every day. We're together. We support each other, and we are happy that at least we can keep on the legacy of Joaquin.
Yeah.
Reach people. We have the media attention. Again, we are trying to take control of the conversation, and we feel that we support others. Like, we feel that now our job is to make sure that your kids are safe, right? And that's how we move on every day.
Yeah, that's our life. That's our path. We decided to take this because Joaquin was a very strong guy. He was always caring about what was the social issues here, about gun violence. He was always paying attention what was going on. I'm very concerned about since Sandy Hook. So you can go and see his posts yourself on Twitter, and you can tell the way he was seeing the situation, the way he was claiming to the government why you haven't done anything, why you're scared about background checks. If you're a right and correct person, you will be the first one signing for the right petition to get the right laws. And today, that's what we're doing. So we're representing Joaquin. This is our job because we are parents. We were very, very close to Joaquin. Joaquin had us as a parents 24/7. Always, he had our support. And we feel that this is our duty because we know for sure if we were lucky enough to be here today, he will be doing the same thing.
And then it's so sad because, you know, it's your story and it's so many other stories and so many other families, and it's every time there is something and nothing is happening. And you know, like what? Yeah. Go ahead, Manuel.
No, I'm gonna flip your emotions right now. Okay.
I know. I'm so sorry. Like it's like
this is about. It's August 4th. It's a celebration of his life, and it's empowering what he does every single day for your kids and for every single kid. I'm going to tell you a couple of things about my son Joaquin. He loved, and you can add whatever crazy memory you have. I do know that Joaquin loved music. He never went to LA, but I'm pretty sure that if you will ask him, so what are your plans in life? Where are you going to live? And he'll say, I'm going to live in a badass house in LA or in Southwich, but I'm going to make sure that I achieve those goals. Yeah. I'm gonna drive a Lambo. That was my kid thinking big. And besides that, I want to be well known. I want to be like Mandela. I want to be like Muhammad Ali. That's the kind of kid that we're talking about. So we need to celebrate that life, those 17 years. And we are glad that we have you here. And I will ask you, beg you that give us your what you think should be done right now in a very easy way. This is what I think we should do to prevent this from happening. This is the only day that we actually 100% celebrate Joaquin's life. All the other days, Joaquin is busy fixing this shit. Listen, thank you for talking to us. I'm sorry
you for talking to me. No, you know what? Like, I have so many questions. I can't imagine your pain. I just cannot imagine. So, I mean, stay strong and keep the fight.
Of course.
We will.
And thank you for joining us.
Of course.
This has to be, this is a teamwork.
I know. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you.
Take care, Maya.
So
Nice
much.
meeting you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
21. What do I want to wish to any 21 years old and to Joaquin, who is turning 21 August 4th? And I'm so honored to be part of Joaquin's birthday celebration, to celebrate life. So I would want to wish happiness and love, everything that you want in life, and a lot of success. So I'm very happy to be part of Joaquin's birthday celebration. And I'm sure he's very proud of his parents and his sister and his family and friends, because everyone are coming together to celebrate this special day, August 4th, to celebrate him and to celebrate life. So let's make a toast to that. Happy birthday. Cheers.
Good morning. We are 2 hours and 40 minutes into Guacathon 2021. We still have about 10 hours left. Who's counting? My name's Anna Johnson. I am another member of the Change the Rest social media team. So I'm sure I've talked to a lot of you. I'm also the niece of a victim of gun violence, Mark Johnson. I'm also an occasional runner and basketball lover, not player. And I'm a participant in the Remarkable Race. The one, the only, the Remarkable Race. It's the first of its kind. No other organization has done anything like it. And if you don't run, that's okay. You can do any activity. If you're like Patricia, you can go to F45, do any type of workout, not me. You can run, you can walk, swim, get your steps in if you have a Fitbit. There has never been an athletic event that includes every activity that works to bring awareness to gun violence and to raise funds to give victims of gun violence a voice, like our 2020 award winner, Megan Hobson. If you do not run, that's okay. You can dance like Joaquin. That's probably what he would have done, or shoot hoops. Anything that gets you moving to join our one cause, ending gun violence. Of course, our goal for this race is 21,000 kilometers. If you're like me, I only know miles, but we convert everything. Whether it's running, swimming, we have a graphic that you convert all your activities to reach that 21K kilometer goal. Make it your goal to move that distance, because we're all working towards it. If you spend $21, you can join our interactive website on Charity Footprints. You log your activities. There's a digital scrapbook that you share images, and you can message with people across the world who are also participating. And if you tweet us your photos of you working towards a Remarkable Race goal, you may see them here in Guacathon 2021. And if you spend $42, you'll get a limited edition t-shirt, the Remarkable Race t-shirt, and that's for our finishers. So make sure you get that. And you have till the end of August. So although we're celebrating Joaquin's birthday on August 4th, you have till the end of August to reach your goal. If you've already registered, share the link with friends, share the link with family. If you know 21 people, make that your goal. Make sure you tweet us your photos if you're doing it with friends and family, even better. And if you go to our Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, we will have the link so you can sign up today. Become an activist and help us save lives through exercise. And now, moving to Manuel in room 1.
Well, thank you. That was awesome. I want to know which camera is pointing at me. It doesn't really matter. There you go. That's the one. Okay, cool. So I was listening to that interview with Maya Vander, and it's
Okay.
so cool that she was able to put together all her thoughts about what being in the real estate business, it's not in any way apart to be concerned about gun violence. The fact that she's a mother makes also easier for her to feel all the pain and everything that you can go through when you lose a loved one, especially when it's a kid, because of course that's the worst pain ever. We asked her, actually you asked her, if she ever deal with customers that complain about gun violence when they were going to buy a house in LA or Miami.
Oh yes.
So.
Yes, that was a very interesting interview. She was very sentimental, very emotional. Yeah, definitely she was saying when we were talking about, the real estate, because that's her expertise, that of course there's areas that they are very complicated when they have to be sold, or people looking for areas that they are supposedly to be safer than the others. But really in our talk, we realized that there is not that ideal place to be living, because here with the conditions that we have regarding the gun violence and the gun industry, it's not a guarantee and 100% that we can get the dream place to be safe.
And I was trying to make a little more warm the conversation, and bring in the fact that, and I can speak for Parkland, that some communities like Parkland just need to move on, and the less they talk about the tragedy, the better. And this might sound terrible, but it's the truth. I'm telling you something that we all know that is actually happening. The whole concern aftermath of a shooting in the main school of a city, of a privileged neighborhood, will hurt the price on the real estate. And believe it or not, that is a big issue for a lot of people. In our situation, and I can also think that not only the other 16 families, but a lot of survivors think totally different. What happened in Parkland needs to be addressed. Someone needs to keep reminding every citizen of Parkland what happened. Patricia and myself, we have been able to speak to mayors, city commissioners, and citizens from Parkland. We have been able to talk to actual corporate, local business that have been struggling for the last year. But guess what? This gun violence epidemic started before COVID. We were already suffering and in a different way. There's a lot of families losing loved ones, and that needs to be a point of attention for every single person that shares a space with others. Things are changing, and in our case, I think that we are doing the right thing, just reminding people as many times as we can what happened in Parkland. We're still missing a memorial. We want it, and we will have it. And we're still missing more people that is not going to wait for February 14th to say some nice words. We need more people that can say regular words every single day. So this is not something that you can do once in a while. This is a daily job. It's almost a nasty lifestyle that you have to deal with. And we will remind you this as many times as possible.
Yeah, well, we need to also look that if we accept situations and we don't try to just sugarcoat it, we can do better. So it is a fact that we suffer here in our city, Parkland, Coral Springs, that you cannot deny, never in your life. And we are here as a parents, as any other parents, and friend of our friends that, you know, that suffer with us the loss of Joaquin. We know we together, we're gonna be the reminders of something happened, we gotta get a solution. Something happened very bad to our community. Okay, so let's keep watch out. If you don't remember, we're gonna be here always around, letting you know that this is reality, that this is the third year that we are celebrating Joaquin's birthday without his presence, his physical presence, and we need to do something about it. That's something that we cannot forget. We
So,
do not allow you to.
That's a strong message from a mother. If you don't believe that, then you should check that. Because when I listen to mothers like Patricia saying what she just said and crying, and we met a lot of them, in not only, of course, nice, white, privileged cities like Portland, but in every single corner of this nation, then you must pay more attention. Because we all have a mother. And it's really sad what others are going through, what we're going through. But today we're having a party, and that's what's important. You have seen during the first part of our event a campaign, and it's a campaign that we just launched a couple of days ago, and it's called My Last Will. In this case, we merge power and forces together with Team Enough. And Team Enough is part of Brady, and it's represented by young people, amazing, very strong young people. And you will see this campaign during the whole event. I'm inviting you to become part of it. And I won't explain it here because the campaign explains by itself during the event. Other than that, I also want to keep you updated with things that are happening. And I can tell you that if you want a real source that will keep you updated with gun violence, you have to, and I can't believe that I'm saying this, because I keep saying that he has too many followers, but you have to follow Fred Gutenberg, because Fred is that person that keeps giving us updates all day long. So Fred, 50 minutes ago, looking forward to joining Paul Murray this morning to speak with Sen. Augustine. Today, the senator will hear from a dad who will speak on behalf of gun violence victims on why the ATF needs a permanent director and why he should confirm David Chipman. This is about saving lives. So I already text Fred. I want to know what happens after that so we can let you know what happens after that. Of course, we need a director. We need someone to control this. We need to put some rules in here because everyone is a little crazy. So thank you, Fred. Fred is also nominated as the Bravest Activist today. Woo! And yeah.
Yes.
And Paul Murray, which we love. She's awesome.
She's awesome. She's a warrior.
She's a warrior, and she knows where every single Korean food restaurant is located. In DC, in New York, in LA. So she's like...
She also represents Newtown Action Alliance.
Correct.
So she's an executive in this organization that was born since Sandy Hook. She's an excellent warrior, she's an excellent mediator, she can put people together in a blink. She's an amazing woman, amazing mom, 4 kids. Really, thank you so much, Paul. You're always being there for us.
And we'll see Paul later today during the event. So let's jump into some more action. We are going directly to start with a battle of the bands, and you will hear from Team Enough and this amazing campaign that we're launching under the name The Last Will. So please, let's move on, Nestor, and get some more content out there.
This is Change the Ref, and we are Manuel and Patricia Oliver. We started this nonprofit after losing our beautiful son Joaquin during the Portland shooting. We use art to expose the disastrous effects of gun violence and to empower youth to promote changes. We like the kids. They like our support. We explain them in a very graphic way how we think, or with a crazy idea like a bulletproof fashion show in the middle of New York. But don't get me wrong, we also talk to politicians. We have our own way to do that, because at the end of the day, we're just carrying a message. We could share our thoughts on a press conference or even in the middle of a street, so we are very clear. The media will give us a space to explain who we are. They want to know why we do this and who are we doing it for. We believe there's no risk. Like the day that we were in New York and we placed a bulletproof vest on this sculpture in the middle of the city. Or we went to DC and with support of our friends, we were able to make strong statements because we have good friends, powerful partnerships. They also call us for public speaking. They want to know about our creative side and campaigns. Like the Museum of Incomplete, a place where the victims have the opportunity to show projects that they were not able to finish. Or when we decided to challenge politicians to save lives with a new version of the operation game, Impossible Operation, supported by the medical community, was a big challenge. Or the day that we came out with the candies for Valentine's, with the same messages that our kids were writing down. What about when they thought that printing 3D guns at home was a good idea? We decided to print a 3D activist, and that was a way better idea. Joaquin was back. Then the gun lobby decided that selling guns on Instagram was okay. It took us 2 weeks to stop that from happening. Or when Joaquin started sending letters to members of Congress. Using his handwriting, people will send thousands of messages. And then we came out with these bobbleheads, trying to recover the money that the NRA has given them for decades. Then they asked us to stay home, and we decided to do something from home. Soap, the antiviral weapon. When it comes to corporations, Change the Ref decided to design a gun safety certified emblem so companies can carry it and stand with us. And then we did theater, so we had more time to speak to people in a more powerful message. You don't have to be wearing my shoes because I'm telling you how to prevent it. The thing is that we love painting. We think it's a way for Joaquin to make statements, and we can travel with those statements from one place to the other. So we asked the very best ones to teach us how to do this. How do we reach more audience using street art, inside and outside of the States? And we went to Mexico And right on the wall, we wrote a very important message. On the other side, they also murder our kids. And we started working and working and painting and demanding and asking and saving lives. This is beyond schools. This is beyond Parkland. This is even beyond Joaquin. This is about saving lives.
Chocolate syrup in funny places, rolling around just in the drapes and kissing everyone and the mother too. Tell 'em we're cool for more than just the summer. Don't wanna come, well that's a bummer. Come and chill when we ain't on the run no more. Yes, you can roll by, you can stroll by anytime you want. I hope with me that you can see that you always have a home. Oh, yes, you always have a home. They can call me shameless, but I'm proud of who I am. No, I won't blink. Don't you think I'm ever changing the way I love with everything I can? Yes, I was real sick for a long time, but don't want a free card of any kind. Sorry when I'm a real, you know. Sometimes we come out kicking and screaming about some bull that we believe in, but we're always there through the thick and thin. You said that you can roll by, you can stroll by anytime you want. It's our hope with me that you can see that you always have a home. Whoa, yeah, you always have a home. They can call me shameless, but I'm proud of who I am. No, I won't blink, and don't you think I'm ever changing the way I love with everything I can. I better thank you to the real ones who stuck around. I better thank you for the real ones that won't let you down. My MVPs, this dream, you are the real VIPs. Pretty soon a headline in MSG. I better thank you. I better thank you.
So we got in there and we realized that the processing was just the morale in there and just the type of protocols were in place were not working. So we came in, hired all new leadership team. They came in, they redid all the protocols. And the most important thing also is that we had people that were working overtime and part-time. And so we had to go in there and revamp that. We got 25 new positions from the legislature that are full-time. And now we've been able to streamline the process, make sure the morale in the office is up to par. And we've been able to now not only get people they're concealed in a quicker manner, but in a better and more efficient manner, and also making sure that everybody's got a complete and thorough background check. Guac, as your family and friends come together to celebrate your life and to celebrate what would have been your birthday, know that you have left a legacy of service, a legacy of action, and you have engaged an entire population, an entire generation to fight for sensible gun regulations. So know that you have somebody who will continue to fight every single day to make sure that your life lost will not have been in vain. So today we celebrate you and the legacy that you have left behind.
Okay, here we are. This is it. You can listen to the music that we are in Miami, right? Second day of the show. So far, everything's good. Free parking lot, of course. And then let's see what happens here. Okay.
It was my first experience in a show. Pretty easy to get in, $12. And then you start seeing different things. Oh, actually the same things that I see outside. But whoa, wait a minute. What is he carrying? What is he buying? Oh my God. And then they say this is not a political thing, but of course it is. There's an inclination at least. So I kept walking. I see this special AR-15 rifle, pistols, black in colors. I asked the guy, how long will it take for me to take the background check? Oh, a few minutes. And then you can go home with a very strong weapon. Ghost gun? Nope. And he's selling it for $2,000? I'm out of here. I still haven't found what I came here looking for. Bingo. For Florida residents only, no paperwork and no waiting period. That sounds very interesting. Just like this guy is interested in this, whatever that is. Looks pretty cool. So I already found what I'm looking for and I have to get my cash out, like $1,000. And then finally, this guy gets my cash and my ID. He's looking at my ID while I'm wearing the mask. So there's no way to see that I am actually the guy on the ID. Then I got a smaller box than the rifle, so they won't fit. He asked me to buy the ammunition, so I'll be all set. I went to the ammunition lady. She said, I don't know what ammunition do you need. Go back and ask. I went back, asking the guy, hey, dude, listen, I want to buy ammunitions. What is it that I need to buy? He wrote a little note. I came back, and finally, I got my ammunition. A little box with 20 bullets inside. Then I left, and I was all set. I had a rifle, magazine, and bullets. Not only I got this today without any background check, I also got, I got the whole thing. I'm all set. The guy insisted that I should buy everything at the show so I could start using this today. I don't know what's the rush. I don't know why anybody will need that rush, but apparently some people take advantage of it. And here I am, ready to shoot. But I'm not gonna shoot anyone. We all know that. I'm gonna do my thing. So now that I own this rifle and I legally own it, apparently, I can break it into little pieces, thousands of little pieces, or at least 100 or more little pieces. And I have this set up studio for melting metals right in my backyard. So I'm putting them together. There you go, rifle. I'm gonna try to make something beautiful out of it. Not easy, but you know what? I've done harder things. So now the trophies of the 2021 Guacathon will be trophies of Joaquin, our beautiful son, made out of rifles, but without any background check.
Hello, my name is Stefan Abrams of Team Enough. Change the Ref and Team Enough have just announced a new campaign called My Last Will, highlighting the voices of young people calling for an end to gun violence. We have Manny and Patricia Oliver here of Change the Ref and Alea Eastman of Team Enough. Thank you all for your work on this truly empowering campaign, which focuses especially on young people creating their last will and testament. Can you all tell us more about the campaign?
Sure.
Absolutely. Very happy, very excited. Once again, this time we have special reasons to be more excited, and that's the fact that we are joining forces with Team Enough. This campaign required young voices to be out there. I can't do that anymore. Patricia, I'm not going to say that she can't do that anymore, but we all know what I'm trying to say here. So the fact that we're working together and that we're showing that together we are more, and also the fact that this is not going to stop only by Change the Ref and Team Enough doing this alone. We want more and more people to get on board. So very happy, and I think there is no way that our Senate members or Congress members will ignore the fact that the kids are showing that it's very possible that they could die from gun violence.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be able to work with you guys, because that means that we can do so many things together with different organizations. And now we're going to do this with you. That is a very powerful campaign that we're going to be talking about later. So thank you so much for having us as a part of your team.
Absolutely. And Team Enough loves working with Change the Ref. And sadly, it has now become a reality that gun violence is the leading cause of death for youth across this country. And this campaign will give young people the opportunity to create their own will if they sadly are the next victim to this epidemic. When we think of a will, we think of something that older folks write when they have children to create their preparation for their death. But it's now become a reality that young people have to prepare for their death because there's so many guns that are just all over this nation, and so many people that are a harm to themselves or others are able to obtain these weapons, and is now a reality that we have to create our own will.
Thank you, Alea. I now want to ask Manny and Patricia, how did this campaign come to be? It's such an empowering idea. Where did this idea come from?
It came from our little headquarters, which is this one, and inspired, of course, from Joaquin. Change the Ref, this is what we do. We try to find the best way to show the truth behind gun violence. We try to be very disruptive and graphic, and this time we thought that it will be a great opportunity for us to have actual kids as part of the campaign. It's step beyond anything that we have done before, because it has, again, the alliance of another organization with us. So the fact that everything is going to be on this online platform is also very friendly. So I think it's great. And it's not, at this point, I wouldn't even say is what we thought at the beginning, because it evolved into something way better. And now what we're launching is really, oh my God, I am happy, proud of Joaquin and every single young person that is part of this.
Yeah, it is really bizarre to be talking about these kind of campaigns, but sadly, but truth, we are going through a situation in this country that we need to be very impactful, that we need to be very in front of their faces, from those that haven't experienced the terrible experience that we all have been going through. And we believe that these kind of campaigns will bring more awareness and will bring more people to be together and fighting for this issue.
Well, Alea, the next question is for you. I wanted to ask you, I mean, now that we heard about where this campaign came from, we want to know now, what has the reaction been from young people?
Absolutely. Young people have deemed this campaign to be extremely, extremely powerful, but it can be emotional because it is now a reality that we have to consider our death by the hands of a gun. There is no saying or no place on this country that is safe. You're not even safe in your own home anymore. You're not safe at school. You're not safe at the supermarket or even concerts. So the fact that we have to create a will to create change or spark action from our legislators or people in power is really shameful. But if that's what we have to do to create change in this fight to end gun violence, we will do that. And it takes young people to step up to show people that this is the issue that we're really dealing with in this nation.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I'm super excited that a lot of young people are going to have the opportunity to get their hands on this campaign. My next question is this campaign names 3 specific actions aimed at preventing gun violence: universal background checks, extreme risk laws, and funding community-based intervention programs. Why were these 3 things so important to highlight?
When we started fighting all these gun violence epidemic, we started asking like for everything at once, like we need you to solve this problem, and at some point we as Change the Rev, it was very political, it was very it was not clear, the demand was not clear enough. So with the years, now we understand that you have to be very specific with what you're asking for, because otherwise the message gets lost. And we went back and forward with things that were in some way a priority in that will affect most people. And I think that these 3 demands are very accurate to the need of a lot of Americans and as a result of gun violence.
Absolutely. And we know violence intervention programs are the programs in communities that stop violence before they start. And it is important as we're pushing this campaign that we're pushing for immense funding to these programs so they're able to do the work in their community that they need to do. Also, universal background checks. We know that over 90% of gun owners also agree with this piece of legislation. So it only makes sense to push for something that, most people in this nation think is needed to prevent those that are deemed a harm to themselves or other people from obtaining these weapons.
Yeah, a lot of people say universal background checks are more popular than pizza in America, which is a funny statistic. Then the other thing that I wanted to add is that I want to know now, what do you guys want to come out of this campaign? We talked about the specific actions and getting young people involved, but what is your vision for how this campaign turns out?
I want to think that all campaigns, just like when you're trying to sell a product or we work on a brand, we are branding safety, okay? And we are bringing the discussion in a moment when it's not because there was a mass shooting yesterday, it's because we want to talk about this right now. So I still remember when they used to say it's too early to talk about guns, or it's too early to talk about that or that. Well, guess what? It's too late, but it's our call. So we're going to talk about guns and we're going to talk about regulations whenever we want, because we are the ones that are trying to fix this. The kids have that ability. They have, I always said, like, you guys have like a license to do whatever you want, and we support that. And actually, it's fun to somehow enjoy that license to do whatever we want, because in this case, what we want is to save lives. So it's totally taking control of the conversation, get more people involved. These campaigns will be out there, and they will go beyond the small universe of the gun violence prevention groups. That's the point here. I want these campaigns to reach the guy that is not agreeing with our points, with our statements. That's the person that we need to reach. So maybe they can have a second thought and then become part of the solution and not anymore part of a problem.
Yeah, I will also want to see, because we never thought that we're gonna lose Joaquin due to gun violence. So we as a parents, we never thought in years that we have to talk about any will about coming from a son or a daughter that we have. So the point in here also is to wake up those parents that this is a reality, to make them scared, to do something, because this is something that is coming from us, that we've been going through this, and we know that that can happen to any of them.
Yeah, for me personally, I want everybody in this country to understand that gun violence is a real, serious issue that we have been dealing with for far too long. And it is uniquely an American issue. I want legislators and people in positions of power to finally put their foot down in this fight to gun violence. Hoping that even their children, their daughters and their sons participate in this campaign and create their own video of their last will. And that can show them that this is a real issue and it can hit even close to home. You just never know. So I really just want everybody in this nation to wake up to this issue, to understand that it's taking lives of 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, children, young people at disproportionate rates. And we need to step up now to stop it.
Yeah. And I want to go back to something Manny said, is that we're trying to get all these people involved, young people and the people who we need to listen to us to actually enact the change we want to see in this country to be able to save lives every single day. And since we're trying to reach those people that may not know who Change the Ref is or who our leaders are of Team Enough, can you guys all tell us a little bit more about how you got involved in gun violence prevention and what does this mean to you?
Well, we got involved because our son became one of the victims of the Parkland shooting. Our son Joaquin, our beautiful son Joaquin. And besides that, Joaquin had a very specific way of acting in life that will always be supporting the unprivileged, supporting the weak. So he will always be demanding better things for everyone. So it makes sense for us, now that we lost Joaquin, and Joaquin cannot keep on doing what he was already doing, including fighting against gun violence, by the way. It's our duty as parents and friends of Joaquin to do what we do. So that's how we ended up here. And we can promise you that we will do this forever. We are not going anywhere. And the plan is to be Joaquin's parents until our last day here.
Patricia?
Well, this is our duty. Sadly but truth, we have to do something. We decided to move in this path because we consider that Joaquin will be doing the same thing like you guys are doing today. So Joaquin was an activist since he was born. We found out so many things that he was writing and commenting that really left us do this like a will, really, like authentic will. If you read his post, it's amazing how he was involved in all these issues and we didn't know about it. So that's what I have to say to all of you that are watching this.
Yes, I got involved with this movement after surviving the Parkland shooting at my high school in 2018. But that wasn't my first time being impacted by gun violence. I lost my uncle, Patrick Edwards, to gun violence in Brooklyn, New York, and he was only 18. So I have a unique perspective of understanding inner city violence and mass shootings. And just recently, 2 weeks ago, my cousin was shot in Brooklyn, New York. So this is an issue that impacts my family deeply. But being a part of Team Enough has given me the space to talk about this issue as a young person, and also working alongside other young people on a more national level to make sure that we are addressing all of the little cities and areas that might be forgotten, giving them the space to talk about what they need to see in their communities to create change and prevent more lives from ending. So that's where I come in this movement, and it has been a pleasure. And I love working with Manny and Patricia on many different events and campaigns because we know this issue will end if we continue this fight.
And I just want to say,
add something. I just wanted to add the fact that it was simultaneously, because we were both in this particular interview from Portland. Okay, so Portland affected us directly. But the real question is, since Portland, more than 140,000 people have lost their lives because of gun violence. The real question is, how come others are not involved? You know, like, of course we're involved. How come others are still not involved? What are they waiting for? Are they waiting for losing their son, losing their best friend, having their kid going through the traumatic moment of feeling that there's a shooter inside a school or a movie theater or in the front of your house? I think that the time to get involved, it's right now for everyone.
Yeah, we need people to react. So this is not a way or a matter of where we belong to, in which organization we are. We can just cover our faces and just use our voice over, because what it matters here is the unity, the conscious, and the social issue that means to be in this epidemic. Gun violence is killing all of us, is taking a lot of life, and this year particularly is being increasing like any other years before. So we cannot allow people to forget or to take it like easy, like an easy way. So we cannot allow that. That's why we're here, and we're gonna keep being here.
yes, and I want to thank you all for sharing your stories, because it's so important that people understand that it's not that we wanted to do this work. It's that the gun violence affects all of us. It affects each and every one of us in a different way. And all of our stories matter, and they're all important. It is important that we keep these stories alive, because it's how we keep fighting for the ones that we've lost and the ones that have been hurt due to this gun violence epidemic. I wanted to now pivot to the timing of this campaign. Manny and Patricia, you guys chose to launch this campaign during Guacathon. Why was that so important to you?
Well, Guacathon is actually Joaquin's day off. Okay, we work all year long with Joaquin, fighting against gun violence, and he's like Joaquin the fighter, Joaquin the kid that needs to stand up there and say things through his parents and through his organization. Guacathon is a celebration of Joaquin's life. So it's a party. It's a party that Joaquin always had every August 4th. And this year, he should be turning 21. So I remember talking to Joaquin about having that first beer with his dad when he would be able to turn 21. So we decided to throw a party again. We had Guacathon last year, and this year we're gonna stream live for 21 hours. All organizations that are fighting gun violence are invited. Huge, amazing music bands are gonna be there with us, showing support and entertaining. And I think the fact that we can get together and throw a party, it's very important. Like, we cannot always be the group that has a vigil and shows the photos of our loved ones. We should be the group of people that shows the joy and the life of our loved ones. So that's what it makes so perfect. The fact that we will have all those viewers and people following the event, to use it as a platform to bring out and actually launch and speak deeply in more than one moment during the event, have interviews, ask our guests what they think about the campaign, because it's probably the day that we're going to get more attention from any other day in the year. So it made sense. We had other plans before, but at some point we decided, you know what, let's wait for the right moment. And the right moment is Joaquin's birthday, because we're going to have a lot of people watching what's going to happen that day.
And even though it's this kind of campaign, we always want to get a positive thought about everything that is happening. So this campaign, coming from a big issue, which is gun violence, we are converting this campaign in something positive, because we can be preventing this to keep happening in the future. So that is very clear for us on August 4th. August 4th is about being positive, being with a hope that we can do something very big with all of us together, because we are one person. We're gonna be one heart that day. We're gonna celebrate, and we're gonna say that life matters.
And that's so, it's powerful. You know, we have to change how these things have been working before. We have to change what others tried and did not work. And we have the experience of decades of failure after failure on the political scene and also on the social scene. So everything that we're doing here is new. It's we're going to try a party. Yes, we're going to try a party. We're going to have a huge cake. We're going to have Joe Bonamassa playing guitar. We're going to have Mark Ruffalo letting us know how to get mad and turn green and become Hulk and defeat anyone. So there's a lot going on. The guy from The Sopranos is going to be there showing his band. And Team Enough and Change the Ref will show this amazing tool that also is a campaign, but it's basically a tool for us to demand for change. So I couldn't find a better moment to do this than on Joaquin's birthday.
That's amazing. And we're super excited to be able to be with you to celebrate Joaquin's birthday. My last question that I have for you both, Manny and Patty, is what do you think Joaquin would have said about this project? Or like, what do you think Joaquin would actually want to leave in his last will? Same way that students across the country are going to be doing this campaign and sharing what they would want to leave behind to their best friend or to their mom or dad. What do you think Joaquin would leave behind?
I think Joaquin left behind clear instructions through his posts, through his statements, for us to approach gun violence. I think Joaquin had it very clear. And as much as we were not involved, we had a member of our family very involved, and that's Joaquin Oliver. So as we always say, we are proud parents of an activist, of a natural born activist that sadly became a victim of gun violence. But what will Joaquin be saying? Go get them. Go get them and make this happen.
And the best thing that he left us is the love that he gave us during all his years here, really. We appreciate, I'm in love with Joaquin. He is my sunshine. And, you know, that makes me feel very proud of him every day, because that was a lot what he did for us as a kid.
And he also has other things. I can tell you, like his Beats headphones, pretty sure that's important. The Dwayne Wade jersey.
The basketball hoop.
The basketball hoop. There's a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
The headsets.
Exactly.
The video games.
Video games, the poem book. A lot.
Love it.
His computer. With a lot of information, amazing and special information there.
Thank you both so much for sharing. I have one last question for Alea, and the question is how can people get involved in making their own last will?
Absolutely. We know that this campaign is a call to action, and young people can go to mylastwill.us to create their own recorded will. The instructions are super simple and it's really, really easy. We know that young people will stop this epidemic of gun violence in our nation.
Thank you, Alea. And thank you all. And reminder to those watching right now, you can go to mylastwill.us now to record your own, share it on social media using the hashtag #MyLastWill. And please invite your friends to join the movement. We can only be as strong as how many people are speaking up against this epidemic. Together, we can demand change. Our voices are more powerful than a gun. And please join us also for Guacathon. And thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Mandy and Patty and Malaya. And Team Enough and Change the Ref are super excited to work with anyone who wants to be committed to ending gun violence.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Guac. I was just listening to the Pink Floyd classic, Wish You Were Here. I know your parents feel that way every day. I miss my Jerry, shot and killed at Pulse, all the time. And how many more parents are missing their kids taken by gun violence? Over 100 people a day are being taken by guns in this country. And this American plague is only gonna get worse until we do something about it. Your parents and I will continue to try to get people to understand that our children have to be more precious than our guns. And there are so many organizations trying to bring change. Everytown for Gun Safety, Moms Demand Action, Students Demand Action, Brady's, Giffords, March for Our Lives. And they're going to continue, and we're going to continue, because we so much wish you were here.
And we're back. So good morning again. For those of you who are just joining us, I am Megan Hobson, the Bravest Activist winner from last year. And yeah. And so we're in here. We are live performing. Well, we are live streaming right now for Joaquin's 21st birthday. So happy heavenly birthday, Joaquin. I'm so honored to be a part of today and everything that is going on here. I wanted to talk a little bit about myself outside of being the Bravest Activist winner from 2020. I'm also the founder of Mending Hearts with Megan, which is a group in which I founded after surviving gun violence myself. I was shot when I was 16 in Miami Gardens in a drive-by shooting with an AK-47 rifle. And since then, I created Mending Hearts with Megan to be able to provide not only a safe space for survivors to share and talk about what it is like surviving gun violence, but also to provide support to those affected by gun violence. We advocate for trauma recovery services and resources for survivors to be accessible, and we also help survivors to share their stories in the best way possible, because though sometimes we don't want to talk about what it's like to survive gun violence, it is important that as the survivors, we share our story. More important than the story itself, it's us being our own storyteller. So today, I'm here to talk about who is our Bravest Activist nominees for this year and to see who is going to be the winner. So if you haven't already put in your vote, make sure that you go to our Instagram, which is Change the Ref on Instagram. You go to the bio. The first button that you see on the bio is going to say the Bravest Activist Award. Be sure to click the link, put in your information, and then select who it is that you would want to see win. Right now, we're going to talk a little bit deeper about who it is that we are going to see here today as our nominees. First up, we have Destiny Philpott. Woo! Woo! So Destiny was just 8 years old when they heard shots ring out at a Baltimore park where they played with their siblings. 1 year later, they saw a person get fatally shot for the first time. This non-binary activist, who has lost 30 friends and loved ones to gun violence, has worked to curb it ever since, just like myself. And so, being a 20-year-old Baltimore native, Destiny is making sure that she is uplifting her voice. In 2019, she visited the Capitol to share their experience with the White House Gun Violence Prevention Task Force, in addition to co-founding what is the Good Kids Mad City movement out of Baltimore, which brings together activists from Baltimore to Chicago. So way to go, Destiny. They've also been involved in the Students Demand Action in Baltimore, which is a grassroots organization working to end gun violence. If you would like to see them win, be sure to go and submit all your info on the website and the link I provided earlier and get your votes in. We still have time. The second person who I'm going to be highlighting, who we will see more about in just a moment, is Linda Beagle Showman. Yeah, Linda! Yeah! Linda has become an advocate for reasonable gun safety legislation in the aftermath of her son, Scott Beagle, who died at the Parkland shooting. He died while shielding students from gunfire during the mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School on February 14, 2018. She was instrumental in the passage of the red flag laws here in Florida, which is a really big deal. So let's go ahead and give it up for Linda. This red flag law is a call for removing firearms from people who are deemed by court to be a present danger to themselves or to others. In addition, she's advocated for several laws in New York, which has been regarded as the most comprehensive gun safety legislation in the country since its passage. Her mantra is, everyone has a right to be safe. And we're going to hear more about her in a little bit. So, just wanted to check in and remind everybody that we are here celebrating what is Joaquin Oliver's 21st birthday. So thank you again for tuning in. Make sure that you vote. As we heard earlier from the Battle of the Bands, Xander Marks, we are going to hear coming up the Battle of the Bands, Be Mine, Phantom Valentine. Yeah. Right after we check in with Manny in the other studio.
Hello, thank you. Thank you. That was awesome. It's getting better and better. I'm very excited. We were able to see, I'm sorry, that beautiful lady behind me is Patricia.
Woo, yeah, Patty.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Guac's mom. And you just saw how the kids from Team Enough were explaining in a very clear way how this campaign, The Last Will, works. So what's the challenge now? The challenge is to get more and more kids involved. This is not a campaign that will stay with the members from Team Enough. That was never the idea. We need everyone that is watching this, that is listening to the message, that likes the campaign and thinks that they could be part of the campaign, to go now and write your will. You have to do that. The more wills we have, the more arguments we have to talk to our senators and members of Congress. So all these campaigns, this is not an ad competition. This is not Cannes in France. This is about saving lives. These are not only campaigns. These are tools. These are statements. Statements that a group of people were able to figure out after going through a lot of data and research. So don't take this as an impressive idea. No, it's a very useful tool. And we need you to use that tool now, starting today. We have a lot of interaction with a lot of people. And I just got a beautiful text from Igor Volsky, right? So he's watching, Igor is watching. But I have to say, Igor, are you listening? Okay, cool. So, and I want people to know that it's not that Igor is just our friend. Igor is the head after Guns Down America. So this guy has been working against gun violence for a while, okay? But he's been sending great support messages. And I'm thinking here, I'm putting dots together. He's also nominated for the Bravest Activist this year. Igor, I gotta be honest, I'm not the judge, okay? So it's not my duty to choose you as the winner. I will do my best. I'm gonna talk to everyone in here and keep on sending supportive messages. And most important, keep on doing the amazing job that you do every single day. Keep on telling corporate America what they need to do. Keep on telling every CEO out there that if they stand for something, they should stand for something no matter what. This is not about thinking about the right thing. This is about thinking about the right thing and then getting to action. And I think we deserve that at this point.
Hey, 1 second. Corporate America, we need you. We need you. We try to get you here as a part of the event because not only because you can give us economic support, it's mostly because we have to show that we care about this issue that we're living today, about gun violence, and that we need to show unity, and we need to show that we really care from one another, and we need to fight for it. So I invited you to not be scared, to show your face, to show your name, with no consequences. The consequences are always going to be positive because we're looking for the good of everybody, in this country.
I agree, and of course, at some point, we will all be on the same team, and we have to keep on working in that direction. Don't go, stay here with me. And now that we're talking about corporate America and ways to support, I do have to mention that we are receiving donations, okay? So you can access our GoFundMe for today, Guacathon 2021, celebrating our beautiful son's life, the magic moments that we were able to spend with him, and the powerful moments that everyone will be able to spend along with his legend to fight, defeat, and get rid of gun violence in America. So go to our social media channels, anyone, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. The link for donations that will bring you all the way to the GoFundMe that we started today is out there. $1, $5, $10, $100. If you have 1,000, even better. And if you have more than that,
and if you have
we love you.
And the love to give it to us and to all the people that is surrounding you because you care, you can show care through giving the knowledge of how important it is for us to keep going on with this fight, which is really hard. We have to be very persevere, but we can make it happen. Okay?
And put it this way. We will do the dirty side of the job. We will get out there. We already went through the suffering, the losing the person that we love most in our whole life. What you need to do is support that effort. We are going to make sure that your kid is safe, but we need your help. So feel free to get into our social media and make a small donation and be part of the solution. And do not stay as a member of the problem. That said, let's go with the next set of music and great interviews and comments and Joaquin's friends right now.
Hello, my name is Manuel Oliver, and I am Joaquin Oliver's dad. I lost my son on February 14th, 2018 at the Portland shooting. There's nothing I can do to bring him back to our lives, but there are many things we can do together to make some changes and to prevent this from happening again. That's why we started Change the Ref, a nonprofit organization formed to empower our future leaders. Change the Ref will give our young generation the tools they need to be empowered to make changes to critical issues that affect our nation through education, conversation, and activism. If you are a young man or woman watching this, please know that we are inspired by the courage you have showed, and we will do everything in our power to magnify your voice, to be side by side and work together towards the change you deserve. And if you are a parent, we ask that you step in your children's shoes, listen to their concerns, and join the fight towards having a fair game.
The talking point from a lot of pro-gun rights activists is if you outlaw guns, only outlaws will have guns. I think good law-abiding citizens that want to protect themselves should have the right to have that. But at the same time, we need to make it harder for outlaws not to get them.
We're not anti-gun at
No,
all.
I'm not anti-gun. I mean, I have guns in this house that we're in right now. It makes me feel I can sleep well at night having that. But at the same time, the way that gun laws are right now makes me extremely uneasy. And I think it makes a lot of people uneasy. And I think there's some very common sense gun laws that need to be put in place that I think most people agree with, even conservative people.
Yeah.
And nothing is being done about it.
A good guy with a gun can stop a bad guy with a gun, and so which means it's a great phrase to use, but we have to do everything we can to make sure that a bad guy doesn't end up with a gun.
This is an all-ray country. Granddaddy's gone.
Keep that pistol in the drawer.
And I'll be up all night, still cleaning this gun.
And people are constantly saying, you know, well, you'll be Dixie chicked, which I think is really funny that it has turned into a verb. And I mean, I love the Dixie chicks. Yeah, you can Dixie chick us anytime you want. I think they're awesome. But that's just who we are. We're gonna say what we think, whether you like it or not, whether it's detrimental to our careers, we don't care. I mean, the right to own a gun is very important. It's literally the Second Amendment. That's how important it is. But the only amendment that beats that is the First Amendment. And our right to speak
Probably hurt us more than help us. And that's how passionate I am about it. That's how much I think change needs to happen, that I'm willing to sacrifice fans for that. I'm willing to sacrifice money for that.
We grew up in a small town, and you know, which involved, you know, beer, trucks, girls, and guns, you know, and that's fine, that's great, but you can't look at country music and go, well, that's all it's about, you know. That's just one sliver of it. There's so much more to it than that. There's a line somewhere, and it's constantly moving, and we have to find out where that line is, and we can't let trigger words like universal background check scare us, because it's not scary. No one's taking anything away. We're just trying to keep people safe. Personally, I don't think AR-15s are necessary to have, right? We don't need them. They're not great for hunting. You know, if we spend no time talking about mental health and we pump a bunch of time and money into protecting guns, that's just a recipe for disaster. So I think those two things alone can really solidify the line that where I believe it needs to be and keep all of us as safe as possible. We are the United States, and we've never been more divided. I don't think we can get to a place of any constructive conversation, or we can't get to a place of common sense gun reform if we can't even literally talk about it.
I think a lot of country performers have really prided themselves on being pretty outspoken and being very honest people and speaking ultimately for the little guy. And and I think that's something that we still try to do, even though sometimes we have a difference of opinion.
The most American thing you can ever do is speak your mind proudly.
If you make an M&M joke about my hair, I guarantee nobody's feelings are getting hurt. I'm gonna just fuck around and laugh with you. So basically, me and Joaquin famously bleached our hair my senior year, his junior year. We did it partially because of the album Blonde by Frank Ocean, which we liked a lot, but we also did it just to like stand out and be different and just like be individuals. And I think this tweet really showed how mature he was becoming. I really thought that I saw him growing so much in his like junior year and senior year before he passed away. I thought he was like really becoming his own man, if you will, for lack of a better term. And I think this tweet was just showing, how maybe a younger Joaquin probably would have wanted to start a fight or something. But we got a lot of M&M jokes, me and him both, because of our bleached hair. And, he was ready to just laugh it off and be himself.
lights are on, but you're not home. Your mind is not your own. Your palms sweat, your body shakes, and AR-15 is all it takes. You can't sleep, you can't eat, there's no doubt you're in deep. Your throat is tight, you can't breathe, and AR-15 is all you need. Whoa, you like to think that you're immune to death. Oh yeah, it's closer to the truth to say you can't get enough. You know we're gonna have to face it. We're addicted to guns. You see the signs, but you can't read. Politics runs on greed. Your heart beats in double time. A mass shooting and you'll be fine. Killing record time. You can't be saved. Chaos is all you crave. If there's someone left to kill, you don't mind. It's your will. Whoa, you like to think that you're immune to death. Oh yeah, it's closer to the truth to say you can't get enough. You know we're gonna have to face it. We're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. We're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. We're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. You're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. You're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. You're addicted to guns. rights are wrong, but you're not home. Your will is not your own. Your palms sweat and teeth grind. Another killing and you'll be fine. Whoa, you like to think that you're immune to death. Oh yeah. It's closer to the truth to say you can't get enough. You know you're gonna have to face it. You're addicted to guns. Might as well face it, we're addicted to guns. Might as well face it, we're addicted to guns. Might as well face it, you're addicted to guns. Might as well face it, you're addicted to guns. Might as well face it, you're addicted to guns. Might as well face it, you're addicted to guns. Might as well face it, you're addicted to guns. Might as well face it, you're addicted to guns.
Why did you let me bullet? Can't you see what's growing on my mind? Please don't let me bullet. I have not committed a single crime. Don't let me bullet. Can't you see the crisis on the line? Why did you let me bullet? Can't you hear what's spinning in my mind? So hey dude, you gotta give yourself time. Reach out, reach and redefine fine. Hey dude, don't give up your time. So reach out, reach. Don't let me bullet. Please don't let me bullet. Can't you see the crisis on the line? Why do you let me bullet? Can't you hear what's spinning in my mind? Can't you hear what's spinning in my mind? So hey dude, you gotta give yourself time. Reach out, reach and redefine fine. Hey dude, don't give up your time. Just reach out, reach. Don't let me bullet. Don't let me bullet.
I want to start off by wishing Joaquin a very happy 21st birthday. I never had the pleasure of meeting Joaquin, but from everything I have heard and read, he was an exceptional young man. Spending time with and getting to know Patricia and Manny make it quite easy to understand where Joaquin got his dynamic persona from. They are special people. They have taken Joaquin's murder and turned it into a call for action for gun safety. I'm not sure if Scott and Joaquin ever got to know each other. I do believe that if they had, they would have immediately become basketball buddies. The world was robbed of two very amazing young men, and their parents will not mourn their deaths, but instead celebrate their lives and continue to call for action for reasonable gun safety. The Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund was established in February 2018, 5 days after the mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. Scott loved summer sleepaway camp. It was the place he could be carefree, feel safe, and enjoy being a kid. Scott first went to summer sleepaway camp when he was 7 and continued for the next 28 years before his murder. He loved to coach, he loved to teach, he loved to mentor children. Scott was the ultimate champion for the underdog. It is for this reason that we established the Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund to honor Scott and keep his memory and legacy alive. The purpose and mission of the Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund is to send underserved, disadvantaged, at-risk children touched by gun violence to summer sleepaway camp. Many of these vulnerable children live below the poverty level and come from homeless shelters or single-parent homes. In 2019, the Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund gave out grants totaling $95,800 to 3 camps in New York. This grant money was the equivalent of 54 camperships. In 2020, with the pandemic, in-person camps were closed. With a grant of $25,000, the Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund partnered with Camp Fiverr to help them transition to Camp Y Fiverr. With the help of the Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund, Camp Y Fiverr allowed over 400 children to experience virtual sleepaway camp. In 2021, with the reopening of summer sleepaway camps, the Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund gave out grants totaling $217,600 to 6 camps in 3 states. This grant money is funding 165 camperships for disadvantaged, at-risk children touched by gun violence to attend summer sleepaway camp this year. Our goal is to show these children that there are viable alternatives to guns and gangs, hoping that they can pay it forward through their positive experience at summer camp and help put an end to senseless and preventable gun violence. After all, we all have the right to be safe, and we all have the right to live without fear. On a personal note, in 2019, I had the privilege of visiting each of the camps the Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund send campers to. I plan to do so again in 2021. I cannot begin to put into words the personal joy and fulfillment I get as I see these children interacting and making new friends, while experiencing the wonders of life that so many of us are lucky enough to take for granted. All of this is happening in such a positive way. No bullying, no anger, no fighting, only smiles, laughter, and learning. Needless to say, their smiles and laughter is contagious. These children are like sponges, soaking up the wonders of summer camp. Many of these children have never been in a lake, ridden on a horse, or even been out of their neighborhoods before attending summer camp. Our goal is to continue to grow and expand the reach of the Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund. Looking ahead in 2022, the Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund plans on going forward, continuing to increase the number of camperships and camps throughout the United States. To learn more about the Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund, please go to scottjbeaglememorialfund.com. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Hi, Tenley Sky.
Sam Parker.
Ariel Emma. Taryn Naomi.
Being of sound mind.
But acting under the duress.
And the possibility of my death due to gun violence. Direct. That a music book and how I feel about music.
My lifelong friend Puppy. And all the dreams he would have inspired.
My camera that my father passed down to me will be passed to my mother so she could guard with her life.
My aunt's necklace and the inspiration to be kind.
My pink bunny
and all the times my dad would have made me feel special.
My love for the ocean and my connection to my mom be mourned in the event of my death.
I nominate my best friend to be the keeper of all of my unrealized potential and lost promise.
As beneficiaries, they must demand stiffer background checks.
Funding for community intervention program. We fight for meaningful action against gun violence.
I declare this to be my last will and testament.
Create your last will and make your voice more powerful than a gun.
Makes me cringe when people want to be accepted more than they want to be themselves. And that just shows the type of person Guac was. He never changed for anyone and didn't think that anyone should change either. Happy 21st, I love and miss you so much.
Hola, aquí estamos parte de Desorden Público desde Caracas, Venezuela, la tierra de los padres de Joaquín. Justamente nuestro querido Joaquín estaría cumpliendo 21 años y por tal motivo, si él así lo hubiese querido, pudiera estarse comprando una cerveza y brindando con nosotros. Pero ¿saben por qué no está aquí? Porque no existe una legislación coherente que restrinja la compra y venta de armas y de municiones. Y nosotros como músicos nos sumamos a esta campaña global en contra de las armas de fuego. Y vamos a hacerlo también con música.
Así es, las tomas que van a ver son desorden público en un barrio muy popular de Caracas, el barrio de Petare, donde se habla de mucha violencia y donde también hace falta control de armas.
Nosotros, bueno, agradecidos una vez más con Manuel y con su esposa por habernos tomado en cuenta por segundo año consecutivo para celebrar un año más de Joaquín. Feliz cumpleaños, mi pana. Y bueno, esperamos estar aquí también el año que viene. Váyalo.
Salud, paz.
La canción que viene a continuación tiene un coro que para nosotros, bueno, es como muy emblemático porque además es una canción que pretende eso, ¿no? Así, golpear fuerte musicalmente hablando. Pero hoy le vamos a cambiar el coro. Vamos a ver si nos ayudan con un coro que ahora va a decir así. Vamos a ver cómo queda esto. A ver, yo digo. Ey, ey, desorden ta en Petare. 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 Ok, vamos a hacer el experimento a ver si la cantan ustedes y somos nosotros los que escuchamos el coro. Y 1, 2, 3. ¡Ey! 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 ¿Cómo es? A ver. ¡Ey! 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 Suena bonito. ¡Ey! ¡Ey! Gracias, gracias. Desorden está en Petare. Ahora sí arranca. Venga, 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 venga. ¡Vámonos! Fuerte hombres poderosos, todos cada uno de nosotros, a menos que no haya inspiración. Puñalada, tramera, alabanza y la imaginación. Rebelde por siempre, rebelde hasta la muerte. Y que el destino perdone el cansancio de la edad a la que llegues. Nunca voy a esperar morirme de hambre para cantar lo que me duele. Caracoles, cascabeles, para saber cuándo podré yo verte. Ay, mamá, morena, libertad, ¿cuándo será? ¡Cántala conmigo! Desorden tan empezaré. Hey, hey, desorden tan empezaré. Hey, hey, desorden tan empezaré. Hey, hey, desorden tan empezaré, combate, combate. Se ve súper bonito cuando ustedes nos saludan desde sus casas. Gracias, 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 gracias. ¡Hey! Empuja, empuja, empuja corazón, empuja sangre roja, corajuda desde este lado de mi pecho. Quiero estar presente en la masacre de las penas de los alambres, de moas, de las urnas y putas. Quiero estar presente y que mejoren las escuelas. Mire en mi mano que el que no inventa hierra. Nunca voy a esperar morirme de hambre para cantar lo que me duele. Caracoles, cascabeles, para saber cuándo podré yo verte. Ay, mamá, morena, libertad, ¿cuándo será? ¡Cántala conmigo! Desorden tan empezaré. Hey, hey, desorden tan hey, hey, desorden tan empezaré. Hey, hey, desorden tan empezaré. Combate. Y ahorita vamos a hacer un pedacito de una canción que le encanta a la gente que oye el reggae. Un tema de Bob Marley que se llama Get Up, Stand Up. Y dice, get up, stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up, don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up, don't give up the fight. We're seeking target for essence, cause some games start to go to heaven in Jesus' name. We know when we understand, mighty God is a living man. You can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. Now we see the light. Stand up for your rights. Come on, get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. A ver, así era. Oh, 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 oh. Ay, yo, yo, yo. Ay, yo, yo, yo. Ay, yaka, yaka, yo. Ay, yaka, yaka, yo. Say, get up for your rights. Stand up for your rights. Stand up for your rights. Y ahora, combate, combate. ¡Qué bien, qué bien, qué bien! Combate. Oh, ah, ja, ja, combate. Combate. Qué fino, muchísimas gracias. La canción que viene a continuación exige que nuestro baterista, que lo ven por allá echándole palo a ese instrumento, venga ahora a cantar. ¿Qué será lo que pasa con Desorden? Que ahora el baterista viene a cantar.
We are Patricia and Manuel Arroyo, and we are the parents of Joaquin Guac Oliver. We lost our son during the Portland shooting on February 14th in 2018. Although we know that there's nothing we can do to bring Joaquin back, there's a lot that we can do together to prevent a tragedy like this one to hit any other family in America.
That's why Change the Ref has teamed up with Brady and Teaming Up to launch our latest campaign, The Last Will. The Last Will empowers young people to create testaments of emotional possessions they want to leave behind if they're killed by gun violence. They will be able to tag your legislatures on social media to raise awareness and demand extreme risk laws, stronger background checks on gun sales, and funding for community-based violence intervention programs.
However, we need your help and your influence to spread the word.
As a change maker, we're asking you to create, report, and share your own last will to demand stricter gun laws with your followers and ask them to do the same.
Make their voice more powerful than a gun.
Buenas noches a todos. Feliz cumpleaños, Guac. Happy birthday. All of us at Giffords are thinking of you on your 21st birthday. Our gift to you is our unending dedication to fighting gun violence across America. Our goal is to make our schools, our workplace, our communities safer. We do this in your honor and also to honor all of those who have been impacted by senseless violence. We are making progress. We are saving lives. We are with you in spirit. Qué noche tan preciosa. Gracias por tenernos hoy, a Giffords, a mí, and sending all of our love tonight. Thank you.
My mind is both my greatest ally and most fierce enemy. I really like this tweet because it really relates to a lot about some of the conversations me and Joaquin used to talk about. And whenever we were stuck on something such as school or sports, we would never quit, and we put our mind to it no matter what. And whenever he was in trouble or with anything, or I was in trouble, we can always bounce off back on each other and figure it out together with our minds.
Hello, my name is Romania Dukes. I'm the founder of Mothers Fighting for Justice. I am an angel mom, and I want to wish Hakim a happy heavenly birthday. My organization, Mothers Fighting for Justice, is located down south, which is south of Miami, which is called South Dade. My organization, we take care of kids, we take care of seniors, we do wellness check, we feed the homeless, we give back to the community of all the communities that have been affected by crime and gun violence on a daily basis. And if you would like to contact me, you can reach me by email mffj411@gmail.com.
Hola, mi nombre es Patricia Padawi y soy la madre de Joaquin Oliver. Perdí a mi hijo el 14 de febrero de 2018 en la tragedia de Parkland. No hay nada que pueda traerlo de nuevo a nuestras vidas, pero hay muchas cosas que podemos hacer juntos para generar un cambio, para asegurarnos que algo así nunca vuelva a pasar. Para eso fundamos una organización sin fines de lucro llamada Change the Ref, que en español significa Cambiemos al Referee. Esta organización ha sido creada para empoderar a nuestros futuros líderes, a las generaciones más jóvenes a través de la educación, la conversación y el activismo. Change the Ref pondrá a su disposición las herramientas para llevar adelante los cambios necesarios en estos asuntos críticos que afectan nuestra nación. Si eres joven y estás viendo esto, queremos que sepas que nos inspira el coraje que tú y tus compañeros han mostrado y que haremos lo que esté en nuestro poder para darle amplitud a tu voz, para estar a tu lado y trabajar contigo hasta lograr el cambio que te mereces. Y si eres padre o madre, te pedimos que te pongas en los zapatos de tus hijos, escucha sus exigencias, sus preocupaciones y únete a su lucha para que el juego sea limpio.
All right, Guacathon. It is Guacathon 2021, and we are a few hours in, but don't worry, we have a lot more to go. I think we have about 16 hours left, so I want to see you guys excited in the comments. I want to see you guys partying. I want participation, all right? All right. Thank you for that. So you guys just heard a performance by Desorden Publico. And Desorden Publico is a ska band founded in 1985 in Caracas, Venezuela. The band's music mixes ska, Latin rock, reggae, and traditional Latin music styles. The group's lyrics are known for commenting on Venezuela's and Latin American politics and society. So, you know, basically an amazing ska band. All right, so if you liked them, I want to hear you guys dancing. I want videos, comments, I want pictures sent to us. I want to see you dancing when they come up later today. They got 2 more songs, and I want participation. Joaquin loved dancing, and I want you to dance for Joaquin on his birthday, all right? All right, so earlier today, you heard the two of the Battle of the Bands. I'm just going to recap them for you so you know who to vote for if you haven't voted already for them, or if you want to wait and see who's the best to come, and you can vote later tonight. So the first Battle of the band you heard was Xander Marks, and he played a song called Shameless. And he had these really cool sunglasses in it. If you haven't watched it, I suggest rewinding and checking it out. Also, you heard Be Mine, Phantom Valentine, Don't Let Me Bullet. And that one was featured in an NPR Tiny Desk contest, as we mentioned earlier. So again, if you haven't heard it, scroll back, listen to it so you know if you want to vote for them or if you want to wait to see who to vote for later. All right. So, you know, Joaquin loved music. We got lots of music coming up. We got 10 more Battle of the Bands. Now, we have to vote on Twitter for this. We're not doing it through the website, so we have 3 tweets on Twitter for you to vote for. We got 4 bands in each tweet. You choose your favorite one, and then we'll have a sudden death match of the 3 winning bands, and then we will crown the Guacathon Battle of the Bands champion. It's our first ever Battle of the Bands. Right?
Ever in history.
And hey, if it turns out better, if it turns out really good, we could try to do it again next year, guys. I mean, come on, right? Like, we're gonna do it better than this year. You're right, because we have to get better. We got to do it the best we can until we can fix the problems at hand. All right, so just a little teaser of who we have coming up in a little bit, of the Battle of the Bands wise, because music's my thing. All right, so we have, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. We have Outrider. We've got our boys in Boy Blue. They're also a Jersey band. Yeah. If you can tell, I'm showing some Jersey love today while I'm here in Florida. And we have bands like Roxo, Perfect Sequence, Flair the Rebel. Yeah. And we've got a ton more, but I'm not going to announce them all for you, because then how are you gonna be surprised later when you already forget who I mentioned earlier? I know. But if I rename all 10 of them now, then there's no suspense for later when they come up. I just gave you the next 4 bands, but if I tell you when every band's on, there's no hype. You guys aren't going to get excited. I know, you're disappointed. I understand. I get it. But it's okay, because we are going to have a good time. And we have other musicians here as well. We don't just have the Battle of the Bands, because we have to hype up some of the bigger guys, the people that we love to hear, Like who? Oh, well. Let me see. We've got quite a few. I don't want to get too excited here, but I must say we have Cher later. Whoa! I know. We got Cyndi Lauper, because girls just want to have fun, right? And listen, like, I'm just saying, I think we gotta have some partying here. Yeah. Whoa! Like, whoa! I want excitement. I want you in our comments. I want DMs. I want everything. I want you guys to be having a good time because Joaquin loved celebrating his birthday, and we are not going to deny him that today. All right. We want excitement. It is a party here today, guys. All right. Also, we are running a fundraiser. We are trying to get $21,000 in honor of Joaquin's 21st birthday. And we already have some very, very generous donors who I'm going to thank because we really appreciate their help.
Thank you.
All right. So, if you would like to donate to our GoFundMe, we have the links on our Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and every social media platform that we have. If you need help finding us, we're just at Change the Ref on everything. And, I'd like to thank Gail. I'm not gonna say anyone's last names because I'm not gonna butcher them all.
Let's go, Gail!
Thanks, Gail. Thanks, Todd and Tim.
Let's go, Todd and Tim!
Thank you, Anonymous, because we got 2 anonymous donations.
Anonymous!
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know who you guys are, but I really appreciate it.
We see you.
We see you. We hear you, and we're excited about it. We got Shelly. We got Sabbath.
Let's go, Shelly and Sabbath!
We got, I'm so sorry, Adernus. We got Tanya. We got Victor. We got Hillary. We got we got 2 more anonymous. Oh yeah. Very exciting today. Yeah, I mean, listen, you guys are a lot better people than me. I would donate with my name out there because I just, for some reason, need the recognition. Like, listen, maybe it's my big head. I don't know. But I'm here speaking to you, so I don't know.
Leo or something?
Yeah, I am a Leo. It's Leo season. We gotta be out there. Joaquin was a Leo, so, it makes sense. Yeah. All right? It is a fine Leo season here, but, I think we should really get back to more stuff, and you guys should not have to listen to me talking all the time. So I'm going to pass the mic over to our good friend Anna in Studio 1.
Hi guys, I'm Anna. I am back with more athletic events like Joaquin would have wanted. So the past few weeks, I've had the privilege of communicating with Steve Stowe in the days leading up to today. And he first began working with a very familiar team to Joaquin and anyone who follows basketball, the Miami Heat. Yeah! So he began working with them in 2000s. And if you do the math, that's the same year Joaquin was born. And as most of you know, Joaquin was dedicated to the Miami Heat, loved Dwayne Wade, and in my opinion, predicted how powerful the team would be today. In 2017, he tweeted, "Bam is the next Dwight Howard, don't at me." And now Bam's in Tokyo competing in the Olympics. So, you're welcome, Bam, because Joaquin sort of predicted that. So Steve is also the Vice President and Executive Director of the Miami Heat Charitable Fund, which works in South Florida. They impact the lives of at-risk families and support areas like youth programs, education, and health and wellness initiatives, and even helps Change the Ref as one of our sponsors. In June of this year, Steve participated in the Stop the Gun Violence Peace March with 2 NBA stars, Bam and Udonis. And most recently, he has helped support the Surfside community after the condo collapse that happened recently. And during all of this, Steve and the Miami Heat Charitable Fund made sure to support Change the Ref, and more importantly, join us to celebrate Joaquin's birthday today. I feel grateful to Steve and the Miami Heat for all of their support and for taking the time to meet with Manny and Patricia. So up next, we have an interview with Steve, Manny, and Patricia.
Woo! Yeah! So Steve!
This is Change the Ref, and we are Manuel and Patricia Oliver. We started this non-profit after losing our beautiful son Joaquin during the Portland shooting. We use art to expose the disastrous effects of gun violence and to empower youth to promote changes. We like the kids. They like our support.
We explain them in a very graphic way how we think, or with a crazy idea like a bulletproof fashion show in the middle of New York. But don't get me wrong, we also talk to politicians. We have our own way to do that, because at the end of the day, we're just carrying a message. We could share our thoughts on a press conference or even in the middle of a street, so we are very clear. The media will give us a space to explain who we are. They want to know why we do this and who are we doing it for. We believe there's no risk. Like the day that we were in New York and we placed a bulletproof vest on this sculpture in the middle of the city. Or we went to DC and with support of our friends, we were able to make strong statements because we have good friends, powerful partnerships. They also call us for public speaking. They want to know about our creative side and campaigns. Like the Museum of Incomplete, a place where the victims have the opportunity to show projects that they were not able to finish. Or when we decided to challenge politicians to save lives with a new version of the operation game, Impossible Operation, supported by the medical community, was a big challenge. Or the day that we came out with the candies for Valentine's, with the same messages that our kids were writing down. What about when they thought that printing 3D guns at home was a good idea? We decided to print a 3D activist, and that was a way better idea. Joaquin was back. Then the gun lobby decided that selling guns on Instagram was okay. It took us 2 weeks to stop that from happening. Or when Joaquin started sending letters to members of Congress. Using his handwriting, people will send thousands of messages. And then we came out with these bobbleheads, trying to recover the money that the NRA has given them for decades. Then they asked us to stay home, and we decided to do something from home. Soap, the antiviral weapon. When it comes to corporations, Change the Ref decided to design a gun safety certified emblem so companies can carry it and stand with us. And then we did theater, so we had more time to speak to people in a more powerful message. You don't have to be wearing my shoes because I'm telling you how to prevent it. The thing is that we love painting. We think it's a way for Joaquin to make statements, and we can travel with those statements from one place to the other. So we asked the very best ones to teach us how to do this. How do we reach more audience using street art, inside and outside of the States? And we went to Mexico, and right on the wall, we wrote a very important message. On the other side, they also murder our kids. And we started working and painting and demanding and asking and saving lives. This is beyond schools. This is beyond Portland. This is even beyond Joaquin. This is about saving lives.
Guess we're all grown up. We're grown up now. Two dumb kids. We're too poor to pay rent. So promise me we won't change in a year or two. And promise me I won't stop missing you.
You know that the whole basketball thing made created an attitude in our son Joaquin. Joaquin was raised by us and with all the good manners and the good behavior and everything that we tried as parents. When it comes to the game itself, he had no reason from our side to love any game because we're not actual fans or athletic at all. So all credit goes to Joaquin, his passion for the Heat and Wade and tournament. And so when we see the Heat logo,
He comes, once again.
There's an immediate connection with Joaquin.
Great. No, it makes us feel great, and we know that. I mean, that's something that we saw firsthand, and that's why we're here too, to continue on for him and for everybody else too.
Great. So, in order to make it easy, and we're not reporters at all. We're just parents of Joaquin. Okay. So we wrote a few questions, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to start doing my reporter role here.
Great.
So, and I Googled your name, and I see that you have been in the charity side of huge organizations, and now I understand how you are leading that branch of what the Heat as an organization means. How is the Heat charity foundation helping the community?
Well, thank you for your kind words. And, basically when Pat Riley came here, in the 90s and obviously when our ownership took over this team before that, it starts with them. You know, it starts from the top down. And the Miami Heat Charitable Fund is the fundraising arm of the team. So when I started here in 1999, it really was a time very soon after the inception of the charitable fund. And, you know, having a passion for this community, you know, being born down here, lived here my whole life, this is something that, you know, not only do I feel is my job, but it's my duty. Really, I love helping this community, and now I have this platform to use, like you said, this mark or this logo that makes people feel a certain way, and I find that to be a tremendous obligation that I have, you know, to really help out. So, you know, the last few years have been challenging. Obviously, with COVID, we haven't been able to do what we normally do, just like anybody else. But given that, we're always trying to figure out ways to assist and ways to fundraise, and really not only to just raise dollars, but to make real critical impacts on so many different people.
Yeah, that's very cool. Knowing that there's more behind what the game means.
Yeah, look, we play basketball. You know that everybody wants us to win a championship. You know, this NBA Finals being in July is exactly shows everyone the shift of how everyone has to adapt to different things in different ways. And even though we're not in the finals right now, you know, 12 months a year, we're off the court doing things in the community. So I think that's what people really come to know when they hear about the team. Yeah, we have amazing players that play on the court, and our goal is that championship. But I think it's much deeper than that. And that's what we try and tell families and kids and everything. You know, it's great to win and no one wants to lose, but there's really more to life than just the games itself, and how to be a meaningful, you know, impact on so many different things.
100%.
Yeah, well, keeping talking about the support about the community, you know, Joaquin and his passion for basketball. How do you do with those kids to keep it out of trouble as a foundation?
Yeah, well, look, we have camps going on right now at the arena, the FTX arena. We do different camps throughout the the year. We've hosted some virtually, and really we feel that we like to teach life lessons to the children through these camps. Obviously, the fundamentals are great to learn, but I think that little basketball, as you know, brings so many people together. And whether it's professional, college, high school, you know, whatever level it is, that ball brings a lot of people together, and that's why we're all here, because of that ball. So I think if you respect that, and you respect the fact that, you know, life is what you put into it, and try and do as much as you can to help others, the game of basketball is a beautiful way to really enhance everything that you do.
Great.
Great.
We have another one.
Okay, yeah. So we have always admired how NBA players make public statements and share their thoughts. Do you think there is a line that sports figures should not cross?
Well, I think now, you know, is a time where, you know, everybody has an opinion of things, and how things should be and what people should do. And I look at everybody as a human being, you know. You know, a lot of people look at NBA players and look at them as an NBA player, or a celebrity, right? Or a role model, or I look at everybody as the same. You both have had such an impact on so many people beyond any celebrity, any NBA player can have, you know, and it comes from your heart. So I think, you know, when somebody is in the NBA at a young age, it's a lot to ask, you know, sometimes for them to be someone who maybe they're not, you know, yet comfortable in that space. Dwayne was a perfect example of that. You know, as you saw, Dwayne Wade was somebody who I learned from during that whole time, you know, when the tragedy happened, and I knew him from when he was drafted, you know, first here, and we've had many conversations about this. And I've asked him how is he strong, and how is he able to speak to the families, and I did the same thing, and it wasn't easy. But I think that, you know, throughout life, you know, things happen and moments happen in your life that that can't define your life, but at the same time that can impact your life. And I think that's the most important thing is to treat everybody as human beings. If we could get back to that understanding that people are human beings, I think the world will be much better off, and our community will much be better off, instead of labeling, you know, as a celebrity, an NBA player, NFL player, this and that, a coach, or this or that. We're all the same. And I think sometimes that's where we as a society need to do a better job of treating people for who they are as a human being, and not what they stand for, or what their job is, or what their profession is, you know?
Right. That makes total sense. So now I'm gonna bring you to a little more, how would say that? An answer that might be a little, put some pressure on you right now. I'm going directly to what gun violence has been doing to the community. So since we lost our beautiful son, Joaquin, more than 140,000 people have died. Mm-hmm. That is from gun violence. That is 7 American Airlines Arena packed. Yeah. If you want to figure the amount of people. So Steve's opinion, how do we stop this from happening?
Look, unfortunately, I've been touched by this as well. I think it's horrible. I think that you're right. It keeps happening, you know, and what can we do? How can you do your part? You know, it's bigger than us sometimes. It's frustrating because you never want to see it happen again. You never want to hear another story. And we all get, now we're so used to hearing about it, and it doesn't make it right. So look, we did start some pretty serious conversations here that weren't easy. And it really started last year to come into fruition, where it wasn't specifically gun violence, but it dealt with having to work with the Miami Police Department. We're the first ever team in the history of sports, of any league, to partner with a local law enforcement agency in training and human development and human sensitivity. Now, what that is a relationship. It's creating relationships between the community and relationships between a city department where we play in the city of Miami. Now, that's not directly related to anything gun violence, so to speak, but in the fact that that was something that we figured out, we have a solution to a lot of these issues that are going on. And it's kind of what I just alluded to a few minutes ago, is working together, treating people like human beings. Now you fast forward a little bit, and you're right, there's been more gun violence since then. It continues to keep happening right in our, you know, backyard here. It's horrific. It's terrible. So then now we're joining forces with all of the local law enforcement agencies to basically say, this is enough. You know, what can we do? Because what people are doing and what we're seeing is people are afraid to speak up. People are afraid to say things when they see things, and they're afraid for those consequences. So we want people to talk, to communicate. And just recently, last month, we partnered with all of the different South Florida law enforcement agencies with a march against gun violence. It was in 62nd Street. We all marched in the rain. It was about 1,000 of us. And I heard since then the numbers have dramatically dropped off. Now I don't know if you can, you know, obviously pinpoint that, but I think that visually, me being there and seeing 1,000 people walk down the street, telling people in that particular neighborhood where there was some, you know, mass shootings, that enough is enough. We, you know, stop the violence against gun violence. So that, I think, is something that now you're going to be seeing a lot more from us. Then, unfortunately, the Surfside tragedy happened the week after. We obviously jumped into action with that. We're really looking at, there's a program, Summer Heat, that we haven't publicly talked about, that the Miami Police Department is launching, to have a gun buyback program in South Florida. So we're just beginning. Unfortunately, it takes time, as you know. A lot of these things get caught up in with red tape and politically, but we're here to walk the walk behind the community and stand for what we believe in, and we're shoulder to shoulder with you on this, and you know that. So this is something that I see in the next few months. You'll be hearing a lot more from us on it. And we're hoping if it's one, if it's two, it's going to make a difference, and to teach these people that this is not the way to handle things. And going back to, again, what I said is really teaching that human aspect and human relationship part of this, because really, if we continue this way, I don't know. I don't know. I have no answers for it, and it's unacceptable. So I think it affects everybody, and you better believe that you'll have the team here behind it and really pushing to make some major changes in the future. And we know it takes time, but we can only really control our area of South Florida is what I feel. It'd be great to have this everywhere. But as we know, our community is something that we live in, and we can control more than others. So that's something that we're really working on, and I'm excited to do it, because I feel, you could tell, I mean, it just pains me, this stuff, and I want it to stop. So it's something that I'm really behind, and I think the team is behind us with it as well.
Well, listen, please, I'm so glad that you're giving all that information, not only to us, but everybody that is listening to this interview. Have an open invitation to call us at any time so we can be part of that. Reason for that is that I don't see at this point, knowing my son Joaquin, anything else that he will rather do after what happened than being with his favorite team, working together hand to hand. So give us a call whenever you need us to be included in that. And let's get more teams involved, because that's something that we can certainly do. I really believe in NBA players and the power of organizations like yours to raise your voice, because everyone listens to you guys.
No, absolutely. Right? I was able to have Bam Adebayo that day with me, and Udonis Haslam march alongside us. And what's really nice now, as you've seen with Surfside, a lot of these agencies are coming together, which I said to a few people the last time this happened was during Parkland. And it should not be, that should not be the only time we come together, is when something tragic happens. It's not right. So that was the one similarity that I saw, that I saw people come together, and it doesn't have to be. So I want to proactively do it. And obviously now with the partnership with the Miami PD, can be stronger with us. When they see this logo, they say to me, thank you for what you're doing. And when I see them, I drive out of here every night after a game, and I roll my window down to the Miami police officers, and I say, thank you for what you're doing. And they kind of get taken back, because I think that we're in a time now, we're so conflicted. It's very hard to have an opinion and to stand for what you believe in, and people really want to be heard. And I think that's what this is about, is coming together and figuring out a way how to make this community better. And gun violence, unfortunately, happens to be and has been a terrible issue in many ways. So we're working on that, and we're with you on it. So yeah, obviously feel free to keep in touch with us, and I'll keep in touch with you guys on this as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Really, I appreciate all your thoughts.
It's
amazing.
We have one more question.
Sure.
Oh yeah. We want to know, what was your 21st birthday celebration like? Be honest.
I'm only honest. I'm full honest, and we can talk because we have the beard connection. So no, so my 21st birthday, it was a really unique time, because I happened to, I went to University of Florida undergraduate, and that year, my final year, I was selected to do a business abroad semester. I don't even know to this day how I was selected, because my grades weren't that impressive at the time, but there was a whole series of reasons, and I think they knew I wasn't going to complain if they sent me there. So I went to London, and I had my 21st, and I went to London by myself. Born and raised in Miami. It rained every day. It was cloudy every day.
Shocking moment. Yeah.
I had no friends, homesick, no cell phones, no email. I mean, think about it, literally by myself for my 21st birthday. So this maybe can bring some joy to you to know, like, you don't
it does.
Right? Or like, oh, this means something. So my 21st birthday, I was like, nobody knows. This is a big thing. And my nobody, like, nobody's calling you, nobody's writing you. You're just turning 21 on your own. And I went to a pub, I think, by myself, and told people that it was my birthday. And I remember to this day, they had like 21 shots that they wanted me to try and do. And I just remember that night being alone, really being by myself and saying, this is not what it's supposed to be. And it was like a life lesson to know that, hey, you know what? Every day should be your birthday. Every day should be something that you're thankful for. And I believe that. Like I say to people a lot when I see them, happy birthday. And they're like, it's not my birthday. I'm like, but it is, because, like, why not? Why not celebrate today? So I honestly think that that was a good time for me to realize that, okay, this is not what it's supposed to be, but it's okay. And it kind of grounded me for the future. And I'm like you and Joaquin, I love birthdays, and I think that everybody should celebrate. But yeah, that night, I hate to say it, I was very alone. Very alone.
Listen, we're sorry for that.
Yeah, but now you're laughing about it.
We're gonna fix it. Next time we see you, we're gonna have a few drinks for your 21st birthday.
The culture of Miami, I think people said, "Oh, it's so sunny today." I was like, "It's not sunny," But no, that whole experience was a good experience, because when I came back to the United States, I really learned about that there's so much other. There's another world out there outside of Miami and outside of University of Florida at the time. And it really was a great experience to be able to learn from students all over the world at the time. Like I said, without a cell phone, without an email. I teach a class at Barry University and speak at University of Florida now all the time. And it dates you when you say, how did you communicate to classmates or without a phone, right? Or without email? Or how did you take a test without email? So that was an interesting time, but yeah, it definitely shows us how to move on, and whatever happens, like we said, it's not a defining moment, and just remember it and move on from that.
Which is one of the reasons why this youth generation that is emerging here is so powerful. I mean, they have all the tools to communicate, to exchange ideas, progress.
Yes, I mean that. Absolutely.
In a lifetime.
Yeah, like that. They have the power, and I love that. And I'm trying to get younger with them, because I need to know what they're doing, because I don't want to myself too much, right? Because then you won't be able to understand. But you're right. They have the power right now to communicate and to really that is power, and I think we see that. So we'll see what the future holds. With people like you guys here still going strong, I love it. I love to see you guys doing this, and it gives me strength. And we're here together in it. So anything we can do, we're here. And again, I'm fortunately that we had to meet under these circumstances, but I feel that we're all better for that we got a chance to come together, and we're going to do some things to really help some people forever from this.
Well, Steve, thank you for your time. Thank you for your conversation, your advices to people, and your stories, including the London story there.
Hopefully it made you laugh a little bit.
But here you are, so this is important for us.
What would you be saying to Joaquin on a day like today?
Look, a day like today, first of all, happy birthday every day. You know, every day we honor him. Every day that just so you know, and not to get sad or emotional, every day that I come here is for him. Okay. Because the lives that were impacted that day when we found out about what happened, like I told you earlier, I have a higher duty than my job. This is beyond a job. This is beyond a career. This is something that my blood runs about this stuff. And I don't want to hear this ever happen again. And I'll do whatever it takes, you know. So what I would say to him is, please, you know, just know that we have him in our hearts and our souls every day here when we play. And Dwayne does too. And whether Dwayne's retired in LA or Utah now, wherever he is, it's a huge part of our heart is your family, and we'll never forget it, and we'll always have it. So even if we don't speak, I haven't seen you guys in a while, I want him and you to know that you're part of our family, and part of that makes my heart beat is knowing that I have you guys out there, you know, pounding the street, doing exactly what we do, and we're not going to stop. So that's what I would say, is just to let him know that we're here, and it's whatever it takes.
Thank you so much. Great interview.
Thank you, my friend.
Hey guys, we'll see you soon. Thank you for having me, and
thank you,
Joaquin, and we'll talk soon. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Take care.
Take care, guys.
Bye, Steve. Thank you so much.
Man has sent out into the world. But the tweet that really resonated with me was Joaquin's tweet where he said, "Put your masculinity to the side and watch 500 Days of Summer," just because, just in my experience with him, like anybody who's a friend of Joaquin knows he doesn't care about the whole masculinity, feminine, like he's just gonna be himself, and that's it, and that's all that matters. There's a video out there, if you've definitely seen it before, where Joaquin's just singing his heart out to Shower by Becky G. It was me, Joaquin, Sam in the car, and like that video, you can just see the pure joy he had. He wasn't worried about his masculinity, his feminine side. Like he didn't care about any of that. He was just loving life and enjoying himself, and just how much he didn't care about the opinion of others. Just like that's something that always resonated with me. And he's like that part about him. Just like it helped me become a better person, and just tune out everybody else and just do what you want to do. So love you, brother. Miss you. Happy birthday.
Hello everyone. My name is Shondell Brooks, and I'm honored to be here and be a part of such a special day. It's Joaquin Oliver's 21st birthday, and he should have been here to celebrate with his family and friends. Gun violence is an epidemic. Gun violence destroys lives and causes a lifetime of pain. The shooter took Joaquin's life, but couldn't take his energy. I want to say happy celebration of his life. I have come to know Joaquin through working with his parents on the battlefield for safe gun laws. My family and I are inspired and encouraged by the excellent work by Patty and Maddie Oliver are doing through the energy and the vision of Joaquin. His voice and message is heard loud and clear through you. You are making him proud. The way we became allies and then family is through our pain and love for our children, through the murder of our babies. Since the tragic death of my son Akila in the Waffle House mass shooting on April 22nd, 2018, my family and I have committed our lives to transforming our pain into advocacy. We share a painful reality to encourage others to become more educated on ways to keep their loved ones safe and to bring about change and awareness on the reality of ending gun violence. Since then, we have founded the Akila da Silva Foundation, which was created in response to the murder of my son Akila. We are determined and motivated to save lives. by equipping and educating, spreading awareness on gun violence to everyone that is impacted and wants to escape the cycle of violence. The Foundation charitable purposes are to prevent gun violence and other forms of violence and victimization through education and awareness. By creating a culture of engaged youths and adults committed to identifying, intervening, and getting help for individuals who might be at risk of hurting themselves or others. Also, with an emphasis on promoting peace and love, as evidenced by the artistic endeavor and memories of Aquila. During his life, Aquila spoke against guns and violence in his music and more. A verse from one of Aquila's song, Prophet, goes like this. Forget about making a hashtag. Let's throw all the guns in a trash bag. He was disgusted by the many young people who lost their lives due to gun violence, including some of his friends. Some of his friends who were affected or lost their lives to gun violence. We will continue to keep Aquila and Joaquin's message to the forefront of our work. We'll continue to allow their voices to lead the way and their energy to carry us. Patty and Manny Oliver, we will continue to stand with you as we both fight for change. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this special celebration of Joaquin's 21st birthday. Thank you to everyone that is fighting to keep us all safe.
Had no food to eat. They talking all that mess without no action. I'm telling you, we done being passive. This is the way I'm reacting. Bill taking over, we gon' rise together. We can do whatever, even change the weather. You know that it's better that we work together. Put it in the effort. I live in the shelter, and I'm never going back. So I do whatever to get all the racks, including putting my whole life on the track, including putting the whole bill on my back. Stacks, put a fat rack in a backpack with a Mac at. Gotta know where the cash at. Forget about making the hashtag. Let's throw all the guns in the trash bag. I'ma make a profit. Nah, I'ma be the prophet. Yeah, shout out Master Prophet. Hey, we the realest option.
I, Tenley Sky,
Sam Parker.
Ariel Emma. Taryn Naomi.
Being of sound mind.
But acting under the duress.
And the possibility of my death due to gun violence. Direct that a music book and how I feel about music.
My lifelong friend Puppy and all the dreams he would have inspired.
My camera that my father passed down to me will be passed to my mother so she could go out with her life.
My aunt's necklace and the inspiration to be kind.
My pink bunny and all the times my dad would have made me feel special.
My love for the ocean and my connection to my mom be mourned in the event of my death.
I nominate my best friend to be the keeper of all my unrealized potential and lost promise.
As beneficiaries, they must demand stiffer background checks.
Funding for community intervention program. We fight for meaningful action against gun violence.
I declare this to be my last will and testament. Create your last will and make your voice more powerful than a gun.
Welcome back. And if you're just joining us, thank you again. My name is Megan Hobson, and I'm last year's Bravest Activist Award winner. And woo! And I am going to be here today to talk about who is it that we're going to be having as our newest Bravest Activist for this year. Before I get into the nomination highlight for right now, this moment, I want to take this time to talk about how today, August 4th, 2 years ago, was the Dayton shooting that took place, where 24-year-old Connor Betts was shot and killed, where he shot and killed 9 people and injured 17 others near the entrance of the Ned Peppers Bar in Oregon District, Dayton, Ohio. Betts was fatally shot by the responding police officer, and 32 seconds after the first shots were fired, a total of 27 people were taken to areas, hospitals surrounding. Today, we are holding close to us anyone who was affected by this tragic shooting, and we are celebrating those who have been activating since then and doing all they can to fight with us to end gun violence. So a moment of silence for those. Thank you. So, as I stated, it's time again for us to highlight another one of our bravest activists. And if you have not yet voted, voting is still open. You can go onto our Instagram. You're going to click the link in our bio. You're going to see the Bravest Activist Award right at the top. You could just make sure that you fill in your information at the link and then select who it is that you think is going to be the Bravest Activist winner for this evening. Right now, we're going to talk about Jovania Young McDowell. Jovania Young McDowell. Jovania McDowell is a military wife and a mother who currently resides in Georgia. Jovania became a survivor of gun violence when her 14-year-old son was shot and killed while visiting family members for spring break in Savannah. He was shot by another teen playing with an unsecured firearm. She is a gun violence survivor, a fellow with the Everytown Survivor Network, and a survivor membership lead for Georgia. During her 4 years as a fellow, Jovania has shared her story, her survivor story, to various audiences, and including being featured in Essence, Vogue, Humanity, and People magazines. She is also the 2020 Remarkable Woman recipient, representing her hometown of Savannah, Georgia. The tragic death of her son has led her to bring awareness to an issue plaguing our communities: gun violence. She writes poetry to be transparent, and also she says it is therapeutic. I had the pleasure of meeting Miss Jovania in 2019 at what was the gun violence candidate, the gun violence candidates from Everytown Survivor Network, where they were questioning those who were trying to be our president in 2020 about what it is that they would do if elected. So I was pleased to meet her then, and I was definitely able to witness the work that she's doing in her community, and she is on fire. So I wanted to also take this time to say the thank you to her for all the work that she's doing. And if you would like to keep up or follow what she's doing, be sure to check her out, not just today for the Guacathon, but after today as well. It's important that we elevate the work of the people who are in our communities. It's important that we keep on talking about the importance of securing our firearms safely so that they don't get into the hands of our young kids. And it's important for us to let people know that guns are not fun. They're not fun to play with. Anything can go wrong when using a firearm. So we just always have to be sure that we are practicing safety when we are using firearms. I also would like to highlight Mr. Igor Volsky. And Igor Volsky is the director of Guns Down America, which was founded in 2016. It is uniquely positioned to quickly stand up for the advocacy campaigns that are responsive to the moment, that specific moment, and build the necessary coalitions both within the gun violence prevention movement and outside of it to achieve success. Igor has spent 10 years working as a deputy director of the Center for American Progress Action Fund, building coalitions for rapid response campaigns across various issues. We wanted to thank Igor for all of his work that he is doing. It is so important. And for us to also talk about the importance of us building coalitions and partnerships with people in this fight. One of the things that I will add is that during my time as an activist, which has been the past 9 years, for those of you who do not know me, I was shot when I was 16, which prompted me to become what is an activist and to advocate for myself and others who have experienced gun violence the way that I have. And I think that one of the most important lessons that I've learned is the power of coalitions. Together, when we fight, we can definitely fight, and we are a lot louder. We bring more power to this issue. And so we have to make sure that we are always on the forefront making and building coalitions and partnerships with those who are advocating for accessibility to resources for survivors and people who are also on the outside who don't know much about gun violence in terms of they haven't experienced it directly. We have to make sure that we elevate the stories of survivors that we know impacted to help bring awareness to our issue to those who do not understand. And bear in mind, you are fortunate if you do not know or have experienced gun violence in America. So, again, that is our highlight for right now. If you have not voted already, be sure to make sure that you go and vote. The link is on our bio on Instagram. You're going to go to Instagram at @ChangeTheRef. The Bravest Activist Award is going to be the first tab, and then after you click that tab and fill out your information, you're going to be sure to vote for your favorite and bravest activist. I wanted to take this time to again say happy birthday, Joaquin. All of this that we are doing today is not just to celebrate your life and who you are, but to celebrate the people who are doing what would have probably been your mission as well. Can you guys hear me? What would have probably been your mission as well, which is to fight for equality as it relates to our right to live free of gun violence. So again, I'm Megan Hobson, and we're getting ready to switch over to Lydia in our other studio. If she's ready, can I hear if Lydia's ready? I'm ready. She's ready, and we're going over now.
Hi everyone, I'm Lydia. I'm so happy to be here today, and I'm a member of the Change the Rep social media team, and I am here today for a very important reason, and that is to thank our sponsors who are huge supporters, and without them, this event would not be possible. So thank you, first of all, to Giffords, led by the incredible Congresswoman and gun violence survivor, Gabby Giffords. Can we have a round of applause for that? Woo! Thank you to everyone at Brady. Your team is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Brady. And for Amnesty International, as well as Pearl Jam's Vitalogy Foundation. And that is so exciting to us, because not only was Pearl Jam a part of Guacathon 2020 last year, but you may or may not see something Pearl Jam related today, but you'll just have to keep your eyes open and stay tuned. Thank you to the Miami Heat, which is such an incredible sponsor considering the reason that we're here today, which is obviously to celebrate Joaquin's 21st birthday. So I just wanted to also say happy 21st birthday, Joaquin. This is such a special event, and I'm so honored that I'm able to be here today. So obviously, as you all know, Joaquin was a huge Miami Heat fan. So to have them as a sponsor means so much to everyone here. Thank you also to March for Our Lives. And as you all know, March for Our Lives was kind of founded here in Parkland. And so it means so much to continue to work together, all of us. Thank you to Guns Down America and also Gun Safety Alliance. Let's have a round of applause since we have so many amazing organizations. Thank you also to Newtown Alliance and Everytown for Gun Safety, as well as Orange Ribbons for Jamie. And orange ribbons symbolize the favorite color of Jamie Guttenberg, who's the inspiration for this incredible organization. And orange happens to be the color of gun safety as well. So I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you to Gays Against Guns, and who we've also worked with. For example, in Guac, My Son, My Hero, the incredible show that we've toured with before. We've worked together with them in New York and other places as well. Thank you also to Song Strong, inspired by the incredible Ethan's song and his family, and Kristen's song is also nominated for the Bravest Activist Award. So definitely go vote for her and check out our other candidates as well. Thank you to Now This, Stop, and Jivapedia as well, which I really liked how it was explained that Jivapedia arms policymakers, the public, and also advocates with facts and data. So thank you, and we were also working with them for this event, as you saw earlier if you were watching our previous segments. Thank you to Life Camp, Survivors Empowered, and Swim for Nick, all amazing, incredible organizations. Thank you to the Scott Beagle Foundation, and you might have heard Scott's amazing mother, Linda Beagle, earlier in that amazing conversation. Thank you also to Mending Hearts with Megan, and Megan is here today, as you probably just saw. So we are so incredibly honored and happy to have her be a part of this. And of course, you know, she was 2020's Bravest Activist, the winner of that award. So yay, Megan, thank you. We also have mothers fighting for justice, and as Manny said earlier, there's nothing more powerful than a mother's testimony and a mother fighting for justice, like our incredible Patricia, and so many amazing mothers across this country. Woo!
Hi, Romania, are you watching? Are you watching? I just catch Lydia talking about you. My love, they're gonna meet you later on. They're gonna see you, okay? Everybody will know about my dear Romania. Romania, yeah.
Another huge thank you. I keep saying thank you, but there's really nothing else we can say to express our immense gratitude. So thank you to Dark Roots Tattoo, which is in North Carolina, and you definitely should check out our Instagram stories from yesterday to see some of the amazing tattoos and what they're doing to help out for Guacathon.
Thank you guys for being part of Guacathon. Thank you so much. The designs you sent over are
so
great.
Incredible. Yes.
Anna, show it to me. We're going to show it to you guys. We're going to share those beautiful designs. Thank you so much for being part of the team. Change the Rep Guacathon Joaquin's 21st birthday. Yes!
Woo! And we have a few organizations left to thank. Thank you so much to all of these amazing sponsors, truly. We have Triumph Motorcycles Florida and Ducati Motorcycles Florida. So a different type of organization, but we appreciate the support so much. Thank you to Main Street Beacon, and this is close to where I live in New York, so it's amazing that the town next to my hometown is supporting us as well. And we have another member from Change the Ref from Beacon, so thank you, Main Street Beacon. And last but not least, we want to thank El Tiempo Latino. So thank you so much to everyone, and we truly cannot express our gratitude enough, and your support is beyond appreciated. So thank you. And
Tiempo Latino, guys from the Tiempo Latino, thank you so much.
Thank you.
There to covering our story in Spanish. Thank you so much. Let's keep working together, guys. Let's keeping the work, and we need some more to be part of our team, okay?
Absolutely.
Because all of them that you see behind us, the organizations that just Lydia explained to you what they about to work with, it's very important to keep growing it. So it doesn't matter how the size is, it's the intentions you have to move with a really good mission that is to end this epidemic.
Absolutely.
So we're counting on you guys.
Thank you so much. And now on to our next segment. See you later.
Okay, here we are. This is it. You can listen to the music that we are in Miami, right? Second day of the show. So far, everything's good. Free parking lot, of course. And then let's see what happens here. Okay.
It was my first experience in a show. Pretty easy to get in, $12. And then you start seeing different things. Oh, actually the same things that I see outside. But whoa, wait a minute. What is he carrying? What is he buying? Oh my God. And then they say this is not a political thing, but of course it is. There's an inclination at least. So I kept walking. I see this special AR-15 rifle, pistols, black in colors. I asked the guy, how long will it take for me to take the background check? Oh, a few minutes. And then you can go home with a very strong weapon. Ghost gun? Nope. And he's selling it for $2,000? I'm out of here. I still haven't found what I came here looking for. Bingo! For Florida residents only, no paperwork and no waiting period. That sounds very interesting. Just like this guy is interested in this, whatever that is. Looks pretty cool. So I already found what I'm looking for, and I have to get my cash out, like $1,000. And then finally, this guy gets my cash and my ID. He's looking at my ID while I'm wearing the mask. So there is no way to see that I am actually the guy on the ID. Then I got a smaller box than the rifle, so they won't fit. He asked me to buy the ammunition, so I'll be all set. I went to the ammunition lady. She said, I don't know what ammunition do you need. Go back and ask. I went back, asking the guy, hey, dude, listen, I want to buy ammunitions. What is it that I need to buy? He wrote a little note. I came back, and finally, I got my ammunition. A little box with 20 bullets inside. Then I left, and I was all set. I had a rifle, magazine, and bullets. Not only I got this today without any background check, I also got, I got the whole thing. I'm all set. The guy insisted that I should buy everything at the show so I could start using this today. I don't know what's the rush. I don't know why anybody will need that rush, but apparently some people take advantage of it. And here I am, ready to shoot. But I'm not gonna shoot anyone. We all know that. I'm gonna do my thing. So now that I own this rifle and I legally own it, apparently, I can break it into little pieces, thousands of little pieces, or at least 100 or more little pieces. And I have this set up studio for melting metals right in my backyard. So I'm putting them together. There you go, rifle. I'm gonna try to make something beautiful out of it. Not easy, but you know what? I've done harder things. So now the trophies of the 2021 Guacathon will be trophies of Joaquin, our beautiful son, made out of rifles, bought without any background check.
Halls of education are once again under attack by lobbyists and gun fetishists, nourishing their souls of black. They say to toe the line, while still more children die. They hide behind the guise of serving the law. Is the life of a child worth more than your right to a gun? Then say it loud and clear, once and for all. We can do more for the lives we lost. We can do more with fire in our hearts. We can do more. We can do more. Get away from the middle ground. Fight back and take a stand. March for the light before the hourglass runs out its end. The point of no return is a place we will burn if we refuse to learn, refuse to hear the call. See the perspective of the front of the barrel of the gun. Know and respect it. No more time to stall. We can do more for the lives we lost. We can do more with fire in our hearts. We can do more. We can do more.
Alyssa Al-Hadef, age 14. Joaquin Oliver, age 17. Jamie Gutenberg, age 14. Dylan Hockley, age 6. Madeline Sue, age 6. Catherine Hubbard, age 6. Chase Kowalski, age 7. Jesse Lewis, age 6. Caitlin Hammer, age 19. Jeremy Herbstrick, age 27. Rachel Hill, age 18. Emily Hilscher, age 19. John Tomlin, age 16. Kelly Fleming, age 16. Daniel Mauser, age 15. Charlotte Bacon, age 6. Abiel Richmond, age 6. Benjamin Wheeler, age 6. Allison Wyatt, age 6.
Out of your politics and find a way. Remember their names. Know the time is not too late to say never again.
So on April 19, 2016, my brother tweeted out, "Family will always come first, and that includes all my brothers." Me and Joaquin's relationship, man, the type of person Joaquin was, is that he showed you love no matter what. This man's energy, this man's whole persona was that he just loved you no matter what. If you were important to him, if you were his brother, if you were his friend, if you were his girlfriend, if you were his family, he would literally do whatever it takes. He would do whatever. He would do anything for you. And that's one thing that he taught me, and that's why I love him so much. And rest in peace, my brother. Bow!
I was absolutely robbed, and due to a completely senseless act of violence at the hand of a gun. I lost my father to gun violence. He was shot and killed when I was 19 years old. I was actually a freshman in college when I got the call that he had been shot and killed a block away from, where I grew up in the neighborhood in West Las Vegas, and where I would later come back to work in. Literally, someone walked into a local corner convenience store. The gentleman apparently was trying to steal something from that store. My father was in the back of the store. He was working at the time as a cook at that store, and the guy left. He was thrown out of the corner store by the owner, and moments later, apparently, he came back in with a shotgun and started shooting. And my father took a bullet. They called the ambulance, and he died on his way to the hospital. I've heard from families, obviously, who've been affected by gun violence, and I know how it made me feel, how it made my family feel, and I don't want any other family to have to feel that loss of losing a loved one to gun violence. Well, it's incredibly frustrating because I know that overwhelmingly the American people support common sense background checks. They support closing the gun show loophole. They support, putting back in place the ban on assault weapons. They support the provisions around spouses and boyfriends not being able to have access to a gun after they've committed domestic violence. These are common sense things, but we need to center the voices of those who've been affected by the pain so that they can help shape the policy. I'm not interested in trying to convince every person on the other side, because unfortunately, some of them are bought and paid for by the gun lobby. I just wish my colleagues on the Republican side here in the House and in the Senate would put the interest of the people over the interest of the gun lobby. I do not believe that the gun lobby should dictate what bills we ultimately pass here in Congress and put on the president's desk. And I would encourage every young person to do anything and everything that you can to put pressure on your elected officials to hold them accountable to do what you already know is right. You know these things make sense. You know you want to live in a community and a society that values people and not the gun lobby. Hold those of us who run for and are elected to office accountable to do what we said we were going to do and to do it now. That we cannot wait for the next mass shooting.
I of course want to express my condolences people have on both sides of the aisle for the grievous loss of life that we've seen in the last 2 weeks. But as you said, Mr. President, we see it every day. And I'm listening to the testimony and to the conversations on both sides of the aisle, and I feel like we live in a bizarro world where we forget the very mandate of our government, of our federal government. And so the best mandate is perhaps the Constitution of the United States of America that begins with the purpose of why we're all here. And I just read the first 4 reasons why we're here. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, and provide for the common defense. And if you look at that in the context of the slaughter of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Americans, I'm roughly 50 years old. In my lifetime, there are more people that have died of gun violence than in every single war in our nation's history, from the revolution to the current wars going on right now. Why are we here? Why did we establish this government if not to better defend ourselves? And yet we see slaughter every day and don't understand that it's not just the horrors of that, but we are way out of step with every other nation on the planet Earth in the number of Americans that are being killed. And somehow we don't think we have the power to stop this. And it hurts. I tell you, these are not data. This is not statistics. I've stood on too many sidewalks that were stained with blood. I've seen too many bodies covered. More than one occasion, Mr. Chairman, me or one of the people I was with tried desperately to stop someone from bleeding out from gunshot wounds. And it trashes our strength and our economy, because every gunshot wound in America costs us hundreds of thousands of dollars. But that's nothing compared to what it's doing to our nation's soul. We must create a more beloved community. And the lies or the fear-mongering about how somehow law-abiding citizens won't have access to guns is just belied by the evidence and the data. Hi, everyone. It's Cory Booker. Thank you so much. Not just for inviting me to share a few words celebrating Joaquin and his incredible legacy as part of this Guacathon, but thank you for continuing to make a difference. This is a national movement, and you all are moving the needle. So I want to thank you for believing that we can be a nation that actually rids us of this kind of gun violence. That kind of audacious vision is the only way we're going to make it a reality. So I want to thank everybody, especially Manny and Patricia. Thank you for all of your work.
Hey guys, hey Guac, happy birthday. We got a bunch of people here from Gays Against Guns who want to wish you a happy birthday. And sending all our love down to you guys, Manny and Patricia. Constant inspiration to all of us. Much love. And happy birthday, Guac.
Hey, I'm Sean Stefanik. And you, Guac, I'd like to wish a happy birthday. I'd also like to thank you, Manny and Patricia, for everything you do. And as a member of the gun violence prevention movement, you know we're all ready to do this with you in solidarity and love. So let's continue doing this. Happy birthday, Guac.
Happy birthday to Joaquin, 21st birthday. I'm sending all my love to Manny and Patty Oliver, who do such important work in the face of the unimaginable. Love you both. And everyone else, Guacathon, donate where you can before this happens to you.
Hey Guac, it's Jay from Gays Against Guns. Happy birthday. Thank you for inspiring your parents to do such great work and to keep making such good trouble.
Happy birthday, Joaquin. We won't stop fighting until America is safe for kids, dogs, grandparents, and everybody in between. We love you and remember you every day.
Happy heavenly birthday, Guac.
Patty, Manny, I'm sending back all the love, light, and beauty that you put out into the world in Joaquin's name and celebrating his birthday with you. Love you and thank you.
And I stash it away. Stash it away. And I stash it away.
Two friends were coming home from being away for the 4th of July weekend. And as they emptied their car and entered their home in Fort Greene, a push-in robber followed them in. He tied them both up. He tied Amanda to the bed, and he tied Sylvia in another room to a chair. And he decided, well, I'm not just going to rob these lesbians, I am going to rape this one. Sylvia was my softball teammate, Amanda was my teammate. And Sylvia realized what was happening, that he intended to rape Amanda, and heroically got loose and ran in, and he shot her in the head. And she died instantly. One day she was there, and the next she was not. It hurts like crazy to lose people you love to gun violence. I don't want anybody else to go through this and feel this pain. So that's why I'm a member of Gays Against Guns. We do whatever it takes to end this plague.
With gun violence, Pulse was a catalyst. We know what it's like to have our bars raided regularly, but never before with a semi-automatic weapon.
This was born of a need to tell the folks who think they might want to fuck with us that we are not going to take it.
I don't think any of us were really sure what it would develop into, but initially it was going to be protests. It was going to be arrests. We've developed to be much more than that.
We took it out to the street. This wide, broad-based, intersectional movement that crosses every possible line. And we made it something passers-by would have to react to, using the tools of public anger, of activism, of street theater.
Oh, it's not even sticking!
What, because it's so fucking wet? All right, you know what?
I got this.
Jesus Christ!
using our gayness, our faggotry, as part of our armor to show everyone who we are.
Glitter is very important.
We get people riled up. We are catching people's eye.
Our friend Tigger Ferguson came in with this fantastic idea called the Human Beings, and they honor someone who's been killed in gun violence. They would be silent and they would march in unison, and we all thought that was just heartbreakingly beautiful. We started that campaign with the 49 people from Pulse, but it has expanded now through GAG to represent a variety of people.
I just knew pretty quickly that I needed to do something about it. And as we talked, I realized I wanted us all to carry signs, but I wanted people to pick their person. You know their face, you know their name, you know something about their story, you might know who their lover is. Make that kind of connection, make it that personal. And this was utterly unlike anything I'd ever experienced.
To walk in the shoes of a person who's been killed and think about that person's life, what they left behind. You are fully in that person's space.
You are a beacon for this person. You really are truly representing this individual who is no longer with us. When you start to see how you're affecting people, it is unbelievable. This was a life wiped out needlessly because someone had a gun. I'm going to carry that experience with me for the rest of my life.
The whole Pulse massacre was very targeted towards our community. Even though I grew up in the AIDS crisis with people dying left and right, I buried 22 friends by the time I was 21. And there was something I had not felt in years of fear.
When the Pulse shooting happened, there were shockwaves from the AIDS crisis that reverberated through that experience for me and for a lot of other people that I know. We used the experience of living through the AIDS crisis to inform our decision to try to end gun violence, because we don't want people to die, and we don't want people to have the same feelings that we have when we think about our ex-boyfriends who aren't alive anymore. That's why we fight so hard, and that's why I cannot fucking for the life of me understand someone who thinks that their freedom is more valuable than someone's life.
So many things that are really fucked up about the US go right through gun violence. It's a race issue. Police officers are shooting unarmed black folks. Young queer kids are more at risk of suicide.
I have personally known of 3 transgender women that have been murdered.
Lockdown drills, domestic violence, mass shootings.
I refuse to accept this as the kind of world that I'm going to leave behind for my son.
This joke of the gay agenda. The gays have got an agenda. Oh my God. And it's like, yes, we do. We're going to corrupt your children. We're going to make them hate guns. We're going to make them love unicorns.
We're here right now at the New York Public Library, and in the last 7 days, our country has seen 7 mass shootings. The 2 worst, most deadly ones were the shootings in the Atlanta area that were targeting Asian women working at massage spas, and the mass shooting in Boulder, Colorado at the King Soopers supermarket that killed 10.
You know, the events that unfolded, especially in Atlanta last week, I felt it really deeply because I felt there was this intersection between violence against women, queer people, the Asian community, that isn't new but has been escalating in the last year during the pandemic. And I just wanted to make sure that someone that looked like the victims was representing them, especially as someone holding one of their portraits, and someone that understood what it feels like to go through that racism, hatred, bigotry, and the violence perpetrated by guns. Yu Young-ae. She was one of the therapists at the Roma therapy spa. She loved to home cook Korean food, karaoke with friends and family. My mom loved to do the same things as well. I think it is important to put it out there so that other people are aware of what's happening, to let the families know that we're thinking about them, that we care.
This gentleman, Paul Andres Michel's 54, he was one of the workers at the spa. And he was just a repairman who was there to repair that day in Atlanta. And he lost his life.
I didn't see everyone's bio, but I did read hers. It doesn't say it here, but she works for Instacart. And one of the things that she wanted to do in her retirement was to help people. And she felt being an Instacart shopper, she was able to help people.
There are 7 pending pieces of gun control legislation right now. 2 have recently passed in the House. They're around issues surrounding background checks. There is legislation to once again ban assault weapons. We had that for 10 years, from 1994 until 2004, when the Congress under President George W. Bush allowed it to expire. And we have seen something like an over 200% increase in mass shootings using semi-automatic assault weapons since that ban expired. And so we as Gays Against Guns demand that all of those bills see floor votes in both houses of Congress. If you don't want to see your grocery store or your movie theater or your nightclub or your church sent into just a horror of violence, we want you to call your representatives, call your senators, demand that they vote on this legislation.
This is the reality of our country, and it's not going to get any better. In fact, it's actually going to get much worse. But until we collectively, as a nation, decide to do something, and we do that consistently, we're just waiting for the next mass shooting to happen.
Now for breaking news. Today's report out of New York City, where advocates demand an end to gun trafficking. Interstate 95, also known as the Iron Pipeline, is the route guns travel to New York from states with weaker gun laws. The Iron Pipeline funnels nearly 9 out of 10 illegal guns into New York. More guns equals more death. Over 150 New Yorkers have been killed since June. These are our neighbors, our family members, even babies in strollers, like 1-year-old Deval Gardner, shot dead at a family cookout in Brooklyn. The unbelievable 200% increase in gun deaths this summer means only one thing. The pressure is on elected officials to steer us out of danger. Require universal background checks, close the gun show loophole, and make gun trafficking a federal crime. Stop gun trafficking. Destroy the Iron Pipeline. End gun violence.
Tune in every Tuesday to Radio Gag, the Gays Against Gun show. We go behind the statistics, bringing you the latest news from the gun violence prevention movement, with special guests, activists, local representatives, authors, community advocates, and survivors.
We are Gays Against Guns. We're an inclusive LGBTQ community and our allies, and we have made it our mission to end the gun violence pandemic in the country. These here are human beings. They represent someone who has been killed by a gun. We're here in this office today to bring this matter to Mitch McConnell, the one man standing in the way of life-saving gun legislation, and that has been on his desk for 10 months. Why won't Mitch McConnell bring to the floor the background check legislation and red flag laws that take guns away from people who have threatened to kill? Americans are not safe in a school, in a church, a synagogue, a cinema, a mall, a concert, a nightclub, or walking down the street. Mitch McConnell has called his desk the graveyard, the place where legislation goes to die. No, it's where people go to die. An entire generation of young children who cannot yet read are traumatized by active shooter drills. Daily shootings by toddlers of toddlers, by unsecured and improperly stored weapons, by young children of young children, by drive-bys through bedroom walls and windows and passenger doors, and in baby seats through windshields, by domestic abusers and stalkers and restraining order recipients, by day and by night. It is endless, endless, senseless, maddening. This must end. It must end here and now. We demand that Mitch McConnell bring life-saving gun measures passed by the House to the floor of the Senate immediately. If he continues to refuse to do so, we assure you that we will not rest and we will make it our mission to remove him from office in less than a year. And I assure you, we will succeed.
We just put Mitch McConnell on notice that GAG is watching. We went into his office and we confronted our opponent. It was quite powerful. We confronted him with victims that would have been saved had he brought the background checks bill to the floor for a vote. We described their lives, and we had his staff hear the effects of their boss's refusal.
responsibility.
That's right.
To take it to our government when they are not doing their job.
Akira Monet Murray, Luis Omar Ocasio Capo, Geraldo A. Ortiz Jimenez, Eric Ivan Ortiz Rivera, Joe Ramon Pinagua, Jean Carlos Méndez Pérez, Enrique L. Ríos Jr., Carlos Nieves Rodríguez, Javier Emanuel Serrano Rosado, Christopher Joseph Sanfeliz, Gilmari Rodríguez Solivan, Edward Sotomayor Jr., Shane Evan Samuelson, Martin Benítez Torres.
Take a moment to really think about who we want to be, you know, what we're made of. Because you know what? We don't want this, you know, that this is not us. This doesn't define us. Until it affects you directly, you know, then it kind of doesn't matter. Well, listen, buddy. Listen, lady, it's getting closer.
I'm enraged that it's so goddamn easy for racists, misogynists, homophobes, transphobes, religious bigots, and other haters to murder in minutes. Enraged that it's so much easier to get an assault rifle than decent mental health care. If you share our grief and feel that rage, please, make it productive. Fight for change, or this nightmare will continue to play out for people of every color, every gender, every sexuality, every age, in every city. We could all be next.
I, Tenley Sky,
Sam Parker,
Ariel Emma, Taryn Naomi,
being of sound mind,
but acting under the duress
and the possibility of my death due to gun violence. Direct that a music book and how I feel about music.
My lifelong friend Puppy, and all the dreams he would have inspired.
My camera that my father passed down to me will be passed to my mother so she could guard with her life.
My aunt's necklace, and the inspiration to be kind.
My pink bunny, and all the times my dad would have made me feel special.
My love for the ocean and my connection to my mom be mourned in the event of my death.
I nominate my best friend to be the keeper of all my unrealized potential and lost promise.
As beneficiaries, They must demand stiffer background checks.
Funding for community intervention program. We fight for meaningful action against gun violence.
I declare this to be my last will and testament.
Create your last will and make your voice more powerful than a gun.
Good afternoon, Guacathon. We have officially crossed over into afternoon time. And you know what that means? It's, well, at least on the East Coast. You know, we're in Florida here. But, you know, we got about 14 and a half hours left, maybe a little bit more. And, you know, we're still chugging along here. We're having a good time. Yeah, you see the clock? Woo! Yeah. You know, we still got a lot going for you. Don't worry. We're not stopping here. We got a lot more. But let's talk about what you've seen already, you know. All right, so you just heard one of our Battle of the Bands, Outrider. If you're like, who's Outrider, right? Well, I'm going to tell you, don't worry. So Outrider, the definition of the word Outrider is one who escorts or clears the way for a person. Also one that precedes and indicates the approach of another. All right. And they say something is off with the world. To call attention to it, you have to Outrider. One part of Florida's prog doom monolith Northern Crown, Frank Serafine unleashes his side project. His ability to get to the core of the song without getting lost in a particular instrument is put to the test as he plays every instrument in the project. Guitars, bass, drums, vocals, keys. Outrider is best played loud and with an open mind. All right. I didn't know we were dealing with an all-star here playing. You know, that's pretty nuts. Play every instrument in the band. I can't do that.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. Thank you. All right. Yeah. So you heard from Outrider, and if you dug them and you're like, wow, I really love this band, let's go vote for them on the Battle of the Bands poll on Twitter. Just, you know, scroll through. You'll find it right there. You can vote for your favorite Battle of the Band, and if they win, we got some pretty cool prizes. But I'm not going to let you know that yet because why ruin the surprise, right? We are having a good time here at Guacathon. All right, thank you. Thanks for the cheers, guys. I appreciate it. All right, you also heard from our good friends in Gays Against Guns. Yeah. Now, I don't know if you guys have ever met anyone from Gays Against Guns, but they are the most fun group of people I've ever had the pleasure of being at a protest with. I love them. They are hilarious. They sing songs. When they walk around with their humans, which is what they have as a demonstration throughout the wherever they go, it's usually a pop-up. In New York, they're all covered in white. If you haven't checked it out, you really should. They're really powerful, and they started, I believe, after Pulse, which was obviously a big hit to the LGBT community. But we love them, and we love their support with us. They have been with us a lot. They've helped us out in New York, D.C. You know, they've been there through it all, and we really appreciate their support. Now, we have another Battle of the Bands band here coming up in this next segment. Don't worry, we're not stopping the music. Yeah, we still have, 14 hours and 47 minutes to go. We're going to have it pumped with music. We're going to have a good time. Joaquin loved music, and we're going to make sure that his love of music is known. We are going to have a party. It's going to be fun. I better catch you dancing to every band that comes up. All right, so you want to know who's coming up, of course. Well, Boy Blue, of course. Now,
Hold up.
What is
You're
this?
talking about a New Jersey local band while you're dating me, Liam, your boyfriend, a very important person in the New Jersey local scene. And not just from a dead band that hasn't played in like 2 years, but releases the same music every couple years. So, anyway, coming up, one of the Battle of the Bands is Boy Blue. who are actually a pop rock group from Bloomfield, New Jersey, and have opened for international acts such as Aaron Carter, Red Jumpsuit Apparatus, Wheatus, Real Friends, and Patent Pending, who, not to like to my own horn, I also opened for Patent Pending at one point. So, you know, like same company. While the band has tackled intense lyrical topics, they promote a positive outlook and will continue to promise a good time to their fans at shows and on social media. In 2020, Boy Blue won a Best Jersey Music Video of the Jersey Shore Film Fest for their music video, Days on Fire. The band recently released an EP titled Boy Blue Cheats on Kylie Jenner. Why would you do that? She's so pretty. I'm so sorry, yes. Listen, if Kylie Jenner came up to me and was like, hey, Liam, you want to go out sometime? I'd have to think about it.
You'd have to think about it? Well, I wouldn't have to think it at all. I'd just go.
So anyway, that EP featured singles like Secondhand Smoke and Ghost of Saturday Night, featured Jarrett Reddick, who Jarrett Reddick, I believe, is from That's Bowling for Soup, right? Yeah, which is also awesome. And the band has represented the New Jersey music scene for over a decade and will continue to rock shows and make music. They've been playing shows since my old band was a thing, and they've always been awesome guys and some of the nicest people I've had the opportunity to work with in the scene. So it's awesome to see them here and representing Guacathon.
They are good pals of mine as well. I have helped them with numerous questions about the music industry, even though they are experts more than me, but they, you know, we like to talk. They were on my former radio show in college. That's how we met. They always have a really, really good live show. They've participated in fundraisers for me as well. And
they've always been very down to help anybody in the music scene in the New Jersey local scene whenever people have needed help.
Yes, they are very, very helpful at all times. But we have a few more things coming up, of course. You know, I'm gonna tease you a little bit, just so you know what to look forward for. You know, let's have some fun, right? So we got obviously some more Battle of the Bands. We'll read you some more information about them later because I don't want to read it all at once. I don't want to give it all away. I know I'm walking around.
Playing to the wrong camera.
I'm playing to the wrong camera. I'm just, it's fine. I don't know. It's Guacathon, man. We're here for what, 21 hours?
You've been up since 4 a.m.?
Yeah, it's been nuts. But we got, I'm gonna need my paper because I'm not a professional. We got Roxo, we got Perfect Sequence, we got Flair the Rebel. They're pretty cool. They're doing something really cool for us, but I'm not gonna spoil that yet because we gotta have some fun with it. Of course, But we also have messages from people like Gabby Giffords, Guns Down America. Elizabeth Warren, how cool is that? But we got a little bit, we got some more things, just a few hours from now, just a few, maybe, I don't know. Time isn't real. At some point before we hit our 21st hour, we're gonna hear from Michael Imperioli from The Sopranos. That's pretty cool. He's a very, very nice guy, and we are very excited to have worked with him for this. But I'm gonna stop being, teasing about all those fun things. Oh, the camera moved. Hello. Thank you for clapping for that. I appreciate that.
Hey, you're doing great. You're doing great.
All right. So we've covered some music, but I think it's time we get into some sports.
Sports entertainment, that is.
Sports entertainment, you say?
Because as certain people in the wrestling world will tell you, wrestling isn't a sport. It's sports entertainment. That being said, the person we're going to be talking to next and had a conversation with Manny is not from the world that believes that wrestling isn't a sport, that it's sports entertainment. He actually wrestles for a promotion called AEW, which is based actually out of Florida, where we are right now. That guy's name is Colt Cabana. He's wrestled, like I said, as close as Jacksonville, Florida, and he's also wrestled as far away as places like Japan, where, the Olympics are being held. That's not really topical to what we're talking about, but it's topical in the grand scheme of things. Ashley actually found out about this guy because we sit down and we watch AEW every Wednesday at 7 o'clock? 8 p.m. 8 p.m. I'm a bad fan. And we were super excited to talk to him if you want to actually talk about that process and how that went down.
Yeah, so I spent weeks of not contacting Colt Cabana because I was so nervous he would say no, I didn't say anything. But eventually, I was looking at his Twitter and thinking, maybe I should email him because he has this email like right in his bio for like work inquiries. And I'm like, oh, that's cool, business inquiries. I could do that. And then he said, I saw that his DMs were open, and I'm like, let me just, yeah, I slid into those DMs. I was like,
and you're gonna give me crap for talking about Kylie Jenner.
I just wanted to talk to Colt Cabana because I'm a big fan of him. He's in the Dark Order, and that's pretty cool. And I could go on and on about what that is in a little bit. Just don't worry. We got you know, we'll get there. But we eventually talked a little bit. I gave him a little bit more information about Change the Ref. And he was pretty down with it. He said, okay, cool, yeah, I'll help out. And I was like, oh, word? Okay, we'll do it. So we set up a Zoom call with Manny and, well, Liam and me, because, you know.
I was there, yes.
As the wrestling fans. Now, you will notice, I'm not going to give away anything from the interview except for this. Manny is an artist. All right? Keep that in mind when we talk about wrestling. You'll understand later. He gets it. He knows. You know?
He actually tripped onto some stuff by accident that he didn't know was a thing. And he would like say, yeah, it's pretty funny. It's a funny interview. You'll see Ashley and I laugh. I would say with Manny, but we were laughing at him because it's just interesting seeing someone from the outside not necessarily know the industry quite like Ashley and I do, because we're, you know, couch warriors, as they say. But
you might have guest appearances from our cat Greg.
Yes, very exciting.
She's a biter. Yes, I said she. Yeah, but also, you know, we're not gonna give too much away because you have to watch it. It's hilarious. But let me just come over here real quick. And, you know, we do have not only Colt Cabana, we have Jesus Luzardo. He is a professional baseball player, and he's actually from Parkland. He helped us out with a baseball campaign earlier this year when we were putting cardboard cutouts of Joaquin in baseball stadiums across America. And he thought that was really cool, and he was like, okay, can I go take a picture with this? So we have a picture of Jesus and Joaquin, you know, floating around on the web. I don't know why I'm gesturing here. You can't see it. But if you check our Twitter, you probably will be able to find it. You know, but it was pretty cool. He's a really nice guy, and he sent us a nice little video. Are you gesturing with me?
Yes, I am.
Ah, we're gesturing now. All right. Well, you know, I think it's a little bit time to have some fun here. We were talking about wrestling, and I don't know, you know.
So yeah. Anyway, we're gonna throw it to the wrestling segment, but like in the meantime.
In the meantime,
all of you have a good one.
Tune into Boy Blue.
Hola, mi nombre es Patricia Padaví y soy la madre de Joaquín Oliver. Perdí a mi hijo el 14 de febrero de 2018 en la tragedia de Parkland. No hay nada que pueda traerlo de nuevo a nuestras vidas, pero hay muchas cosas que podemos hacer juntos para generar un cambio, para asegurarnos que algo así nunca vuelva a pasar. Para eso fundamos una organización sin fines de lucro llamada Change the Ref, que en español significa Cambiemos al Referee. Esta organización ha sido creada para empoderar a nuestros futuros líderes, a las generaciones más jóvenes a través de la educación, la conversación y el activismo. Change the Ref pondrá a su disposición las herramientas para llevar adelante los cambios necesarios en estos asuntos críticos que afectan nuestra nación. Si eres joven y estás viendo esto, queremos que sepas que nos inspira el coraje que tú y tus compañeros han mostrado y que haremos lo que esté en nuestro poder para darle amplitud a tu voz, para estar a tu lado y trabajar contigo hasta lograr el cambio que te mereces. Y si eres padre o madre, te pedimos que te pongas en los zapatos de tus hijos, escucha sus exigencias, sus preocupaciones y únete a su lucha para que el juego sea limpio.
Where the hell is our ride, dude? I said it was 2 minutes away 2 minutes ago. I told you guys we should have driven ourselves. This whole app thing is super suspicious.
Come on, how are we supposed to get wasted if we're driving?
True. I think that's our ride over there.
it day and night.
Without access to a weapon, the Atlanta shooter is just a racist and a misogynist. But armed with a firearm, purchased that very day, he is a monster, a mass murderer. America awoke today to another nightmare, stunning, shocking, savage, but unsurprising. Inaction has made this horror completely predictable. Inaction by this Congress makes us complicit. Now is the time for action to honor these victims with action, real action, not the fig leaves or the shadows that have been offered on the other side, along with hopes and thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers cannot save the 8 victims in Atlanta or the 10 last night, including a brave police officer. Thoughts and prayers can't save the 24,000 people killed every year or the 26 blacks killed every day, the 8 children killed as a result of unsecured weapons every day. Thoughts and prayers are not enough. And yet, thoughts and prayers is all we have heard from my colleagues on the other side. Thoughts and prayers must lead to action. This time feels different. The dawn of a new era with a president completely committed to gun violence prevention. And I know from having heard him privately and publicly that he shares this passion. So do majorities now in the House and the Senate. And we have a majority leader in the United States Senate who has promised a vote on constitutional common sense gun violence prevention measures. Our opponents are on their heels, the NRA declaring financial and really moral bankruptcy, and we have, maybe most important, a powerful grassroots movement that has produced results at the polls, wins for members of Congress. And that grassroots movement is led by a new generation of groups and individuals. In the midst of the most serious disease outbreak in our lifetime, gun violence is an epidemic in its own right. Guns in the wrong hands make the most serious problems potentially fatal and irreversible. The hate-motivated shootings that tore through Atlanta last week are just the latest example. They won't be the last. Without access to a weapon, the Atlanta shooter is just a racist and a misogynist. But armed with a firearm, purchased that very day, he is a monster, a mass murderer. A disturbed man going into a grocery store yesterday, armed with a weapon of war, can kill with the brutal efficiency and speed meant for combat. A domestic abuser exploiting intimate relationship in violent and horrific ways. When a gun is involved, death becomes 5 times more likely. And a person with suicidal thoughts who doesn't have access to a firearm can seek help. But with a gun, that life can be over in an instant. We need to end this epidemic with a comprehensive nationwide approach. Expanded background checks, extreme risk laws to prevent suicides, mass shootings, and hate crimes, protecting domestic violence victims, and safe storage standards. these kinds of measures are within our reach. When I asked a mom after Sandy Hook, literally at a ceremony for her child, whether she would talk to me when she was ready about action we could take together, she said through her tears, "I'm ready now." America is ready now. Congress must act. Congress must be ready now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So the tweet is, "I never needed acceptance from all you outsiders." And the meaning is pretty much like, if you have a great support system, your friends and your family, it doesn't matter what other people think about you.
Are wrong, but you're not home. Your mind is not your own. Your palms sweat, your body shakes. An AR-15 is all it takes. You can't sleep, you can't eat. There's no doubt you're in deep. Your throat is tight, you can't breathe. An AR-15 is all you need. Whoa, you like to think that you're immune to death. Oh yeah. It's closer to the truth to say you can't get enough. You know we're gonna have to face it. We're addicted to guns. You see the signs, but you can't read. Politics runs on greed. Your heart beats in double time. A mass shooting and you'll be fine. Killing record time. You can't be saved. Chaos is all you crave. If there's someone left to kill, you don't mind. It's your will. Whoa, you like to think that you're immune to death. Oh yeah. It's closer to the truth to say you can't get enough. You know we're gonna have to face it. We're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. We're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. We're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. You're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. You're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. You're addicted to guns. Your lights are on, but you're not home. Your will is not your own. Your palms sweat and teeth grind. Another killing and you'll be fine. Whoa, you like to think that you're immune to death. Oh yeah. It's closer to the truth to say you can't get enough. You know you're gonna have to face it. You're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. We're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. We're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. You're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. You're addicted to guns. Might as well face it. You're addicted to guns.
All right, so we are here with Colt Cabana. He wrestles for AEW, All Elite Wrestling. When you're watching this, they'll actually be in Jacksonville, Florida, and we will not, because we are currently in Parkland, Florida. So AEW is just returning back to the road after doing a year at Daly's place.
Yeah.
Are you excited to do like live events again? What's it feel like to be in front of a crowd?
Well, I almost feel that we got a new home in Florida, which it was interesting time. And so yeah, we spent about almost 15 months in Florida, and so now we get to hit the road, which is a little refreshing but very scary, as I think a lot of people think that this virus is over, but I don't necessarily think it is. And again, I'm not a scientist. The scientists know that. So I just go by what they say. And so that's the scary part, but it is nice that we're able to go out and change up our atmosphere a little bit. It was getting a little stagnant.
So what were you doing all this time? What was your life like during COVID? A guy that is used to travel and be in front of a crowd and, very active, I will say. How do you handle hold on, you got to stay home, and how do you do that? What was your life like that?
Well, Manuel, before this, for the past 20 years, I was on the road about 200 days a year. So I would travel all over the world. And I never wanted to stop. I never wanted a weekend or a week to not be booked up. There was a Joan Rivers documentary where she was like 90 years old and she was looking at her book and she's just like, next month isn't full. What am I supposed to do? And I always kind of felt that way. And I never thought I would slow down. But for me, this almost gave me an opportunity. Like I had no choice. We all had to slow down. So luckily I was able to keep my job, and I was able to still, every other week we would travel to Jacksonville. So before that, it would be Tokyo 1 week, and then I'd fly right home and then fly right to London, and then I'd fly home and then I'd fly to Costa Rica, and it was just all over the place. So this kind of made me slow down, which I wasn't upset by, and allowed me to focus on a lot of different things. So while I was stuck at home for the majority of it, I was able to kind of, recalculate my life, and also get to understand what are some of the more important things in my life when it comes to relationships and that kind of thing. And so essentially that's kind of what I spent a lot of my time doing, and a lot of push-ups and squats in my TV room, because the gyms were closed, and I'm a professional athlete and I had to stay in some kind of shape. I'd love to talk about your son and his love of wrestling. Is this something we've talked about?
I was waiting for you to talk about my son.
Yes, of course, Joaquin. So tell me, would you see him watching wrestling and being obsessed with it?
Listen, he was obsessed when he was very young. I remember Joaquin being probably 6 years old, and he will be right in front of a TV watching you guys doing your thing. And it was late at night. This is not something that you show like at 5, 6 p.m. This is like 11, 12, all the way. Dude, there's school tomorrow, so you have to. So I don't think there's it's part of the culture in here. When you're a kid and you're 6, 7 years old, you guys are superheroes, Yeah, you're the guys that are strong and big, and you. It's amazing. He loved it.
And what was as a parent, what was your thought process? Did you watch would you just watch from afar?
I always watch with him. So here's the thing. Joaquin was very athletic, like guy like you are. I am not. I am the opposite of athletic. So Joaquin was very into sports, and I was not. But there is I don't remember one sport that I was not right next to him watching and enjoying the fact that we were together, eating hot dogs or popcorns or drinking a soda and watching the game. So I was always involved.
Well, wrestling's really fun because I was a very athletic kid, but people love wrestling for different reasons. I loved wrestling because of the athleticism, but also I'm 41, so I was a kid of the 80s. So I also liked like He-Man and Ninja Turtles and like Jean-Claude Van Damme movies.
Correct.
And so I love the characters too. And so people like it for different reasons. So, you know, if you're not into sports, there's, you know, in wrestling now, I've been wrestling 22 years now, and we'll have conversations with different wrestlers, and people like it for different reasons. Like for me, I was never, I didn't do theater or anything like that, but it's odd because now I find myself as a performer. And again, I was more of the sports kid, but people in wrestling now, they're drawn to it because they always wanted to perform and they thought that this was the most fun part of performance. So there's different reasons why different people love wrestling.
And I love that part of it. Actually, I took Joaquin to the AAA arena once. There was a huge event. I don't remember the name. I'm sorry. I'm very unfamiliar to the thing, but we were there the whole night watching wrestling, and it was fun. And actually, it was like a fever, like people holding signs, and you have your own character that you love with passion. So it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool, and Joaquin was totally happy with.
What did you buy him? Anything?
What was that?
Did you get him a gift from the arena?
Probably I did. Yeah, there was no way to bring a 6-year-old kid to an arena and not buy something after the show. So
well,
yes.
AAA is the Lucha Libre, right?
No, I think it was a huge and I'm sorry, but it was a whole show during the night. What was the name of the guy? He loved a couple of them. I know that he loved John Cena, of course. Okay. And then, but yeah, he got me involved in that. We took a friend of him, and by the way, I live 40 minutes away from the American Airlines Arena, so it's like
the AA arena. Well, because
yes.
the AAA, that's a Mexican wrestling league in Mexico. AAA.
Wow, so I sounded very smart.
I was like very impressed. Yes,
I was also impressed because like
okay,
look a little bit more.
My bad. It's AA.
Okay,
but yeah, it's American Airlines Arena, which is AAA actually.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
But he loved it, you know, and yeah, Joaquin, I miss my son so much because of those moments. Like, besides my son, he was my best friend, and you have to understand that we moved to this country when he was only 2 years old. I was 37, so I already had a life behind of my whole growing up experience and things that I like and friends that I had. Joaquin is the guy that connected me with this culture. He was the one that will explain me how things work in here. So I miss that, the company of Joaquin the friend, Joaquin the guy that will go out with me and have a specific food in a specific place. That's something that people don't think about. It's not only the love of the father to a son or the mother to a son. It's also the friend, the guy that used to hang out with you.
One of my favorite moments is my dad wrestling with me. And obviously, like I was obsessed with wrestling. I always watch wrestling. And so, you know, I just remember being 4 or 5 years old, and before bedtime is he would get on his knees and we would wrestle, and I think it's a tactic, and maybe you could tell me as a father if this is something that you did, but I mean, he would wear me out so much. And like, you know, at the time in my head, he was such a giant man, and he would always pin me and I could barely get out. But some of my most fondest memories is wrestling with my dad like that. I'm not sure if you guys did that too. I can only imagine. And is that the technique, is to wear them out before bedtime?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we did that a lot. Yeah, and then when he grew up, now we're talking about a young man, and we have this punching bag in our garage, and he used to spend 20 minutes, 30 minutes hitting that thing. So he was really in great shape, and I can't imagine what well, I do sometimes try to imagine how he will look like today, because the change from 17 to 21 is dramatic. I mean, this is when you become a man. So I guess we'll never know, but he was totally into exercising and how would you say that, obsessed with being a big guy like you are. You know, that's kind of cool. Like he will do weights and stuff. Yeah. Did you fight a lot when you were a kid, like at school and things?
No, I wasn't necessarily a fighter. I might have gotten picked on a good amount of times as a child for my weight, which might have had to do with me wanting to get in shape and becoming and looking like a wrestler. But I was never really a fighter, and I'm not a fighter to this day either, even though, you know, I'm very much trained in, and I think, and I know I can handle myself, but it's never been something I've been necessarily interested in. Yeah, I don't know. It's violence like that isn't necessarily, which is odd because we're pro wrestlers and we're selling violence, but a lot of us kind of are like this, is that, I think it's, we really appreciate the art as opposed to, as to like the carnival or the carnivore aspect or the carnival aspect or the caveman aspect.
And do people receive it like that?
So, you know, it's different for different people. I think in some aspect, in some parts of America, maybe in some more artistic, spots or metropolitan areas, they really understand the whole art of it. And in some spots where it's like smaller towns, rural areas, they, you know, some people still think it's like it's the real deal. So it's
the real
different
deal.
Yeah. I've wrestled in some of the smallest towns in America and Mexico and South America and even Asia. And part of that fun is to just see the different types of people from all over the world. I think it's allowed me to become the man who I am, and it's allowed to brighten my culture a little bit.
Have you had any injury? Of course you had, but
yeah,
like bad injury.
It's all hurt. It all hurts.
After the show, you're all, everything hurts, I guess.
Yeah, I think we as wrestlers, we have kind of like nurtured our body to understand this kind of pain. And so I think if this happens to someone one time, you know, maybe they might stop. But I think we've calloused our bodies. So our bodies are so calloused to understand this pain that we go through by being slammed on the ground or by being hit or by maneuvering our bodies, that we've just gotten used to it. I usually tell my friends, like, my body feels fine, but if you were living in my body, you would be like, I can't believe your body feels like this.
All right.
Yeah. So, I mean, but you know, on top of that, you can add it to the list. I've torn both my quads. I've torn both my shoulders. I think I have degenerative disc disease in my neck and my back. I ruptured my orbital bone. I've broken some fingers. You know, the list kind of goes on and on. MCL, ACL.
Are you in a video game?
I am in a video game.
How does that feel? How does it feel to be a part of a video game?
You know,
it has to be cool. So
it's very cool. Yeah. Right now I'm featured in a game called Retromania, which is fun because I do a lot of Twitch. I like to play video games online on my Twitch. And so when Retromania came out on the PC, you know, I was able to play for fans as myself, which was pretty surreal. Nice. and very funny. And I remember the designer years ago, they asked me what my taunt would be, you know, like a wrestling taunt. And my character is very much a humorous character. So I said, hey, can you bounce my boobies like up and down? Like, and I asked for that and I forgot about it.
That's the power that you have as a superhero. You can
like
bounce the boobies.
That's what I wanted.
Yeah. I don't want to mess with a guy that can do that.
Will that also be obviously I don't know what you can tell us, but will that also be a thing in the upcoming AEW game?
I'm hoping so.
Which I would hope you would be in.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to, like right now I'm in this game on the phones called Elite General Manager. But yeah, AEW is soon to come out. We're gonna have our very first video game in which they're putting a lot of money into, and so I'll definitely be in it. And I'm gonna ask for the boob taunts for sure.
So you know what? We are talking about video games, and I'm asking you that is that one of our latest project, and we're about to launch it. It's a video game.
Nice.
And it's called Remain. And the video game is about the real life and how someone can survive on a daily basis in different cities. It's totally a new way to approach the fight against gun violence and saving lives using the gaming industry. So it has no precedent. This is totally by Change the Rev and Joaquin, but we're launching on November. So I really have a lot of hope in this project because the player will be itself, and you could choose your gender and the city that you're going to play, and according to real data, that will give you a risk level of getting shot or not. So we are bringing the whole reality behind gun violence to a game. And that's exactly what we do as a team. We try to bring very disruptive, new ways of saving lives, telling the truth, using facts, and trying to get more and more people involved. So we thought the gaming was a good shot, and we're gonna take the risks.
Hey, I'll play it on my Twitch. I'll play it with everybody.
Great.
What's the message and the education coming out of it? Is it?
Well, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
So imagine that you're playing in New York, and the way to survive and the way to lower your risk is by reaching these protection shields. And these shields are basically common sense gun laws. You have the red flag gun law, you have the safe storage, you have the smart guns that will read your fingerprints and then they will work only and only with you, universal background check, and ban of assault weapons.
Wait,
so once
so
you find all those shields, you're safe.
You can't just go to a flea market and some guy will just give you a gun?
Not in my game. Not in my game. But guess
you.
what? You know that I did that. Listen, so there was a lot of people not believing or arguing that, wait a minute, we do have a background check system. Well, no, we don't. So in order to prove it, I went to a gun show in Miami. There's hundreds in Florida. And I was able to buy an assault weapon in less than 15 minutes with no background check. The good thing is that I have all in my camera, because I had a little camera here under my leather jacket and my hat and my whole hunter shooting look and vibe on myself.
Right.
So yeah, we proved through a video that is actually something that happens every day.
Well, it doesn't surprise me. And that's why we need more organizations like yours and people out there to let everybody know that this is a reality. I mean, I'm preaching to the choir, but that's why I think, obviously, as a wrestler who's on television, I think this is very important, a very important cause. And I bring that up as a joke, and I don't doubt that you were able to do that. That's the sad part. So anything I can do to help with this movement.
You know that what you're doing now is perfect. This is exactly what we need to do. I love the fact that we can have this conversation without some tragedy happening just before this conversation. Like, and I told this on TV, national TV, like a month ago, that we're reaching a space where we handle the conversation. By the way, we are talking because we're celebrating Joaquin's life. So this is a good conversation. I'm happy that I'm talking to you and everything that you're, I'm learning from what you're telling me. Before this, Joaquin told me a bunch of things that I didn't understand. Now I'm talking to the real deal. So I think that we are reaching more space when it comes to talk about the issue itself. And I'm glad that I can be part of it. And besides that, I'm still Joaquin's dad, right? I have to do my dad role. And I'm blessed that I have people like Ashley working with us, helping us putting this together. So this is great. This is good. And I love the fact that you accepted this invitation and are part of the event.
Of course. And it made my heart tingle a little bit to hear his love of wrestling too, because wrestling fans, we have this weird bond that a lot of people just like, as a wrestling fan, if we ever find out someone else is a wrestling fan, we just assume that they are our friends and they get us, if that makes sense, because it's a weird place in the counterculture of America and the world that a lot of people are just like, oh, that's that thing. But there's a small percentage of people in the world who it's so much more for so many people. And so it's really like some of us call it like a secret handshake. It's almost a secret handshake where if you know of this wrestler or you're able to bond with somebody about wrestling and everyone else is like, what are they even talking about? It's kind of a special thing. So I feel a kinship to Joaquin, and I'm sure there's a lot of others who love wrestling who feel the same way. And I'm sure it works for some of his other loves that he had in his life too. It's that same way where they find out that Joaquin loved this thing. Sometimes it's TV shows, or I don't know what he was obsessed with for TV shows or whatever. But
Family Guy.
Well, here's a small. My brother is the director for Family Guy.
Really?
Yes. He's been doing that for about 15 years. His name is Greg Colton. And so there you go. You got two with
Dude,
me.
We had Family Guy evening. Like, he would go, "Hey, Dad, Family Guy." That was it. Yes, right. Family Guy. That will imply hot dogs, soda, and Family Guy.
Yeah.
So it's again, that's what I miss most. The company. All right, and I understand that your kids will grow and they will leave, but that's a different stuff. But you can always call them and you will see them later on and they grow up and they have kids. So I will have grandkids, which I won't anymore. So, but I'm strong, like you are. I've been training, like you have, in a different way. I go to that ring every single day. And I have to be victorious because that's exactly what Joaquin needs. So there's some kind of analogy listening to your story, and I'm a very creative person. So everything that you're telling me today, I'm pretty sure that will make me do some new things. So I appreciate that a lot.
Well, that's great.
Honestly.
Yeah. It's my pleasure to meet you, and I'm glad that we were able to have this conversation. And I think it's great what you're doing to keep the legacy of your son alive, and also to educate people. I think it's so important that there was a purpose for Joaquin. Is an education, higher education, and to change the world for the better, right?
From Maxwell Street, Chicago, Illinois, weighing in at 238 pounds, Colt Boom Boom Cabana! I love you, Main Street. I love you. We're all going to college afterwards. You ready to do this, Cabana? You ready to do this, Feast Championship Wrestling action here on Main Street in East Greenwich, Rhode Island. I am Paul Crockett, joined by the inimitable Joey Ryan. And Joey, what a matchup we have here to start things off.
It's, I mean, when you look back at the history of Feast Championship Wrestling, match number 1 is always going to be Orange Cassidy versus Colt Cabana, which is a star-studded match to say the least.
Star-studded catch-can here on Main Street, as evidenced there by this unbelievable display by Colt Cabana. This man knows how to work.
Orange Cassidy's already lost his sunglasses, but hasn't lost the match, kicked out on 2.
Well, he did tell his personal server, Swamp Monster, to find him a drink. So we're going to see if that comes into play here.
Swamp Monster has returned, and surprisingly not dying of heat stroke right now.
Yes, I'm shocked too, but he does in fact have his drink. The question is, as always here in Feast Championship Wrestling, how is the drink going to come into play?
Orange Cassidy doesn't always seem like he has a game plan. He just kind of goes and does it. So I don't know if there's any thought process into this, but maybe there is. Maybe he studied Colt Cabana and knows that he can use the beer to his advantage in this match.
Well, he's holding on to the beer expertly, which you can always say about him, whether he's in the ring or at the bar. The man knows how to have a good time. And look at that. Very impressive. Reverses and has the beer held on.
I don't know how much force he has behind this headlock, but he's got it nonetheless.
Oop, don't want to spill that because there is going to be more action later on. We can have beer on the mat. And he's up and he's over and he holds on to the beer. So impressive.
Not one drop spilled yet.
Not one drop. Colt with the up and over, and
the leapfrog
didn't really connect, no. And now here goes Orange, and he's under. What athleticism.
He's a trained athlete, if that's for sure.
And you say he doesn't have a strategy going, and I would say this is mind games at its best.
I mean, so far so good, right? He's not losing this match currently.
No, if
anything, he's winning now. He's got Cabana on his back.
If I have a scorecard, it's definitely 10-8 Orange Cassidy right now. Cover, no. Only a 1 count, I'm surprised. Oh! Excellent job by referee Bryce Remsburg. You do not steal another man's beer.
Respect the authority.
Absolutely. Colt off the ropes, and again, and up and over, sunset flip. Orange Cassidy holding on. And he's over. And now Bryce Remsburg. Shouldn't you practice what you preach? You just stole a man's beer.
He's also not counting the 3 count that Colt Cabana currently won the match with.
Enough with the beer.
And Colt Cabana taking the beer away and saying enough. And now we have a beer holder. I didn't know that. Orange Cassidy's mind games coming into play here. He is inside Colt's head.
Oh, now he's got a boot in his face.
Big boot. He's going high rent district. What an arm drag, and he holds on to the beer. Unbelievable. And what a chant from this crowd here. Family show, I thought, but I guess not.
Family show, I'm here.
Oh, good point. When's the last time you saw an athletic display like this?
I mean, this here is new bounds.
It's unprecedented. And now he said he's going around the world, going to the top. A little old school here with a beer. I never saw The Undertaker do this, although he probably wanted to. Takes a sip.
He could definitely pass a police line test right now.
Yeah, he's definitely walk and turn too. Oh! Knife edge chop on Cabana. Taking a drink. Cover.
Got a 2 count.
No. Orange Cat I don't think he put any suntan lotion on. He's looking a little burnt.
Yeah. He looks like he might be a little sensitive to the sun.
Yeah, so 1 shot from Colt Cabana could really put him down. Here we go. Revving that engine as only Orange Cassidy can. What do you do as a competitor when you see a juggernaut like this coming at you?
Well, you throw forearm in his face.
Oh, and there's that chop I was talking about. He must be on Dream Street.
Oh, spilled the drop.
He still has that beer. He's holding on, and now Colt looking to take him down. Missed.
Oh, got him with a chop of his own.
Oh, look at this furious combination from Orange Cassidy. Spinning back fist. What a combo. Ducks the clothesline. Super kick takes Cabana down. And now he's going up top.
630.
Did he just call for 630?
I think he did.
Okay. 630 from the top rope. Oh, from the top. Okay.
Here we go. He's up.
630, baby. Stop!
Oh no!
Oh,
the
now it's
beer
ours.
is right in front of me. Roll up. Colt Cabana got him. Major party foul from Colt Cabana.
These kids are trying to retrieve this beer. I think we should not let them, maybe.
What an opener.
No beer for you. Let's boo beer.
And then, nobody signed up. But it's because we guarantee a spot on the card. People are arrested for beyond.
In many ways, Jesus Luzardo and Joaquin Oliver are like peas in a pod.
I knew he loved baseball, so...
Two baseball-loving Venezuelan Americans from the same South Florida neighborhood.
Joaquin loved baseball.
This is Joaquin's dad, Manny Oliver. For 2 summers, he and his son crisscrossed the country visiting ballparks. Their dream was to collect ticket stubs from all 30.
But those dreams are vanished.
It's just catastrophic. There really are no words.
In 2018, at Luzardo's old high school in Parkland, Florida, a gunman shot and killed 17 people.
It didn't really all sink in until after, because you never imagine that to happen, in your hometown.
One of them was Joaquin Oliver.
There's nothing I can do to bring him back to our lives, but there are many things we can do together to make some changes.
Joaquin's family founded a nonprofit called Change the Ref to empower young people and demand an end to gun violence. When the Olivers heard about teams filling their ballparks with cutouts this season, they thought, what a perfect way to continue to spread their message and allow their son to continue his tour.
It's hard, but I'm very happy for Joaquin.
Joaquin's cutout ended up in half the ballparks, 15 of them, including Oakland.
Just kind of feeling his presence in the Coliseum and having him there watching us play meant a lot to me, and I'm sure it meant a lot to the people back home.
What Jesus Luzardo did not only is showing his respect and his solidarity with the community and Joaquin, but also he's showing what he stands for. And I'm very proud of Jesus, and I am very, very, very proud of my son.
It's Jesus Luzardo here. Just wanted to wish you happy birthday, man. I know a lot of people down here miss you, and I know you're watching over all of us, but I know you're up there hooping with God and his boys. So God bless your family, man, and happy birthday to you again.
Good afternoon, Guacathon watchers. So, for all the viewers who are paying attention to this party on YouTube and Facebook, we are going to go down right now because we are moving into the 7th hour mark, and we have a time limit on these platforms. So just hold on, don't go anywhere. We're going to close down this platform, and then we're going to come right back up. And so don't forget to tap, tap, tap in. And we'll be back in about 5 minutes to continue the celebration for Joaquin's 21st birthday.